Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm Frank, and back in the booth with me is Blue. Blue, how have you been, man?
I've been good. Been just chilling, doing my own thing. And
Yeah.
now I'm ready here
We're
to cast
back.
some racing action again.
And so for those of you maybe just joining us for the first time, this is a global final. We're going across the globe, 4 regions, 4 grand finals, all culminating here today for some awesome prizes as well, but the bragging rights also on the line. We'll kind of get into it a little bit later for each region, but I'm sure there's a couple people eyeing to reclaim their seat at the top. But before we get into the races, let's show you how our drivers got here. So this is your path to the grid. We had a really fun system here in place this year. So for those of you unfamiliar, you can also qualify in-store. So we had in-store competitions running from April to July, where if you won your store, you were then seeded into your race days semifinals. So that was one path to the grid. But then, of course, in Forza Motorsport, you had your rivals qualifier. So 3 qualifiers ran over the course of this season, with the top drivers competing to make it to the grand finals here today. So the grids are filled, the grids are stacked, and I'm sure it will lead to some exciting racing here today.
Yeah, definitely 2 very different ways in order to qualify for today's competition. And we've actually seen some of the greats still manage to work their way through even through those in-store competitions. So I'm certain we could see another player really take their crown today through that path as well.
Yeah, and of course, like we mentioned, 4 different regions, so all sorts of different ways to qualify. Let's take a look at the races here today, what you guys at home or on the go will be watching. So like we mentioned, to mirror those qualifiers that happened in the Rivals playlist, we'll be going through 3 different tracks on Spa, Hakone, and Mapley Valley. And the fun thing for this season is all of the cars will be the McLaren MP44, and that's kind of a zippy little thing out there.
Quite zippy. It was quite dominant as well in the year that it was active, of course. Managed to win like 15 out of 16 races in the season it was actively used in. So It's quite a beast, especially on some of these tracks. It'll be fun to see our players keep consistent with it over all 3 races today.
Yeah, I think that's also just going to be another exciting aspect to these races. So there was 4 qualifying laps. We'll have 10 racing laps on all of these 3 tracks, and qualifying has already taken place. So the grids are already set, and we'll just be jumping straight into the races, but we'll be sure to update you guys on how these different drivers did in qualifying, highlighting some of those key moments. And for those key moments, when the races are concluded, fastest lap is going to earn you a point. First 28 points, second 25 points, third 22, and so on and so forth, down to 18th, getting 1 point. And we've seen those fastest laps come into play sometimes. They can be make or break for some drivers. Just that one little extra point can squeak out some key moments, some key victories, some key placings. But let's look at what these drivers are racing for as well. The prizing that is on the line here today. First place, going to be walking away with $1,000. Second, $800. Third, $600. Fourth through fifth, $400. Sixth and seventh, $300. Eighth through 10th, $200. 11th through 14th, $100. And 15th and on, $50. So everyone who qualified here today is going to be walking away with some prizing. So not a bad deal at all. But of course, the granddaddy of them all, that first place winner, is also going to receive an all expenses paid VIP tour for 2 at the McLaren Technology Center. So getting a little behind the scenes custom VIP peek at that McLaren Technology Center, getting to see the cars, see really what makes McLaren tick is a super awesome, one-of-a-kind, unique prize for these competitors.
Absolutely the case. And so we'll definitely see our players really push themselves to the limit today in order to stay at the top, keep those points in a good position, and be able to claim that ultimate prize that you saw there in first place.
Yeah, and in terms of the regions, what we'll be watching is APAC is going to be our first region for the day. We'll go into EMEA, LATAM, and then NA will close out the day. So like we mentioned, this is a global competition. all 4 regions, 4 different regions of prizing, and 4 different winners for that McLaren Technology Center VIP trip. Pretty cool prizing. I wish I was better at Forza and I could win that prize. I'll be honest, from the desk here, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I'm like, man.
Every season I try it too. I got to get warmed up for these tracks, learn
Yeah.
a little more, and I'm like, maybe I could try my shot, but no, as soon as I hop into a real race, those dreams die very quickly.
After one lap where you see where I end up on that Rivals leaderboard, I'm like, that's enough for today. Yep. Yeah, let's. So if anything, more credit to these drivers for their performance, because it is quite a impressive feat to qualify through that Rivals playlist, even in store. These drivers all putting in just crazy amounts of work, crazy amounts of time to really just, get every single millisecond that they can out of these cars. But I think our first race for the APAC region is about to begin, so we'll go ahead and get into that action.
All right, let's dive into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get ourselves started on Spa to begin our first series of the day here for the APAC region. Easily our most technical track out of all the ones we have here, but let's not waste any time coming right off the starting line. We're already going to see Goki there get a slightly better move, so he'll be able to close the gap on Dez very quickly, but this first turn, the source is so brutal and can cut so many players off. Looks like the pack is managing it well, though, but Dez is going to be the one that's able to cut hard right on the corner of it and swing well down into this very, very famous turn right here, where he's going to need to maintain that high speed as he loops his way down to the first real big straight of the track here. It looks like, again, having no real issues maintaining that first place position, but some other drivers here further towards the back and the mid markers here, they're going to have a little bit more fighting to do. Subaru, for instance, I think it started this around 3rd or 4th place. He's already been bumped back a few places, and actually he's going to go right off the track here to try and reclaim it. Doesn't look like it worked out too well for him, though.
No, he's getting creative out there here today. Subaru doing what he can, but you can see just through that mid-pack how intense these battles can be. What I want to reference too is what we've seen in the previous seasons. It's just gotten more and more competitive. So even referencing our last G Challenge Championship, first is not a guaranteed, easy street like it might have been in the early days, where we've seen lots of intense battles. Just really, I think I'm blanking on the name, but we saw someone climb up last season from somewhere, I want to say 12th. They had a little bit of an accident, battled all the way up, and were vying for 3rd in the race. So a lot of intense battles, a lot of great drivers out there on the grid, and we are just getting started here today.
And I think our track selection is also going to give some really great last-minute opportunities to some of these drivers as well, specifically when we work our way down towards Mapley Valley, which I believe is 3rd in the rotation today. That's really going to test some of our drivers, because it does not, at least in my opinion, fit the standard model for how these cars would normally race on a track as well. So it's going to lead to some fun times for sure.
Especially that last turn on Maple Valley can be make or break for a lot of people's races. So that's definitely going to be an exciting 3rd and final race. But here on Spa, hanging out with just wires, trying to battle back against Ian here.
Ian a little aggressive here, and in fact a little bit too aggressive. Tries to cut hard right on the source. Is going to get bumped a little bit from that, but he's maintaining a defensive position for now. Won't lose anything in his own positioning, but it's going to cost him big on the differential between himself and the driver in front of him. So that'll cause some frustration to the players behind him. Is like, guys, we're trying to catch up here, but he's fighting well for his own position.
Goki, we see overtaking Dez for that first position in our race here on Spa. So even first place, not a guaranteed kind of coast on these G Challenge Championships anymore, as Dez now trying to work his way back to battling against Goki. But here we see Craviator, a returning driver, getting a little squirrely through that turn, but trying to get some closure here on Hedgie Racing.
And that's going to be the one thing that all these drivers need to watch out for today. There's so much power packed into that tiny little engine inside of that car, so it can be so easy, especially coming off the slower corners that we see on really all 3 of our tracks. Going to have at least a few of them, so where if you're not careful in that first, second, or third gear transition, you're going to lose the back wheel spin very easily and have a squirrely moment like that, if not outright spin out.
Yeah, we see Wires, who we were on board with earlier, still fighting, but falling just slightly behind, as through that 7th through 11th positioning, a lot of jockeying for positions through these tight turns. And like you mentioned, with that powerful engine, everyone kind of white knuckling, I'm sure, through some of these moments.
Once you get going, it's pretty easy to control for the most part, but it's those low-speed maneuvers like we're going to see. And oh, no! A little off-track action. Looks like he managed to keep it, though, but it is going to cost him this race. However, Subaru becomes the victor of it. Problem is he goes way too hard into the chicane here, but he still might have a chance. He's going to get a little aggressive, cuts hard right, and will be able to maintain the positioning as he pushes forward back into 7th now, leaving Ian Brown in the dust for now.
Treating those tires like puzzle pieces to make through, but Ian Brown not done yet. Says hold on just a moment as he sneaks right back in front of Subaru.
Nice move by Ian there. Had to take a little bit of a risk going wide on the source, but it's going to pay off hugely now that he has full track control on Uruge going into Rodillion. But what's this? No, Subaru has the better angle. He's going to start to close the gap again. They're nearly going to go neck and neck here as we work our way down the first big straight, and we'll have to see who can maintain that. It's Subaru once again with the control, but Ian so aggressive with the track control, just trying to bump Subaru off. He's forced to slow down, and that will give Ian the advantage yet again.
I felt my heart rate elevate through that sequence. I can't imagine what the drivers were feeling in that moment. Ian Brown laying claim to that portion of the track, and Craviator probably looking at his mirror saying, what the heck is going on behind me, as he just tries to hold on to that 6th position.
So Craviator will focus on his battle against Jay in front of him. He's been slowly closing the gap against the 5th place player. We'll see if he's able to actually mark it as we're working our way through the middle portion of the track here. Probably won't see an immediate opportunity unless he really puts the pedal to the metal, and we see some slip-ups from Jay as well. But hold on now as we work our way around. Some of our bigger turns here. He may yet find it, but more than likely going to have to wait until we get to the end of the track towards that final chicane to really make his move, assuming he even wants to go for one this lap.
And I will say, at the top of our leaderboard right now, Dez has reclaimed his position over Goki, and Goki falling about 3 seconds behind on the pace there, so has managed to get some distance, but the battles in this midfield continue to heat up as Craviator looks to work through these turns. Jay trying to get some tires back on the track and hit this straight, so well played to him, but Craviator still trying to find a move to make here.
Craviator tried to go wide there on the chicane. Unfortunately, his opponent directly in front of him there just had a little bit too much track control, was able to cut him off on that second turn of the chicane and prevent him from making a move. So those positions are going to stay the same for a bit here. Meanwhile, taking a look at some of our other front markers here, Zach working his way to try and catch up to the 2 leaders, but there is quite a bit of a distance at the moment to catch up on that respect. So Zach probably going to be some time before he's able to claim it, but he's got all the track room in the world to work it, so it's really up to him and his own fidelity and working his way through the laps here on Spa.
Yeah, and it looks like Craviator was able to find a move on Jay here. So now we'll see if Jay has the pace to battle back. Craviator clawing his way up into 5th for the time being. Jay now trying to get close, trying to find a move. Craviator, though, just keeping it clean through that turn. As we work through here, Jay will just play this one safe, not taking Craviator's overtake too personal for the time being. Their eyes on the leaderboard. I'm seeing if Ian Brown is doing anything. I've got my eyes on him now to see what's going on in the back of the pack, but for the time being, Jay will continue to hunt down Craviator. Craviator, though, we know that he's been in these G challenges before. He is a familiar name, so maybe takes a little bit off the pressure here. He's kind of played these games before.
Going to see some distance starting to open up between him and Craviator. Craviator trying so hard to get past Jay for so long there, but it's paying off now in the fact that we are starting to see that gap widen up between those 2 players. Similarly, as you'd mentioned earlier with Ian Brown, he's been bumped down quite a few positions there, so it seems like his kind of defensive play style has very much come back to haunt him here as they were finally able to get the best of him or knock him off the track or something like that.
Flying a little too close to the sun, I think, is probably.
How aggressively he may have been defending his position, I imagine something like that had happened.
Yeah, he was flirting with it a little too heavy, I think. So, yeah, he's going to be bumped down a little bit, but we'll definitely keep an eye on him. Just Wires, who we were on board with earlier, has, maintained a safe little distance here, but continues to try to work his way up the standings. Absurd Cargo which is what people usually say when I'm riding shotgun, is going to try to defend through here, but Just Wires going a little bit off the track, losing a little bit of speed, trying to make a move on him.
And this is not where you really want to get squirrely with your kind of aim here as you work your way down the track as well. Rouge going into Rodillion is easily one of the most technical parts of this track. You need to keep yourself on the straight and narrow here, but the payoff is huge. As we're seeing now, Just Wire is able to recover it. He's going to make a wide swing to try and work his way past Cargo. A little bump on the left side of Just Wires, but it doesn't phase him. He continues to work his way past and is going to be able to maintain that new position as he works his way up towards Bruxelles curve here.
Yeah, and who is ahead of him? But oh no, Just Wires going to spin out and fall down the standings there. Tough break after what was a nice little move. So we'll hop back onto our P1 and P2 as this battle reheats at the top of our leaderboard. Goki managed to reclaim that first position over Dez, but now Dez looking to fight back for that number one spot.
And these two, well, they are clearly the defined leaders right now. They have been neck and neck the entire time, benefiting off each other's draft. You'll see that in the difference between Dez and Zax there, as we'd mentioned him earlier. It's going to stay that way. Not really much of an opportunity. Oh, we'll see as Goki goes slightly wide there on the second turn of it, but Dez follows suit straight behind him, just playing it nicely, safely, and consistently at the moment to wait for his opportunity to really shift past Goki and retake that lead yet again. Both go nice and tight here on the source. A little tiny bit of spin actually from both of them there. Those two curves that we see at the very end, the source as well as the chicane. That's where you got to be so careful in your gear selection. Do you go all the way down to first gear to get that extra little bit of maneuverability but risk potentially spinning out of your rear tires, or do you take it a little bit safer in second potentially in order to maintain that extra little bit of aggression you can then ramp back up as you get onto the straightaway again? That's the tough choice for these players that they're having to really make inside of these more technical turns.
Yeah, and I love that with our track car combination that we're seeing right now, forcing those players to kind of make those decisions in these heated battles has led to some really fun and interesting moments here in our first race as we are just over that halfway mark in laps. But Dez and Goki, I'm kind of surprised that we've even seen so much back and forth between our 1 and 2. Usually at least somewhere through the midpoint of the race, 1 or 2 tends to kind of break away if Goki had kind of reclaimed that position, but they've swapped a few times now, so we'll continue to keep an eye on them. But revisiting the mid and back pack here as Absurd Cargo loses a spot to the driver in front, but continues to battle through a few of these turns. And yeah, like you were mentioning, Blue, just some of that decision making can make all of the difference. What gear are you selecting in these high pressure moments can be do or die for a lot of these drivers here today.
Subaru has been consistently battling for his 7th place position through pretty much this entire race, most recently having Jay now come up towards the challenge against him. And this is Jay, who we saw in front of Craviator earlier up towards what I believe was about 5th place. So he's actually fallen off a little bit here. Subaru now going to try to make a pass towards him as we come around one of these wide curves here. Will be able to take it, but they have to be careful as they're coming up on that final chicane. Unfortunately, Subaru with some suboptimal track positioning. He's still fighting for it, don't get me wrong, but it seems like his opponent in this situation, Jay, just has the better racing line, so he'll be able to quickly retake 6th place positioning and keep it now as you go past the starting line heading towards the source. This battle might continue into the source again. Let's see though, as Subaru does get that slightly inner angle and he is able to cut ahead of him, but can he keep it now as he rockets down Rouge?
Yeah, really nice driving there from Subaru, but I think the theme of this race too is you might get the overtake, but can you hold on to that positioning? And that's really been the narrative here in this race as Jay using some nice drafting here, trying to get past Subaru. Subaru losing inch by inch, but going into that turn, Subaru will retake that position through the follow-up. Nice defense here on display from Subaru.
Nice defensive hold from him here. His opponent tight on his tail, though. Jay has a great racing line, especially as we work our way towards this kind of midsection of the track here. So Subaru cannot count his blessings in just yet as we work our way around the speaker's corner. He's still going to maintain a lead. Does appear as though he's opening up that gap a little bit, but it's when we loop our way back around once again towards that final chicane. That's really that real test as we go through that, the starting line, past the source and into Rouge once again. That's when we'll really know if these positions have been maintained.
And I was just going to say, at the top of our driver list, Dez was slowly closing the gap on Goki. Can he retake that P1 as we dwindle in remaining laps here in our first race of our APAC Grand Final. Good lines here from Dez going into this chicane. We'll see if he can find an opening. Both of these drivers just playing it pretty clean, but Dez not finding an opening there, but continuing to battle against Goki.
Dez, I think, actually losing a little bit of his competition against Goki there, went a little wide coming out of the chicane, so that will cost him a bit. That should give Goki a bit of breathing room here as he work our way through the final few laps. Bad news for Dez, of course, but for Goki, this is great. He can finally breathe a bit, focus on his lap timing, and ensure he goes for at least the extra point he might be able to get through the fastest lap time if he is on par for that at the moment.
Yeah, that can be a big thing, especially, you know, looking forward. It is a 3-race grand final for each region, so you get a couple of fastest laps in the bag. You're almost looking at moving up a position, so to speak, in point total. So, yeah, if Dez does manage to secure a fastest lap, it might be a nice consolation if he's unable to reclaim P1 against Goki here.
Around Bruxelles for one of the final laps here. It does look like Goki still maintaining that pole positioning, and Dez actually slowing himself down a little bit. Potential caution for Goki running off the track. Didn't want to get caught up in that mess either, so just reacts a little bit prematurely, but that's going to open up an even wider gap now. As you're seeing, it's over a second between these two, where they were neck and neck previously. Dez pretty much benefiting entirely off the draft from Goki that entire time, so it may seem like Goki really has been able to carve a path for himself to maintain P1 all the way through the end of this race now, unless we see something change up in the next lap or two.
I think a fair consolation from Dez, though. You're kind of like, all right, I see Goki. If I push on this, like, I might go from second down to fifth if something goes horribly wrong, right?
Like if we both crash.
Yeah, just kind of like hedging his bets a little bit. I'd rather have a P2 than a P8. So
that's the thing too with these kind of style of vehicle is, yeah, if you get into a bad wreck, it's going to take you a hot second or two to get back on the track, just because of how quickly they can zip out of control at those low speeds. So you do not want to lose that momentum by any means.
Yeah, and even all the way back in our 13th and 14th position, the battles wage on here as the Rex and Absurd Cargo go back and forth for a bit. And, you know, even if the points aren't on the line, like, you know, a few points off, there is still that prize money as well, which can be a big difference in jumps. So that's what I do like about this format. There's always prize money on the line, not just points too. So even if you have a couple of bad races, you can still, you know, work your way up in the standings to walk away with a little more cash, which I think always leads to intense battles throughout the entire grid.
We've been quiet on this player for a minute, but we were just watching him. Craviator back there now being challenged by Subaru, who's been making a rise of his own, fighting for 7th place for about half to 3/4 of the race. Finally able to best Jay, and now is right on the tail of Craviator. Unsure if he'll make the move against him. And actually, just as I say that, we do see him pass. He takes 5th place. Will be exciting to see if he maintains it, but of course we are looking at the front markers once again here, as Dez has been able to close that gap once again against Goki here. So he's finding moments to get so close, but can he actually pass him? There will be an opportunity here. You can see it. He's definitely closing the gap at the moment, but coming up on such a tight turn, he's going to have to be careful about how he pivots that positioning into an actual move he can make here, especially as we're wrapping our way towards the back end of the track now.
Yep, and just a little update on that battle between Subaru and Craviator. They were going back and forth, but it looks like Subaru has locked in 5th for the time being. But Dez here continues to just be really a shark in the water for Goki, just waiting for a moment where he can find a move, as we are on lap 9 out of 10 as well. But I respect Dez for not overcommitting too, because that's, you know, something we've seen kind of come back to bite drivers in the past as well. So just really just biding his time, playing it safe. So, you know, I like the mental fortitude we're seeing out of Dez as well.
Dez trying to be careful with this one, trying to ensure the best angle possible as they work their way past the starting line for the last time here on this race, as we are working our way into it now. Final lap getting started for our 2 front markers, with the rest of the pack following shortly behind around the source. We'll not see an immediate opportunity for Dez to close the gap. Mind you not, he is right on his tail, and we may yet see a chance to do it. We have this long technical turn coming up in Rouge into Rodillion, so we will see if that presents an opportunity yet. If we did see Dez get the better angle, no, actually no, it looks like Dez is going to make a crucial mistake, spins himself out about halfway through Rouge, and that's going to pretty much end it right there. Goki will for sure be the winner of our first race now due to that very unfortunate mishap from Dez. That is often the challenge, folks, that we see on that series of turns. Do you put the pedal to the metal, make a risk when you're at such a high speed position? with the consequences being exactly what we just saw there, or do you play it safe and focus on your lap time? May have not gotten the win, but at least he would have been safer in second place. The good news is, due to the lead they built up before, still safe in that regard for Dez at the moment.
I was going to say, like, the best case scenario just happened in the worst case scenario.
Pretty much.
Is basically
I'm actually quite surprised we didn't see him lose second place there.
Yeah, so just being able to hold on to second is you know, you can shake that one off then. There was a brief moment where Zach might have been able to make something happen, but Dez getting, you know, wheels on track in just the right amount of time to at least hold on to that second place is, yeah, that's the best case scenario in the worst case scenario for Dez. Was trying to work up and battle against Goki, who has now solidified a P1 finish on Spa, and Dez just really thanking his lucky stars here, I think, in our first race.
It is a testament to how well these two racers were able to assert their positioning earlier in the race. Of course, even now seeing it, Goki a good 8 seconds ahead of Dez, and even so, Dez still a good 2 seconds or so in terms of pacing over Goki. So because of the draft those two had going between each other, they just absolutely destroyed the rest of the grid here and thankfully maintained their positions. But there it's going to be, folks. Goki crossing the finishing line first here. He will take P1 as we finish up our first race on Spa.
Yeah, it looks like Subaru is still hanging on in 5th. We've got Craviator in 6th as well. Ian, who we've been on board with a few times here, defending that 9th position. Just Wires, who we saw kind of maybe with the most volatility up and down the leaderboard here, looks to be sitting in 11th, but just as I said it, it looks like Ian will be forced to defend or battle here a little bit more at the end, going back and forth with Delata as this battle continues through these turns, that patented Ian Brown style.
Ian, just no apologies as he battles his way through the chicane here, crossing the finish line in 10th place. And we actually are going to see him, looks like in the preliminary results at least, he's going to be able to cross it there. We'll see what everything ended up shaping out to be in the final standings, but a great first race. Whether we were looking at the front of, the middle, or even the back of the pack, we had plenty of action to be seen. And that's just our first race, folks. We still got 2 more to go as well.
Yeah, still 2 more races, and with that kind of action, I'm excited to get into both Hakone and Mapley Valley, which will be the 3rd one. And after what we kind of saw both in terms of like battles, driving styles, and especially the little Goki versus Dez that we were seeing, really excited to just kind of watch more of that. But I think overall, great kickoff here to this season of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. And yeah, after that first race, I think, you know, a couple things to touch on. That car is super fun to watch, but I'm sure the drivers kind of like, you know, wrestling a beast at all these moments. And you mentioned how pivotal just certain gear selections can be at certain key moments, you know, really kind of making a difference out there as we take a look at our race results.
The good news is, as we go towards our second track, and to some extent our third track, I think that's going to be less of an issue. It's not as brutal of a track on the technicalities, but
yeah,
we'll dig more into that as we get into it. Here are our results once again with Goki, of course, claiming first place. Dez down in second. Keep in mind, of course, Dez initially had the pole position and was certainly fighting to get it back, but was unable to due to that unfortunate slip up towards the end. Zax and Hedgie, great job by both of them, maintaining a consistent 3rd and 4th throughout pretty much the entire race there. And then Subaru really bowing it out. Actually, it looks like now that we're seeing it, got bumped down from an initial start in 3rd, way down to 7th though, was still able to retake 2 positions to end at a pretty respectable 5th, and then the rest of the field moving their way forward from that point.
Yeah, just a lot of like individual kind of pockets of some really exciting racing, and I think as the day progresses here through our other 2 races in our APAC region, I think we'll see, you know, a lot of exciting action. But I am curious on how, you know, that 3rd, 4th, 5th, the driving was good. It was just, I feel like they were just like, there was so much action in front of them and behind them. They're kind of just like, you guys good chilling here? Yeah, we're good chilling here. You know, like,
we're all gonna be friends over
yeah,
here.
we're just gonna hang out here like 3rd, 4th, 5th. We're fine. We're fine. No thanks. You guys do you. So, you know, we've seen it before, right? In the past, all it takes is one, like Dez, you know, is still battling for, you know, that P1 finish at the end of our 3 races, but we've seen it in previous seasons. if he didn't maintain second there, now you're looking at a very uphill battle in terms of trying to just point standings, work your way back to compete with first. So Dez kind of caught a lucky break there, but it only takes a situation like that to kind of put you somewhere entirely different on that leaderboard at the end of the day. So we've got another race coming up in just a bit, but we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and we'll be right back with more G Challenge action. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We just saw our first race in the APAC region, and it was a lot. It was a lot going on in that race between first and second, between Goki and Dez. You know, whether it's Ian with the patented defensive driving, the first offensive defensive driving I've ever, I think, seen out there in the G Challenge. So he's got, you know, a claim on that, and just the battles as well. And one thing I think to mention is Craviator, who we saw in the previous seasons, had a fantastic update from Bass while we were on the break, and he was kind of in second in all of, or if not most of our races in the last season, but obviously finishing and battling around 5th and 6th in that first one. So kind of an underdog story starting to develop here in our APAC region.
And for our current front runners as well, very much the opposite of that. We saw them kind of towards, fighting for that like 5th, 6th, 7th positioning in a lot of the races they did during the last season. Now they're leading. So this is a region that is shaking up, actively evolving, and it's always fun to see, especially now as, like I said, we've had some slight format changes from the previous season. We're sticking with one car throughout all 3 races. And an interesting smaller tidbit just for more kind of avid sim racer fans out here, we're not relying on like real tracks now as we go into our final 2 races. Right. These are Forza specific tracks you're only going to find in Forza, and in Maple Valley's case, a very fun track for this style of vehicle as well. So it's going to create some fun times here that we normally wouldn't see in our previous series. So I'm excited to see how that shapes up.
And I guess, just like a small like peek behind the curtain too, when we're kind of developing each season and saying, all right, what are our tracks? What are we going to go into? It's always like, Maple Valley? Maple Valley. so a fan favorite, a viewer's favorite, and one of our favorites too. So anytime we can go to Maple Valley, we love going there, and that'll be our 3rd race for the day. But for our 2nd race, like we mentioned, we are getting ready to go into Hakone. And really, I'm just kind of excited to see these battles. How are Goki and Dez going to do? Is there any shakeups again in that qualifying? And it looks like, Zach is going to be actually starting in P1. We saw him with a comfortable, I think, P3 finish in our previous race. And as we get into our 2nd of the APAC G Challenge Grand Final, we'll kind of see how this one is going to shake out.
So let's get into it with the race starting. Hakone is going to be a very different circuit from what we saw on Spa. For the most part, we're looking at 2 very long, very big straightaways here. So your momentum coming out of those long, wide curves you see on either end of the track map on the top right, those are going to be the big moments right there. Nowhere near as many kind of opportunities to pass, but it's your consistency that's going to matter the most right here. It's that second curve that we'll see the players wrap around actually just now. That's really going to be, in my opinion, the opportunity to do so, because the curve is a little bit more cut down. So those players that want to make the aggressive moves, diving from the outside to the inside, that's when they're going to have their opportunity to do so. But let's catch up to things here, as now we're starting to see some action as we finish up lap 1.
Yeah, I think we got Jay here kind of middle of the pack. I think the big thing at the kickoff of this race is Subaru holding the lead right now. So kind of a surprise right off the get-go as we see them holding on to first. Zach is going to drop back into second. Jay trying to work his way up that leaderboard, and we've got Goki in 5th. And I'm trying to see Dez starting back in 10th right now. So there is definitely another big shakeup as we get through our first couple of laps here on Hakone.
absolutely the case. Already a big change up here. Zach's really been, as well as Hedgie, have been more the pictures of consistency here. We saw them holding on to third and fourth throughout pretty much the entirety of Spa. They're right back into it again. Sans the bump out here that we saw from Dez, with him way down in 10th at the moment. The grid's looking very much the same, and of course Subaru having making his own meteoric rise to be in the front now. It's already some big changes here. We'll see if it's going to stay that way consistently. Like I said, expect a little bit less that kind of bumper reaction that we were seeing on Spa. It's more about the players that are able to hold their line and their momentum consistently here. And we're actually going to see potentially an issue with that for Jay as he gets thrown all over the track here, coming around the first big curve, and that's going to allow Wires to cross him, take over P7, but can he keep it? Looks like he'll get a nice little boost here heading onto the back straight, and that will allow him to really steal that positioning away, at least for now, away from Jay.
Yeah, Craviator, another one to mention. We kind of talked about him getting into this race. Great performance in the previous season, but so far here in today's championship, just kind of hovering around the mid-pack, but always, we know what they can do, so always a driver to keep an eye on. Looks like Goki is working his way back up here, holding on to P4, but Rex also looking for a move. Subaru getting a little heat from Zach, looking to reclaim that P1 spot. Hedgie also close to getting in on some of this action, as Goki might just be chilling, letting this develop, and then we'll look for a move later on.
Cargo right here now, waiting for his chance to move forward. He knows those two players in front of him are really duking it out. He's trying to see if he can find a sneaky maneuver here to just get the better out of the best of them. We can actually go 3 wide here in a second. Jay is leading forward. Absurd Cargo trying to benefit off the draft from that player. Craviator's like, I just don't even know what to do right now. But a sudden break from Absurd, and oh no, a spin out. Thankfully, he is going to ghost his way out of it there. Prevents further action on the track, but that will leave Craviator and Cargo as the victors. Cargo having to pump the brakes a little bit just for his own safety, keeps him alive, and now just one position back from where he was before.
I'll say there's a lot of firsts for me in this season of G Challenge. We've seen our first offensive defensive driving, and that was the first time I've seen someone get third-partied in Forza Motorsport. So a lot of intense and unique action out there today.
Zach once again trying to take his first pole positioning that we would see in the series so far, sitting right behind Subaru, who of course has claimed his own first leading spot so far here after really having a battle for positioning, starting really from 7th on the first one and then managing up, I think, towards 5th. Now he's leading the pack and has been for some time, but Zach right on his tail as they're going to go double wide here, working their way towards the second big curve on the back of the track here. Not looking like immediately an opportunity for Zach will surface as he follows a standard racing line, but expect that action to continue to develop here over the next lap or two. Zach may yet have his opportunity yet to make a move.
Yeah, I will say, just looking at P1 through P5, everyone is in striking distance right now. So got to be on your A game. Like you mentioned, Zach just trying to find that opening here against Subaru. Hedgie, though, has kind of been in it as well. Goki still hovering, maybe a second and a half back on our top 3 as Zach tries to find something to get by Subaru.
Subaru gets a little squirrely there. Zach not able to make the best use of it just yet as it happens directly in front of him, but it is going to pretty much snap that gap shut. Zach really on this next turn or so here may have what he needs to make a move. If it comes down to it, those final 2 turns are seemingly a great opportunity to make that move, but you need to be so careful because if you carry momentum poorly out of those final few curves towards the back end of the track, that's going to have such an echoing effect on your overall track time going on to these 2 bigger straightaways here. So he needs to make sure not to sacrifice too much there just to get a temporary lead, which of course we could see Subaru take a right back from him if he's not careful enough.
Yeah, another intense battle here as we see our previous race second place finisher Dez still trying to battle his way back up that leaderboard position by position, is now in between Absurd Cargo and Ian Brown. So we'll have to see if Dez is able to find a pass onto Absurd Cargo, but then of course he's got Craviator and the Rex also sitting up ahead of that little pack as those positions will jostle. Craviator will drop down 1, hanging out in 7th. So Graviator, from the previous season, very consistent performances. I think really the competition just elevating as Zach does find that move onto Subaru, but Subaru is going to take it right back. Graviator also finding a move on Cargo, and these positions continuing across the entire leaderboard to go back and forth.
Absurd as well as Dez both going to work their way past Graviator there, but Absurd does get bumped back. It's Dez who's ultimately the victor amongst those three for the time being. Zach and Subaru still neck and neck, and as you had mentioned, Zach did temporarily take that lead away, but unable to keep it here. Subaru so far the picture of consistency as he has been maintaining first place, not over-worrying about the aggressive moves coming from that second place racer directly behind him, but just focusing on his consistent track time so that he can stay in first and hopefully even claim that extra point at the end of this as well. So far that strategy has been working out perfectly for him.
Yeah, just really big shakeups really across the entire APAC region as we see new drivers out here holding on to these top positions. Just Wires is a driver in the previous race we saw kind of going up and down that leaderboard, but finishing in the mid-pack, now catching some heat from D7H4 as he tries to find a spot, but another battle between Ian Brown. Just Wires taking a position. Looks like Dez also taking a position over Cargo. So as our race nears its conclusion, lots of drivers out there on the grid trying to make moves.
There's 2 laps to go here as Absurd Cargo once again in a neck-and-neck battle with someone directly in front of him. It's been a common story all throughout Hakone here, and it once again continues to be the case. He tries to battle for positioning with Dez. Dez, props to him, though, once again. This was one of our front markers towards the beginning of our first race on Spa. He started this one out in 10th and has already managed to retake nearly 5 positions. We'll see how much further he can push that. A little bit of action happening between 9th and 11th as well. It's going to leave Jay, who was a little bit further up quite a while back, and Just Wires must have had a crash of some kind because he goes soaring way back down to, I think that's 15th place now, where he was closer to 10th at the beginning of that action.
Really excited. I know I should, trying to live more in the moment, but race 3 now with the potential finishes here on the leaderboard, race 3 kind of becomes anyone's championship. So as we have just a few more laps here on Hakone, this race became all of a sudden way more serious for all of our drivers, considering our P1 and P2 are sitting in 4th and 6th right now. So this is really any driver's championship at this point in time.
It does look like as we head into the final lap, while of course Zach is going to try to see if he can make a move onto Subaru, it seems like he may be focusing on just maintaining the consistency at second place more than anything. About a half-second divide between those two racers, so it'll be very tough unless we see a slip-up from Subaru here for Zach to really reclaim that. More than likely expect that to stay the same. Hedgie, who we haven't mentioned a whole lot, but he's been consistently here between like 3rd and 5th place the entire time. He's been, once again, still that picture of consistency. And Goki, once again, as well, having reclaimed all the way back from 10th, now up to 4th, and in a pretty safe vein as well. So more than likely be staying at least there. Excellent heroic effort from him to still make sure, while he doesn't get to the podium, he at least ends up in a respectable point position at the end of this second race, so we can stay in the action, fighting for the overall championship here.
Yep, Subaru able to get out just a little bit, lock in what looks to be a P1 finish, and maybe Hedgie, maybe it's all in the name. Maybe he's just hedging his bets on another giant shakeup for P1 and P2, and his, couple of P3, P4 finishes might take it here, depending on what we see in our final race. But so far, it looks like Goki will be locking in 4th. Dez falling just a bit as well, down to 8th. So, really, I'm just going to have to wait and see what the points look like after this one to really start to formulate an opinion onto what we might see in race 3 here.
It's going to make race 3 absolutely important for pretty much all of our drivers here. I don't think we're going to have like a very well-established leader. Looking at the results from these first 2 races, we'll get the actual results on the board here in just a few minutes, of course. But when we see it, that's going to determine kind of, all right, who needs to step up and who gets to chill out a little bit going on to our 3rd and final race here.
Yeah, normally it'd be like, okay, well, this person's finishing in first. Who's going to be 2nd or 3rd? But this one's like, this is kind of anyone's race here as we see our final results from race number 2. Of course, Subaru taking first, nice jumping up 4 positions. Goki also from starting spot, like working his way back up the grid. Dez struggling a little bit in that second race. Hedgie, bumping down one, Zach going down one, but really just some big shakeups. Craviator, while like kind of consistently mid-pack, still trying to work his way up. So very consistent and solid racing out of Craviator. It might just be that competition that came in this season has just really kind of leveled up.
And to be fair for Craviator, it looks like he had some struggles in qualifying for this as well, because look at where he started. He went up 8 positions from where he actually started this race at, versus the opposite of that from what we saw at Dez, where he was actually in 4th. Something happened that we didn't catch on camera right at the beginning of the race to bump him down so far, and still was able to reclaim, like I said, those 2 positions or so. It was Goki, excuse me. I think I'd mentioned that Dez had made like a massive climb earlier. It's more so Goki that started a little bit further back and then was able to climb a few positions to still be in top 4 towards the end.
Yeah, and I'll be curious. I think it was Zach, if I was reading right, might have secured fastest lap point as well. So those can definitely come into play depending on how kind of the math shakes out. I believe Goki might have nabbed the first one, Zach nabbing the second one. So,
which if that's the case, we may be looking at a situation where I think Zach might be among like top 1 or 2 right now, just looking at how consistently he's placed on these first 2 tracks. So.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting to see once those point totals come in. But between, kind of like our, 3, 4, 5 positions in race 1 and 2, they might be in the best spot right now.
Quietly hanging in there.
It's like, hey, I'm here. I'm showing up to class on time. I'm taking notes, and it's paying off.
Not spinning out.
Yeah, it's paying off. So we'll take a look at those points once they are up, and I'm genuinely so excited to see like what those look like. So I think we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break. We'll check our math, because I'm sure this is, maybe we want to make sure we're getting this one right here, and I do too. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our standings and our final race of the APAC region. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and I am excited both to see our current standings in point totals and get into race 3. It's going to be a fantastic, just like 1-2 punch of what's going to happen. So yeah, after that second one, some big shakeups on that leaderboard. Our P1 and P2 from the first race, not even in the top 5, or maybe Goki somewhere around there. Dez having a tough run of it, but Craviator, a P2 finisher from the previous seasons, working his way up the leaderboard back into the mid-pack, but not at all in that like top 3 that we've typically seen. But when we take a look at this leaderboard, we have Goki still up in first, and I think if he did get that fastest lap, that is putting him in first over Zach right now.
Look at how close we are, though. Goki's at 48. Zach is a single point behind him at 47. Subaru, a single point behind Zach at 46. Hedgie, only 4 points behind that. 5th even, just 3 points. This is still a very open grid right now in terms of who can end up winning things as we wrap up our 3rd and final race.
And I want to say, too, the difference between 1, 2, and 3, I believe, is all being separated by individual fastest laps. I think if my memory serves, Goki got race 1 fastest lap, Zach got race 2 fastest lap. So if you take those out of the equation, but it's Goki by 1, and then we've got a tie for second. So it is neck and neck here. And really, it just takes one. We saw Dez, for instance, in that first race, spun out, but was able to maintain second. But a situation like that happens for one of our, top 3 going into this race, and they could just be, out of it. It could just be dunzo. So we're going to Maple Valley, MP44. I'm ready for it. I'm excited to get into this one, and we'll just kind of see what happens.
The big difference here between their previous two tracks is expect there to be virtually no opportunities for these racers to like really slow down to like a first, second, or third gear situation and really try to get a pass on each other. This is a very high speed track, and it stays high speed pretty much the entire time. We got a couple of wide turns throughout the course of it, but aside from that, that's pretty much it. And we have a bullet of a turn to end each lap as well. So this is going to be fun. This is a perfect way to end this, in my opinion.
If I were like watching this from like a real life perspective, and I was going to, I would just camp that last turn. I'm just watching the whole race from that last turn. I'm just seeing people go by, and I'm like, okay, what's gonna happen? That's where I would park it right there. Just set up a static cam right on that, and like I'll just see what happens.
I think the in-game name for it is literally the Rocket as well. So it makes sense because people are literally going to rocket down the hill, similar to what we saw on Spa in the Eau Rouge turn, where you really kind of go downhill fast and hard, and then have a slight uphill curve. Yeah, basically the same thing, but we just took the uphill part out, so you stay fast, going all the way through pretty much.
We said, what if you didn't have to slow down?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I am excited to get into this one. Like we mentioned, just 1 point separating our first, second, and third going into this. And this might be a scenario where fastest lap is make or break for one of these drivers. $1,000 on the line, and also a VIP, all expenses paid trip to the McLaren Technology Center. This is going to be an exciting final race here for APAC.
So you can see that now on the track layout on the top right. A lot of very smooth, straightforward curves where you can carry forward a lot of momentum. The other thing to note here too, of course, since all of our racers for the most part, and quite a few of them are going to be using, real wheel sets, this is a pretty rough track. You can see it there. This is not up to usual standards that would be in play for a track of this caliber. So in a few areas, especially as we go over the bridge before we wrap the farmhouse, the road gets quite a bit bumpy. So players are going to have to be careful about how they traverse this.
You're going to feel it.
Yeah.
You're going to earn this victory here.
So there you go. You can see it with Rex sliding out already.
Yeah, Dez and Goki, 4th and 5th right here. Subaru, though, in the lead by almost a second. Hedgie, again, just kind of hanging out in competition. He's right there. Zach in third. We've got Dez and Goki again. Absurd Cargo, Craviator as well. All names that have kind of just been in the running. And now it's really just make or break. Who's going to clutch up in this final race? Either Subaru locking it in, Zach locking it in. Can Goki work his way back up? Is Dez going to have a redemption run here? There is so much going on in our final race of the APAC region.
Around the farmhouse we'll go, having completed our first lap, and it's actually looking like a pretty stable grid so far. No crazy moves being made just yet, but that's going to change relatively soon here. We've got Dez right on the tail of Zach. Zach's been the picture of consistency, maintaining third, second, or a position very near there throughout this entire series so far, and very well could win this series if he continues to maintain that. But with the pressure really coming up fast and furious here from Dez, he's going to have to be careful to maintain that. Zach's a little bit slow as he works his way around the amphitheater. Dez almost takes the opportunity to push past him, but just does not have the track width needed to do it. That could change, though, on this next series of turns before we start to race our way down through the Rocket and past the lap line again.
Yep, checking in with the mid-pack, all very tight here in our third and final race of our first region of the day. And maybe something worth mentioning too is, a lot of fresh faces, new names in our P1 through P3 as we just get a sense of that speed coming through here, just white knuckling down that final turn. But yeah, I wonder if even the mental game is going to be shown here at all, because we've got some, I believe even our previous winner not, competing in this season. We've seen Craviator, the second place finishes, not kind of up there in those P1s through P3s. So will inexperience also play a factor as you really need to lock in at these breakneck speeds on Maple Valley for our final race?
And it's always such a fine balance you have to play coming out of these longer straightaways where you can really take them on with a massive amount of speed, easily 200 plus miles per hour in some of these situations. But you also don't want to over brake as you work your way toward the big curves like we just see here at Amphitheater and towards the beginning of the track towards the farmhouse, because you'll lose too much momentum. That's how players will catch up to you and will eventually find that opportunity to pass you. You have to find that fine balance between speed and control as you work your way through this track.
Yeah, it's kind of, if I were to make an analogy, it's like doing a tightrope walk, but at 200 miles per hour. It's kind of that's what you're working with right here, as we see Dez trying to battle against Zach here, and really Subaru in this position, setting himself up for success. He's just got to maintain that lead. Hedgie, though, again, just consistently in that second, third, and maybe fourth in the first race, but always in that battle, but somehow kind of staying out of the action to secure those positions. Craviator, again, the name we've mentioned, kind of the experienced G Challenge competitor, struggling with a little bit of the competition out there on the grid today, but still very solid and impressive performances. We've got Goki battling against Cargo. Goki dropping down to 6th is a big deal, as I believe he was the point leader going into this race, but only by a single point.
That leaves Zach's in a pretty good position as he still maintains third. Hedgie and Subaru directly in front of him. Subaru would be the closest contender, although Hedgie actually had been sitting like 1 or 2 points behind him, and now Dez actually just managing to pass Zach as of a few seconds ago. So even that destiny is uncertain right now. This is going to really come down to the wire here, and we're only halfway through things. This is a good opportunity for Goki. He definitely has the speed advantage over Absurd Cargo, but Absurd Cargo all over the track, not giving him an inch here. Who breaks first? It's Cargo, giving Goki that positioning, and actually we're going to see him try to push it further, but no, it's Dez and Zach instead. They're still fighting for their own positions, just 2 places in front, and Zach, very well done here as he works his way around the barn house. He's able to retake things as well.
And to put it in common terms, Dez has the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now. If he were to clutch a P1 here, work his way up the leaderboard, we might see another shakeup in your conclusion of these standings, as Dez really has locked in here on our third race on Maple Valley.
Absurd going to be able to retake positioning from Goki again. Those two continue to go back to back. Same with Dez and Zach. It's such a close race here. And hold on, maybe another move being made here at the moment. Dez is trying to find a way to fight back for third place position and get him back onto the podium once again. Zach's aware of how aggressively he's being challenged though. And you're seeing a few players do this. Track limits are even being tested a bit here on this one as well, which is so dangerous for this style of car. But with the speeds they're going, coming down the rocket like that, it doesn't even matter anymore. You can soar right over the grass with a wheel or two and not even feel it really. So that's exactly what players like Dez are utilizing right now.
And Goki continues to battle against Absurd Cargo here. We've seen Goki climb his way back up out of this mid-pack before. Dez right now, though, just doing a little bit of a better job at it. But Goki really being tested by Cargo, trying to, get past the gatekeeper into the top 5 at this point. But, don't count Goki out just yet. We've still got some race left as Goki really starts to push it a bit here against Cargo.
Goki's had so many opportunities to get past Cargo, but Cargo just not giving him an inch of the track that he needs right now, playing his own position so defensively. So Goki maybe getting a little bit frustrated there as he goes for the love tap instead on the back. He tries to work his way past. Won't find the chance to do it just yet. We'll see our high-speed maneuver coming up here in just a second, though, as most of our drivers start to work their way down through the rocket once again to begin lap 7 in just a moment.
Subaru really, though, might be locking it in potentially as we see Hedgie a decent chunk of time behind, while the action has been intense through 3, 4, 5, and even down into 6th. It's really the difference between Subaru and Hedgie kind of making up a big portion of it right now. But with how tight the actual point standings are going into this race, it is really the story of every single position matters, even if you're finishing in second for someone like Zach. Depending on Goki's position, Zach might be fine in this position, but Subaru really kind of giving himself the best shot to clutch it up and take the victory here.
Zach needing to focus heavily on defense right now just due to the point implications that letting Dez past him would have. He's focused way more on that than he is versus passing Hedgie, although those two are also very close to each other, so he's really got to play dual objectives here. Can't let a player behind him get past. Needs to find a way to sneak past Hedgie as well, but Hedgie's got a pretty safe lead in front of him, so I'd rather focus on the defensive if I were him in this situation, but we'll see what he ends up choosing to do. Rex, in the meanwhile, still trying to get his best past Craviator as we pay attention to positions 8 and 9 here, checking things out as they also racing their way down the rocket right now. We'll see if Rex got the better kind of mount onto this turn and if it'll be able to give him the lead. Looks like it'll give him the wingspan, but does he have enough track to land it? That's the question, and the answer, is going to go way wide. Tries to go so hard, and that's that fine balance we were just talking about. Do you hammer it in, go lighter on the brake, and assume you can take on that curve, or do you brake early and play it safe? He tried to go for the earlier and pays the price.
And especially as we get down into our final laps here, maybe we'll see a couple drivers risking it all going into those final turns, trying to fight for every inch and every position. But I'm just kind of imagining Hedgie right now. You know, you have all these other drivers, Subaru, Zach, Dez, Goki coming off the track, just battered, covered in sweat, grease, and Hedgie's like, it was a pretty fun day, guys, right? Like, just not involved in any of it. Like, hey, it was a good championship.
Some good clean racing,
yeah,
boys.
Yeah, as everyone else is absolutely battered and battled out there. So Hedgie, you know, a testament to the consistency and just finding those solid positions as, you know, the war rages on around him.
One lap to go here as we work our way around for quite a few of our racers. We will see once again who will come out on top. And Goki's still looking for the chance to pass. Cargo here has him for a split second, but as we work our way around the farmhouse, loses it again due to taking the outside angle. Likely won't immediately get an opportunity, although Cargo going to slow himself down a little bit by testing the track limits there. Will it be enough? Be enough for Goki to stay right on his rear, that's for sure. And a nice long straight. This may give him the opportunity, but we're coming up on a turn again soon here. Goki, are you going to play and match that aggression against Cargo to cut him off? He will, but Cargo with the ghost still manages to avoid a bit of a tap out here and will manage to push past because of that.
Yeah, just kind of, you got to play to what's available there, and Goki trying to, you know, force the position, and Cargo saying, it's a little crazy, so Cargo saying, hitting the timeout button, but it's Zach for a brief second, taking Hedgie down. He tumbles through that leaderboard.
Goodness.
So maybe Hedgie, that kind of changes everything here, as now it's a battle between Subaru, Zach, and Dez. So this could be another big shakeup in those standings. Not exactly what happened to Hedgie. We were just talking about how consistent the driving had been, but might have just been, you know, those breakneck speeds in the wrong position. We've seen it before, drivers just going to mow the lawn, so to speak, and maybe something happened to Hedgie, but that is another crazy shakeup, because not only does it mean that Zach and Dez are now in second and third, but Goki and Absurd Cargo have also now found free positions on the leaderboard.
This is going to come down to our final stat board. Ultimately, it's going to be so close to call among so many of our racers here in the top 5 or so right now. No easy way to predict it, but as we work our way around those final turns, it does look like once again Subaru will be able to take control of P1 here. Picture of consistency, especially on these last 2 maps here now. He's going to get a huge boost in points, but that takes us back to our original question. Will it be enough for him to stay at the top of our leaderboard and take the championship here for the APAC region? We'll be finding out in just a few minutes, but it is a confident first place finish for Subaru, as he is indeed first across the finishing line here on Maple Valley.
Yeah, like we kind of mentioned, I'm done. Check out. But like we mentioned, going into this race, the leaderboard standings first and second were determined, as we see everyone pushing it now is what we're seeing. I'm trying to set things up, but race being over, it's really kind of what we saw on the leaderboards, the standings going into this race, that first, second, and third were all separated by a single point for fastest lap. So factoring that in and really just how this went, does Subaru, you know, with a couple of good positions and then a first place, is that able to take it? Is there some math I'm just not accounting for? Kind of heartbreaking too to see what happened to Hedgie out there. Was super consistent, just got caught up in the action one time, and he's saying, this is why I don't get involved, guys. This is why I try to do this. I knew this would happen. With an unfortunate little heartbreak moment there for Hedgie, who had just been consistently kind of in the running in a great position. So we're really just going to see how the final standings and point totals. So we'll take a look at our race results, see where everyone kind of finished officially in this race. So you got Subaru, Zach, Dez, Absurd Cargo, also kind of one that maybe started in that mid-pack in our first race that we were talking about, but just consistently was clawing their way up the leaderboard. Goki falling back too might be the difference maker, as he was in first in standings, but only by a single point. So could be Zach, could be Subaru, maybe Dez. Fastest lap times, trying to take a look at that real quick. Subaru also locking in, so I think 3 different fastest lap times in terms of that single point. So it's going to be crazy just where the totals end up for our final results as we go to crown an APAC winner.
And we're going to figure out who that is in just a second, of course. We have the stewards figuring out the point totals right now. And especially when things are as complicated as this, it might take them a second or two, so we'll make sure.
Please double check the math. Yeah, we don't want like an Oscars situation here. We don't want to call the wrong name. Like, yeah, let's not open the wrong envelope. I don't want to be I don't want to be that guy. So take all the time you need. But yeah, it's almost, I'm in one of those situations where I'm just like, hey, do we want to do some extra races? Can we have more of that? Like, that was so good. Yeah. Is there sudden death rules? Is that something that can happen? What are we looking at here? As we, add those up, total them up, and work to bring you guys the results. But again, first place going to be walking away with $1,000, and not just that, they get that fully paid VIP expense trip to the McLaren Technology Center. Super cool experience. Get to walk through, basically see behind the scenes of McLaren, what makes them tick, talk to all sorts of tours, VIP stuff, take a look at the car. You probably even touch the car if you wanted to, all sorts of cool stuff. There is also on the line, but it's going to be Subaru taking first place with 3 points, Zach in second, and Goki in third.
Goki, of course, technically had the first place coming into this third and final race, but we saw him drop down a few positions, bumping him down. Zach's probably our picture of consistency as we look at these top three right now, fighting towards the top, and it was Subaru with that kind of meteoric rise on tracks 2 and 3, was just hanging out towards 5th and 6th place towards our first track, but really slammed it hard on our second and third tracks and was able to earn a very well-deserved first place final finish here by 3 points over Zach's, giving him our first place prize of $1,000 and that very, very nice trip to the McLaren Training Center.
And Craviator, another name that's like worth shouting out because has been in our Forza Motorsport G Challenge competitions in the past, was hanging out in second in our standings in the previous one. So all things considered, with the competition we saw out there, finishing in 6th, still a great performance on the day. Just kind of with all the action, all the craziness going on, still to hang out in 6th with that, a great performance. Absurd Cargo, also a driver who we saw even at the start of the day, kind of finishing towards the towards back of the pack, but winding up in 7th. But really, Subaru with that consistent performance, and really the clutch final performance on Maple Valley, making all the difference. So we'll take a look at our final results for the region. You can really just see how tight all of this was, because Goki, and while Dez finished great in race 3, not a great finish in race 2, kind of flip-flops for Goki, and it was anyone's race. Hedgie again with that heartbreaker, falling back a bunch of positions. So if he was, like one tiny thing, what's the saying? Like, a butterfly flaps its wings and everything changes, was basically race 3 there. So many different variables at play. It was really just Subaru locking it in, being consistent, and finding a nice kind of some breathing room in first that was able to take it. But really, if anything else had happened in that grid, you could see sweeping changes to those final results.
The core message here is props to APAC for giving us one heck of a series.
What a kickoff.
Entertaining, to say the least. Yes, we're only one region. 3 more regions? We got 3 more to go still.
There's 3 more? Oh, if they're anything like that, man, we have to, get an ambulance on standby or something. I don't know how this one's going to go. But props to the APAC region. Shout outs to Subaru for that first place finish. But yeah, like we mentioned, we've got EMEA, LATAM, and NA all going to be racing today as well. So, you've got a lot to live up to in terms of excitement, other regions. Not to put any more pressure on you guys, but man, it was a great kickoff, but I'm sure we'll see some more fantastic racing throughout the day. So that's going to do it for our APAC region. We're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll get into our EMEA Regional G Challenge Championship races. So stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're going to roll things back a little bit as we just had a very exciting start to our stream for today, wrapping up the APAC finals, and now we're moving on to our next region here. With that said, we're going to be changing up our talent on screen as well. So I've got Bass joining me here on the cast now. Welcome. How we doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for some racing today. Already been an exciting time as we get to watch the APAC region, and now we move on to EMEA, where we've got some, I'd say, favorites that we're probably going to be taking a look at, but based on what just happened in APAC, I don't know if favorites matter much at this point. The results are going to be just differing from race to race, and as we saw, it's really anybody's game. So excited to see what we get here as we get into our European competition.
What was your take on the APAC format, by the way? Obviously, chaos, right? Lots of fun.
That was the big thing for me. It's like I'm trying to keep up with the results because we look at the results between APAC in this challenge versus the last one that we had only about 4 months ago, and the top two racers from APAC back then were very clearly Lags and then Graviator, another player that was actually racing in the last time, but now we get to switch up with the cars. We move on to a more traditional racing car, and it's a little bit different now where it makes it that he doesn't have the same results. So rather than the top two being definitive here, getting to see the back and forth between Subaru finally kind of pulling away at the end there, as well as Goki starting off strong, but then kind of having that waiver as they get into races 2 and 3, made a really interesting back and forth. So I'm hoping we get something like that in EMEA. As I mentioned, though, it's usually a battle between two favorites in EMEA traditionally, so I'm looking towards all of the rest of you guys to get some upsets here today.
Well, we'll see if that's going to change up at all, of course, as we head into this season. But like we said, we wanted to take a step back, of course, to look at how our racers got here. Just like over in the APAC region, there was 2 paths that each of our players could have taken to qualify for this day. The first one being our in-store competition days, where if they seeded among the top racers in their specific store, they would have qualified for our race day semifinals that we had a few weeks back. Alternatively, in the Forza game itself, they could have taken place through our rivals qualifiers that we did over the past few months and managed to secure a final slot that way as well. That's how we ended up with our grid for today's race, and it's going to be, once again, quite the challenge for our racers here. Unlike previous seasons where we had 3 different cars to go with among all 3 races, we're keeping it consistent with the 1988 McLaren MP4/4, a legendary vehicle in terms of its history in motorsports, and then we'll be racing on 3 separate tracks as well. And also, unlike similar seasons where we kept it pretty much to the kind of real track, so to speak, we're now mixing in some Forza tracks as well, with Hakone and Mapley Valley, winding things up after we go to Spa to start things out. In terms of how our points will work, it's pretty straightforward. Whoever races towards the top gets more points, and we also have that nice little bonus point there for fastest lap. It'll be 10 laps in total, and the players did qualify yesterday for the most part going into these ones, which actually is a nice change up to what you usually see in format where you do the qualifying live, because it gives our players a nice chance to kind of get ready for things here as well. Bass, you want to break us down what we're going to be looking at here for prizing?
Well, prizing is going to be 2 things that you see on your screen right now. On the right side, you're going to see the actual cash money that they have the opportunity to win here today. First place taking home $1,000. It's going to be a 200 jump until you get into 6th to 7th, where it goes to 300, then 100 underneath. You get the idea. You can read it on the right side. But really, it's that thing at the very bottom of your screen on the left. First place winner from each region receives an all expenses paid VIP tour for 2 at the VIP McLaren Technology Center. And that, I got to say, is a prize beyond compare, man. Being able to go there, get to see all the McLaren cars, get to see the technology that they are building. Just such a cool opportunity that has been available for these G challenges before, and I'm glad we get to do it today again and give them $1,000. Imagine that. You get on an all expenses paid trip and you get $1,000, man. I don't think it gets better.
The gift shop over there at the MTC.
Literally. Just
must be
clear out.
Having a great time after these tournaments, that's for sure. But that's what's on the line once again, just like we saw in APAC. So in just a few minutes here, folks, we're going to be winding up our first race, which is going to be on Spa as well. So that will be interesting because we saw that one be quite chaotic, especially in the MP4 back on our first race in APAC, right?
Yeah, it's been interesting, again, like you talked about in APAC, where it really did have, I'd say, consistent results into race 2 and 3, but in the beginning of it, you get to see that little back and forth, and that battle really happened on Spa in particular. And again, as we talked about with EMEA, with some racers here that are a little more traditional, that have been in these challenges before and have semi-expected results, I'm looking towards a battle between that top 2, similar to what we saw on Spa before. And I think it is going to be a lot of those early turns that are going to kind of determine the outcomes of this race as a whole. Again, we look at people like Mitch, we look at people like Boked. Those are racers that have been in this challenge before, that have done well in this challenge, and I expect them to not only lead the pack, but to kind of create the chaos that will then fall behind them, considering, it's Spa.
Yep, pretty much the case. And again, for those folks who missed our first race over in APAC or just newer to racing in general, of course, Spa, easily one of the most technical tracks we see in this type of circuit as well. There's 3 key areas, in my opinion, to pay attention to. It's that first turn, the source, basically, as it's called, where it's just a hard hairpin cut to the right. Basically, you have to battle for that hard corner if you really want to rock it out from that one. The turn right after that, Rouge going into Rodillion, just as important because it's a test of your high-speed control. If you screw up there, just like we saw in our APAC race, of course, where one player had a very unfortunate spit out at the very end of it, it's going to cost you huge. And then as you wrap your way around the track, at the very end, that final chicane, that'll determine your speed going into those first 2 turns as well. So that one's just as important, and that's also where we're going to see a lot of players really trying to make a move and make a pass as they wind their way through the race line.
Yeah, it's going to get really interesting, I think, both in the beginning of the race and obviously the end. This is pretty standard thing to state. I don't think I need to reiterate that all too much, but I think Spa is going to be one of those few races where you're going to have to pay attention, again, like we said, to the first and last turns here of every single lap that we go through. Player spins out in lap 8, it's going to probably actually affect them through laps 9 and 10. You're not really going to have that chance to kind of catch back up in comparison to something like a Hakone or Mapley Valley at the end, where it's going to have those straightaways that do allow you to kind of maybe gain some room if you know how to race a little bit better, be able to take some insides on those wider tracks instead. You don't really get that availability at Spa. Spa really is going to be punishing in a lot of ways. We saw that already through APAC. I'm not surprised if we're going to see a similar result here in EMEA, with racers probably struggling a little bit if they are not at the beginning of that pack. You then kind of get forced into those riskier plays, and I think that's going to get really interesting here, as we saw in APAC, because as soon as risky plays did come out, you look at the top 5 there for the first race in APAC, and then you look at the top 5s for races 2 and 3, completely different crew. And again, it comes down to just that risk versus reward coming in out of those initial turns and trying to kind of find the very limited places to pass, I would say, on a map like Spa.
Absolutely the case. Not to mention, too, it's a much longer track in comparison to the other 2 that we have in rotation for this tournament. The final 2, Hakone as well as Maple Valley, are right around 2.25 miles roughly, whereas Spa's about like 4.5, closer to that. So nearly double the length in terms of an overall race. Like, they're going to be looking at probably double there as well. So that's really going to test our drivers' endurance capabilities as well. Really shouldn't like stress the mechanics on the cars that much, just because of the fact that, once again, these are only like 10-minute races, roughly, generally speaking, but still. Also important to note, for those of you that missed out on the action in the previous few weeks leading up to this event, you can still participate and potentially earn your own trip over to the MTC. Go ahead and check out the bonus stage that's going on right now inside of Forza Motorsport. You can find it pretty easily from the main menu. That's going on between now and I believe the 3rd would be right about next Wednesday. So make sure you jump in, get in on the action. If you get a time registered, you'll be entered to win as well.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the coolest things about this. Again, we talked about it. The winner is getting that opportunity to be able to go out to the McLaren Technology Center, but you also have that opportunity at home if you would like to. Just all you have to do is participate, put up a lap, see what you get here. You might not be able to get into the, let's say, top 10, top 100, as these racers have been practicing on this for so long, but you still get entered into the contest, and as we've talked about, it's an incredible opportunity. They might not have the $1,000 in their pocket for winnings to go and like clear out the gift shop, but you still get an opportunity to kind of look around, see what it is, and I promise you it's worthwhile the experience. An incredibly cool place at McLaren Technology Center.
We can see behind us now our racers are getting ready, nice and warmed up as... Sorry.
Almost.
But yes, they're getting ready now to jump into Spa, so we'll be getting started with our first race of the EMEA region in just a second. And as we were mentioning, it's really those storylines that we've seen play out from the previous 2 seasons. We've had players before come in, shut it down, but we're recently upset losing that positioning, and now we're going to see if they're able to reclaim that in our summer season here today and kind of take the crown, take the trips back as well, and the prize money that comes along with it. It's going to be quite a storyline. It'll be interesting to see if our changes to the format from the previous season to this one affects the performance of those players as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our starting grid to see where things ended up lining out right here. Starting from the back line, we've got Blue Shadow 599 taking our final position. MDIME 99 there, taking up 15th place. Moving down from that in 14th, we've got Zordon over here, 1990. Actually, a man after my own birth year, or nearly that at least. Thanos lap there in 13th. We'll keep moving up the grid as well. Gatilio, we've seen him race in this before. That's a familiar name in 12th. Vass, why don't you take the next few racers here?
And it's going to get more and more familiar the further we go on. F1R Sean, another familiar racer as we continue to move on up here. They're going to start in 11th. We go to 10th now, and it's C1 Mickey. Again, these names are going to start to get more familiar, and I want you guys to pay attention to those little abbreviations at the beginning. Some of these guys are racing for clubs, racing for teams, and it shows that they've been practicing a long time, including our number 9 here in Brulder. I'm going to say Bituni. I'm going to hopefully pronounce that correctly if I get the chance. And then ZR Ruiz Racer. We get down to our top 8 now, though, here, Blue, and this is the top half of the pack. These are probably going to be the racers we're going to start to have to pay attention to very closely as the race develops.
All right, let's keep going down the list here and see who else we have. ZR Villa will take P7, moving up to P6. Moving on from that, we will have Quinton Je, who once again is going to be a familiar name for me. We've seen him participate in these challenges previously. Josie will take up the starting top 5 here in 5th place itself, and now into the top 4. We've got Eclipse. These are the names you folks are really going to start to remember here in 4th place. 3rd place goes to Miguel. And then finishing up the rest of our podium starting position, we've got Barcode, who once again should be a name a lot of folks know as a familiar face coming into these McLaren G challenges. And then Boquette, who has dominated these circuits previously, making his return once again here for the summer season in 2025.
Yeah, Boquette has dominated these G challenges before, but interesting enough, the last one they did not. It was actually instead RBM Mitch that comes out on top, but Boquette still very consistent in the last G challenge that we had. They finished 2 out of the 3 races in 2nd place. They were a very consistent finalist in multiple of these occasions. So again, really impressive racing across the board here, but it is also going to show that there are very clearly front runners for who we have to expect on the day, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to count out a lot of those other guys who I would say somewhere in that top half. An interesting name that we mentioned going through this one was Kaiser Miguel and then Quinton, 2 racers that I think have finished within the top 5 pretty consistently throughout these G challenges, but are probably going to have to go up against it in this first race here. I do recommend to them, don't necessarily go for the maybe riskier play here. If we look at the tradition here for the G challenge, it's actually not been the racer that's had the fastest lap necessarily that's winning these races. It's the racer that is playing consistently, that is making the right moves. And as we've mentioned a lot here with Spa, there are going to be those opportunities where you have to kind of balance that risk versus reward. And for those racers who are maybe in that 4th to 8th spot trying to climb up further into the podium, do be careful. I don't necessarily think that you should maybe full send it just because it's giving you a chance to get past. Play carefully. It's not necessarily about just having the fastest lap, but having the most consistency throughout the 3
and
or 10.
We'll see that be really a consistent theme throughout these tracks as well. Going over to our second one on Hakone, in my opinion, the player who drives the most consistently has the best racing line is going to win that race 9 times out of 10. Not the most aggressive racer. The track just doesn't really play into that play style, unlike Spa that we're seeing right now. And then for Maple Valley, if you want to make some moves, that's the track to make a move on. You can get real whippy on that track. You just got to be able to control it at the end of the day. As we saw for a few of our racers back in APAC, they were unable to do so. So we're going to have to really tide that balance, basically, especially if you're coming out of the big straightaways there. But it's all a focus on Spa, like we said before, by far our most difficult track out of the 3 that we have here, and definitely our most technical when it comes to the raw muscle memory you need to have coming into this one due to the number of turns and the overall length of the track, not to mention the difficulty of the turns, very much this one right here that we're looking at, the source, and taking that downhill into Rouge Rodillion as well.
I almost had the tracking. We're getting closer and closer every single time that we try it on this one. But yeah, pay attention to this turn in specific. It is going to cause a lot of problems. I mean, we saw that last time. I'm trying to think of I think it was either Zax or Des, in the last race who had that problem in, I believe, Spa, where they were just kind of trying to play a little bit of chicken. Again, you're getting to that initial turn. You're wondering who's going to be the first one to kind of give into the pressure of itself. And again, to a lot of these racers, they're going to need to be careful. I think that the bright lights are going to probably get to them. They're going to have that anticipation of, I can be that person to break last. I can be the one to dictate how we're taking this turn. I would not recommend that unless your name is probably Boquette. It's not going to be a great idea to try and play chicken with a lot of these guys who, as we've talked about, have practiced on this. You not only had to qualify for this, but you had to get a good time. So these guys know what they are doing. They are ready to race, and so are we. Let's get into it. 10 laps here on Spa, our first race for EMEA.
Into it we go with Boquette once again leading the charge. Will more than likely be able to keep it as well, as he's going to be able to cut wide left and then into the hard right for the first pass through the source. It'll be busy through here though, so still expect some jumbling amongst our racers until we really split up, working our way past Rodillion after the downhill crushing of Urouge here. Boquette still very much in charge, but we'll see if that remains the case once we work our way towards that kind of back half of the track or so.
Like we said, Boquette's definitely going to be a racer to watch on the day. Anybody in that top 3 is going to definitely be one to watch. But I do want to mention, again, as we talked about it, our previous champion here in RBM, Mitch, is not participating here in this specific G Challenge. So this is really up for grabs for a lot of that top 3 space that maybe wouldn't be afforded before. Usually it's that battle between Boquette and Mitch. Now we're seeing a battle between Boquette and Barcode. And I do want to give flowers where they are due to Barcode. This is a very talented racer. You can see by the way that they're looking to hit the overtake here on this turn, and they are not going to be able to take it. Again, Boquette Boquet very good at the defense here, even if they're taking the inside-outside, doesn't really matter. But again, Barcode, very solid racer, able to put up one of the fastest laps in the last competition that we had. I believe it was on Silverstone. So curious to see how they do here on Spa. So far, they're proving they're going to continue to fight for that top 3 position.
Barcode, some really confident racing going on here as well, testing the track limits in all respect. We do have a spin out there in our mid-pack. It looks like Villa goes soaring down to the bottom, all the way towards 12th place from a previous 6th or 7th positioning as well. Barcode hasn't been able to take away the leader position from Boquet in the meanwhile, though, and honestly, just looking at that first 30 seconds or so of racing, it looks like Barcode just way more familiar in terms of how to manage this track, and specifically how to manage the car, versus Boquet, who we saw get quite a bit squirrely there on a few of those initial turns. We'll see if he's able to pack that up, maybe just some cold tires or something else going on there.
It's the beginning of the race here in lap 1, so I don't necessarily want to say that Boquet's going to probably play with this more passive style throughout the rest of it, but it does definitely feel like Barcode is more willing to take those risks, more willing to try and push further up into the pack and take the lead where they can. It makes sense. We've created ourselves a little bit of a pack here between our top 3 or 4 that are all in such close contention, and then you get a little bit of a break as we get into F1 Sean and the rest of the pack here. That being said, this is already looking a little bit closer than we had already for APAC. Everybody taking these turns in very close confines. I start to worry that if we continue with this very close pack throughout the entire thing, the minute we do get a crash out on one of these turns, things are going to turn to chaos.
Could do very quickly. Barcode once again trying to make the move on Boquet as he was able to reclaim his P1, but is not going to be able to keep it, as once again Barcode, just the mastery of the track here, especially on these straights, takes it, but he's going to end up wide now as he move into the next turn, but the cutoff, no respect given towards Boquet whatsoever, just slams his opponent out of the race and slams himself into a more confident P1 as he work our way around towards Bruxelles into the speaker's corner, but Boquet realized this. Okay, you want to fight? Let's fight. Gets right up against him to try and challenge for positioning on these next few turns as well.
Even more credit to Boquet on this one. You're looking at this thinking that, okay, he's going to try to continue to play patient, and there's a moment where you think about him maybe trying to get a little bit more aggressive, trying to get that take back over Barcode here, but he holds back, takes a second to just kind of keep inside the pack, doesn't necessarily want to spin himself out too early and all of a sudden have to fall behind from that, like we said, initial 4 racers that are setting the pace right now. Credit, though, again, to Barcode. He really has seemingly found not only a good way to stay aggressive in these, overtaking multiple racers, multiple positions, but he's done a good job defending that position as well, that initial take that we saw, and then immediately keeping that inside line and just not allowing neither Eclipse nor Boquet to even get close to him. It's now resulted in actually a decent gap for him here, almost a half a second at this point, as he's starting to pull away a little bit from Eclipse and Boquet.
Yeah, Boquet now bouncing all the way back down into P3, and he still doesn't have the pressure off of him yet either, as we also have Miguel only about a half second or so behind. Still a healthy gap for now, so Boquet can focus on the racers in front of him, and especially so with a little bit of slippage there on Barcode. That may be what Boquet needed to rocket through this next straightaway, but we're not seeing the returns catch up to him just yet here. Early break from Eclipse forced by Barcode as they have the hard cut into the source here, so no challenge opportunity given to them yet. That is going to allow players like Miguel to close the gap, now only about a half second behind Boquet as well, so the pressure here in the front of the pack will keep up well into lap 3. No clear winner as of yet.
Again, pack just so close. We're starting to see a couple of separations here. I think you really start to see it around P10 where things start to fall off a little bit. But for the most part, really that top 8, that top 5, still in very close contention. It is still the top 4 that continues to be the closest of the pack here. But again, this turn, this is where things start to get a little bit weird. But it's Barcode, again, just proving. Look at how much he has studied this track. You can just see it. He is pulling away from Eclipse, who has not raced poorly by any stretch of the imagination. He's played him close. But the moment Barcode gets even a little bit of space to kind of flex the knowledge of Spa here, he is doing it in spades. Another good turn from him, and he's again over half a second in front of second place.
And again, it even looks like Barcode kind of has taken his own unique racing line onto this one too, because I've seen some slight differentials in when Barcode versus Eclipse, for instance, are actually activating brakes, coming up on turns and whatnot. So like you had mentioned, Barcode doing some massive prep, it seems like, coming into this race today for Spa, and at the moment it's paying off hugely as we finally are starting to see a gap open up between P1, P2, and really the rest of the grid at this point.
Just take a look in here at Quinton Jea, another player that we talked about before that has played in G Challenges and raced in these G Challenges. Previously, they actually had some decent results here racing in EMEA, as I believe they were able to get multiple top 5 finishes in the last G Challenge. For a moment, can't say the same. They're stuck in 12th behind a pretty sizable amount of cars and gap that we continue to see. Again, you can really look at it in the top right in the map there. This is pretty much the cutoff for where the beginning pack stays, and everybody else that's still just trying to catch up. Dex, another racer that we've seen here before, and again, still kind of stuck in that middle pack. Everybody's just trying to catch up as close as they can to that top 3, that top 4 that's cut off by Kaiser Miguel or Boquet, but it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of space. We talked about this Spa, maybe a longer track, but with so many turns that are just going to force players to just kind of restart their restart their lines. It just makes it very difficult. Another great example here as we come through the first turn yet again, and it is still Barcode and Eclipse far and away at the front. This time now pulling away from Boquet.
Boquet just not able to keep up with the pressure, it seems like, from these two racers here at the moment. So we'll have to sit still in a very respectable, but not where we expect him to be, third place at the moment. Miguel also still behind him, trying to challenge, but he has a little bit of ground to make up on his own regard. It's very much about these front two runners at the moment and who will end up as the best of them. And with the prep that Barcode came into this race with today, I'm not sure if Eclipse is going to be able to best him. But we still have a little over half the race to go, so we definitely won't write either of these drivers out yet. Chaos could still ensue as well, as Barcode and Eclipse certainly risking it on a few of these turns, definitely looking consistent at the moment. But there are times when we see the wheels get away from them, and if they let them slip too far, that could be the beginning of a very bad time for either one of them.
And especially if they also start to slip further down in our placements list here. Again, we talk about this. Boquet, a previous winner here of the G Challenges through many, many impressive races, many first places within these races as well. So you look at this and see him in third place and go, this is an opportunity for both Eclipse and Barcode to get themselves a little bit of an extra lead here. As we talked about it with the point totals, it's not going to be that 2-point differential until you get past third place. So the 3 points rather than the 2 is actually going to give a lot more room for Barcode and Eclipse to feel a little bit comfortable if they can secure this top 2 finish for either one of them. Again, we're not going to count out Boquet, not by a long shot, but we're definitely going to continue to give the compliments where they are due because, oh my goodness, look at Barcode and Eclipse.
Oh boy.
2 seconds in front of Boquet, and then Boquet's like another 2 seconds in front of everybody else.
It seems like we're slowly separating 3 or 4 portions of the grid right here. We see Eclipse trying to snake his way into a move against Barcode. A little bit of a tap against him there as well as they work their way back out into the starting line straight. But now, once again, another move opportunity. Eclipse probably a little bit too close to Barcode, unfortunately, in this situation to really make a move. And we're also going to see Boquet, probably the closest he'll see those two for at least this lap here, as off they go, racing down Eau Rouge. And where we'll see Barcode more than likely be able to gain a little bit of an advantage here again once more, unless Eclipse really wants to take a risk on a move here. That was the mistake we saw in our last region that cost one of our racers greatly, but Eclipse just eating up all that draft right now on the big long straightaway before we work our way to the back half of the track.
Got to hold our breath here coming around this turn. This is going to get a little bit intense, especially considering we've talked about the defensive driving that Barcode has been so good at dictating here. He's just not given options for Eclipse to pass him, and on top of that, he's really forced him into these awkward angles whenever taking a turn like this. He's got to slow down. Eclipse probably had the momentum to pass him if he had the right line, but Barcode, again, just doing a good job holding on the inside, not giving him an opportunity, and doing so through the multiple turns here to get into the next straightaway. This is just impressive from Barcode so far. Like we said, it's clear that he has studied this track. It is clear that he is racing well despite the studying. So it's just impressive all around here. We take a look back at the middle of the pack. Again, things are still very close between our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th places. It is maybe a little bit more of a gap in between Sean and then Josie behind them. But as you can see, again, that top 5 still extremely contentious.
We did see Ruiz Racer actually able to take a position over Sean here. It was previously in 5th place, but Sean still very close and really just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to try and retake P5. Not looking like we'll see that immediately come to fruition in this chain of events, however, so we'll catch up with them a little bit later and see if he's able to retake that once again, as he's been pretty consistent for at least the first half of this track, but it looks like Ruiz maybe once again taking it towards and coming back around towards the chicane here for Barcode and Eclipse, he's losing patience. Now he's just trying to push Barcode out of the way, it seems at least, but that is going to cost him quite a bit of momentum working his way through the chicane and will give Barcode that very slight temporary advantage here as he works his way up towards the source. A bit more aggression on the curve from Eclipse, but that will unfortunately shorten his cutaway angle. So once again, Barcode's still going to be able to maintain things as we come down that big, nice turn here to start off the lap on Eau Rouge.
I'm still getting nervous, man. Every time we watch Eclipse try to make a move, it kind of feels like Barcode is not only aware of that move, but he's trying to put him in the most vulnerable position possible. He's trying to play chick and just get him to try and overtake a turn too much, all of a sudden throw himself out. Boquet would love it, as again, we're starting to see even further of a gap be created here between Barcode, Eclipse, Boquet, and then the rest of the pack here, as it's just aggressive between Eclipse and Barcode, and Boquet is just waiting for that singular mistake from either one of them to launch himself back into the top 2. For right now, this has been our top 3 and in this order for what feels like 2 or 3 laps here. So barring a mistake from Barcode right now, it does kind of just feel like Eclipse is waiting for something, and that something is never happening.
Yeah, and Eclipse as well, you can see him having the leading momentum, at least in my opinion, coming out of the straightaways, but not really able to use it to try and go for a late brake maneuver or something like that, which is something you certainly can try with this car. It's got some incredible high-speed braking power, so you can certainly push the limits a little bit, but unfortunately it does not seem like Eclipse wants to flirt with such a high high-risk move right now, especially when you look at Barcode and the fact that now that we're getting to the later stages of the race, we are starting to see him swirl a little bit on some of these harsher turns. So once again, like you had been mentioning, it could be a very valid strategy. The Clips is kind of just waiting for Barcode to slip up a little bit too much here, and then on the next turn, that's when he can really take advantage and soar past him, because Eclipse has been just a little bit tighter on these turns over the past 2 to 3 laps, in my opinion.
You got to wonder about the mentality here for Eclipse, though. Is it him trying to kind of wait for that moment, for that opportunity to try and overtake and to maybe play off of the riskier moves, or is it try to stay consistent? Again, this is race number 1 of 3 that we've got here, and Spa is probably going to be the most technical of them. It's the longest race that we have here as well, so you might want to just play this one safe, again, especially with Boquet in third, a player that we expect to probably be within the top 3, but usually in the first of those 3 positions. So the fact that they have now solidified him in that 3rd place, and again, I say solidified because he is almost over a second, behind Barcode at this point. So it is one of these things where, as much as you might want to take that risk, you might want to. We're on lap 7 in race 1 of 3. You don't necessarily need to play too risky. A top 2 finish here would be phenomenal, but as we continue through the straightaway again, it just kind of feels like Eclipse does not care. He wants to do it, man!
Like, he just needs to find a place to make a move, and that's one of the unfortunate parts of Spa, is it doesn't give you a whole You don't really get a whole lot of opportunities to make a move, unfortunately, so like we've got it going on and on about now for a
Here's
few
another.
minutes. Let's see, Barcode. No, he just refuses to give up that kind of solid racing line here. He's just tracing him time after time again, waiting for Barcode to really slip up here. But like we said, Barcode's been the picture of consistency, save for a couple of squirrely moments throughout this track. So I'm not sure if Eclipse kind of waiting for this is ultimately going to pay off.
The crazy thing is, again, you kind of need one of those racers to mess up for any change between the top 5 right now. Again, we talk about Boquet being sort of further behind as that 3rd racer, but then you look at 4th and 5th here between Miguel, between Ruiz, Sean, and those guys now all of a sudden have their own pack behind, where the only chance they're really going to be able to get to Boquet is all of a sudden if he makes a mistake, or if the people in front of him make a mistake, then forcing him to slow down a little bit, consolidating that pack. Otherwise, it kind of feels like that top 2 is pretty confirmed, number 3 is pretty confirmed here, and then 4 through 6 could have some shakeups, but not necessarily them getting further than that 4th place position. We continue to watch back and forth here, though, as we're getting to the end of our 7th lap, coming down to the very bitter end here on Spa. And again, not many changes in what feels like multiple laps. I'm curious if anybody does finally make that move here in our final laps.
Race positioning maintaining itself as relatively consistent over the past lap or two now. No real shakeups in the grid. It's just about that front 2 storyline here in Boquet. Trying his best to catch up. He's been sitting at a pretty consistent second to second and a half behind our first 2 racers as well. So it seems like he's pretty much locked into 3rd place at this point, given he's also got nearly a 5-second gap between himself and Miguel, the next player down there. So no real risk for that one. We do see a little bit of action in the mid-pack. Quentin Jeh recently overtaking Josie, so we will see a slight gain there, but it's really just this story at the moment. Eclipse just hanging out right on the back of Barcode, just unable to come up with a strategy, it seems, to best his opponent and take P1 away.
Dude, I'm getting a little nervous. I feel like he's starting to lose it a little bit. I think he's just getting too into his own head. You can just kind of see the moments like right there where he's like, I can try. I got to do it. I got to try. And every time that he does, it kind of feels like whatever momentum he was building all of a sudden goes away, and it gives a chance for Boquet to slip up just a little bit closer towards that top 2.
He's trying to take that tiny bit of track away so that he can go neck and neck. And hold on. Oh, we're actually in the mid-pack right now, so this is going to be Josie retaking things from Quentin Jeh. Things are still very much neck and neck towards the front of it, but that mid-pack action still continuing to go on. We'll catch back up with our front 2 front markers here. Eclipse and Barcode coming around the corner here. Still, again, 2 more full laps to go. And we have seen Boquet close the gap a little bit. You can see he's somewhat in the race now, but closing that second in just 2 laps is still going to be pretty tough to pull off. So it's really about those front 2 still.
He's got to see Eclipse make a move, or at least attempt to move at this point if he wants a chance to try and catch up. And at this point, we're getting so far into the race that, again, the scenario we talked about before for Eclipse has to be running through his mind. Is it even worth making the move at this point when you can guarantee yourself a top 2 to start out the day? You can see it. He's just, at this point, I think actually playing it a bit riskier. He's not trying to go for those inside lines. He is just trying to kind of shadow behind Barcode, recognizing the line that he has taken has been so successful. If he wants a chance, this is going to be one of the few turns where he could try, but no, you can see it. He's starting to get passive. He does not want to make a mistake here, knowing that Boquet has caught up and knowing that he can guarantee himself a top 2 if he just continues to race like this.
And that's a very smart move when you look at the potential that comes out of especially our 3rd track coming up here. If you can maintain that consistency, maybe sneak off one of the 2 best lap practices here, or best lap points here. I'll be honest, holding on to that in 2nd place is going to be pretty tough because his own lap time is going to be somewhat governed burned by what Barcode's doing to an extent. So trying to get that extra point's probably going to be pretty tough for him to try and go for. So he is going to be reliant on trying to make a move over on Hakone as well. And Hakone, in my opinion, is going to have similar issues where you're not going to have like a very clear opportunity to be able to eclipse your opponent, ironically eclipse. But let's get into this action. Josie and Quentin Joe have been going neck and neck for at least a few laps here, and we're going to see it switch up once again. Quentin Jet gets himself in front of Josie and slams the door shut behind him as well, so he'll continue to wrap around now with a happy P7 to go forward with.
I got to point out, by the way, Quentin Jet started off in 16th when we came out the gates here, very far behind, and as we talked about, this was a racer that was able to make multiple top fives and G challenges before, so incredibly impressive to see them race as far up as they have so far. But we got to pay attention to the very top of the pack here, as not only have we found ourselves with Eclipse still trying to pass Barcode, but we have found Boquette back into the race. They're looking very strong here as they've now closed what was over a second gap between second and third, and now they were within a half a second of Eclipse.
Are you going to be the secret dark horse here that creeps up and steals second away?
Dark horse? Come on!
At least for this track, given what had been going on. We thought he was locked into third for the past few laps, but he's finding a way to get himself back into it. Will we see that come all the way forward? And we will here as Barcode seems to have slowed down Eclipse quite heavily. That seals it now. They are neck to neck to neck once again heading into the final lap.
And the craziest thing here is we talked about this, how these guys have kind of set this gap between the first, second, and third, and then the rest of the pack, and it is only elongated here in our final lap with an almost 8-second differential between third and fourth here. So it's very clear one of these three racers is taking this entire thing home. This straightaway might provide some opportunity for Boquette to either catch up or maybe make the move. You can see it. Eclipse is trying. Is he actually going to finally be able to overtake Barcode? For a second he has, but here comes the turn. Does he have a chance on this one? We've seen many racers wreck out on this. Barcode is going to want to try and take this back, and that's been his best line so far on that little back and forth. Here comes the full turn. Is this a chance? Gotta hold your breath on this one. You know Barcode's gonna try to make the move. The question is, does Eclipse have the line memorized? Not quite. He's gonna leave it open, but Barcode still can't find it.
Eclipse beautifully played here. Had to wait so long for his moment of opportunity, but when he finds it, he seizes it and now is able to maintain P1. Still a few critical turns to work our way through here, so don't lock it in for him just yet, but he's finally made that move, and now Barcode's got not only that pressure to deal with, but Boquette still sitting close behind as well. Could sneak his way back into this, especially on these closer turns here at the moment. Eclipse fighting to defend his own positioning. He's not going to let Barcode have anything here. This will be a very aggressive defense mounted by Eclipse. He just needs to maintain at this point, heading into the final few turns. Nice big straightaway coming up here for these racers to work their way towards, and then it's that final chicane to determine the winner.
You gotta wonder, what is Barcode gonna try, or are they even going to try anything? They've been in first the entirety of this race. To have it taken away at the last second has gotta hurt, but also it would hurt more if you give up the entire race to try and make a move. He's gonna do it here, going on the outside, doesn't really have the chance. Eclipse barely gonna hold on, but it looks like a chance to take the inside. Barcode neck and neck at this point. It's down to the straightaway. Who's going to take it? Eclipse barely less than a millisecond ahead, and he will keep it. Just in the nick of time, we find Barcode taking it, and Eclipse falls to third.
Oh my goodness, Eclipse with such a heartbreaking end to it. Both Boquette and Barcode biding their time, while Eclipse was biding his own time there as well. Thought he had finally stolen away the P1, but not able to keep it, and even so loses yet another positioning as well. Don't get me wrong, top three, still very, very respectable finish here, but just not what he would have expected to end up with here at the end of the day. Beautifully played by Barcode and Boquette at the end. Eclipse as well, racing his heart out right there, but just a very unfortunate ending for him here as the rest of our racers work their way towards the finish line to wind up our first track of the series.
Gotta say, it's gotta hurt a little bit here for Eclipse to be in that battle for the entire time, but this is why we said coming into this race, you have to keep your eyes on Boquette. I don't care that he was at one point, I think multiple seconds behind that second and third pack. He still turned it around, and not only did he turn it around, but he did so through consistency. Again, we talked about this. The scenario that arrived for him is exactly what we pictured. It was us talking about the fact that eventually someone in that top two pack is going to either make a mistake, make a move that's not going to be successful, and that's going to be his opportunity. He saw it. The battle between Eclipse and Barcode got so close that he went, there it is. You slowed down, and that is your mistake, and immediately jumped on the opportunity. Credit where it's due. That's an incredibly impressive move from Boquette.
An incredibly strategic move from him as well to just kind of wait it out, bide his this time, and then as soon as he saw those front two markers kind of battling themselves a little bit too closely, just snapped the jaws shut and was able to retake, not P1 at least, but got himself pretty darn close. Here's those final results, folks, with once again confirming it. Barcode locking in P1 there towards the top of it. Boquet ending up in second, sneaking his way forward. Did lose a position from an original pole start, but given how the race went, that's pretty nice at the end of the day. Eclipse managed to end up one place ahead from where he had started things, and then, of course, continuing to work our way down from there.
I gotta say, I wanted to predict this while we were going through the race, but we started getting, into the moment a little too much. I didn't get the opportunity, but I was going to say, Boquet might have found an advantage there from, again, placing top 3, which is incredibly useful, but also the fact that he was in his own pack for a majority of that race. If you noticed, he's the only racer to get underneath that 151 mark for the lap. He is our fastest lap at that point, which means that Boquet, despite the fact that he, yes, had to fight to not get first place, he still gets that extra point and takes what would have been a 3-point gap, closes it into a 2, and keeps himself in a much better position going into our second race. So again, Boquet, I know he didn't win, but he kind of feels like the winner because
chess.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's playing this for the long game ultimately, and we'll have to see if that ultimately pays off because he still does have that 2-point gap to deal with, and if he struggles in similar vein to try and maintain P1 or get consistent P2 positioning throughout these next 2 tracks, that lead will unfortunately grow against his favor, and not even the fastest lap will be able to save him there. So we'll eventually still need to see him end up back in P1. We've seen him there before. We've seen him on the championship podium plenty of times as well, so I'm certain he can do it, but it's all about the approach here as these next 2 tracks are going to be very thematically different from what we had back on Spa.
As I think we're going to a quick little break here, and when we return, we will be back with our second race here for EMEA. Again, we're not going to stay on Spa anymore. We're moving to Hakone, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple moments.
And welcome back, everybody. What a race one to start us off here for our EMEA championship with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. It was an exciting, kind of upsetting end to things, of course, among our top 3 racers as we worked our way through Spa, and now we're getting ready to head into race number 2 on Hakone. But before we switch gears, even though we already loaded in over to Hakone over there, let's talk a little bit about Spa. What an ending, right?
I mean, what an ending for most people if your name is not Eclipse. If you're Eclipse, you're probably not thrilled with the ending that just happened on that one. To kind of recap everybody who had just been watching that one and maybe was a little bit confused by the results at the very end of that one, it is not just the fact that we have the racers finishing through the line, but the penalties that are applied as well. And something that you and I talked about a lot on this one was the fact that Eclipse was literally on the bumper of Barcode for a majority of that. And as much as he can, play close, the contact might have actually been the thing that probably turned into his downfall at the end there, especially considering, like we talked about, Boquet was just waiting for that moment. And the moment that he sees that all of a sudden the pack is getting close, maybe it's through that contact, he took full advantage. That top 2 finish from him, I cannot continue to overstate how impressive it was.
Track limits probably another thing to come into consideration here as well. A few of those, especially in that final chicane and a few of those kind of wraparound curves that we have over there on Spa, good chance that one of our racers may have crossed over the line maybe a little bit too much more than they should. Remember, for our new racers out there, generally speaking, it's 2 wheels need to be on the track at least. If you go more than that, that's going to be considered track limit penalty at that point, so more than likely triggered that once or twice as well on a couple of those closer curves. So that made the difference at the end of the day, and that's going to be, at least in my opinion, just kind of looking at like the gamer psyche, so to speak. That's a bit of a mental check, in my opinion, too, to have come so close to this incredible comeback move to steal first place away, only to have it crushed at the very end, and then due to penalties, actually have you bump down yet another position into 3rd as well. Not the greatest kind of mental run you want to go on when you still have 2 races to go, but for a lot of these racers, they've gone through multiple seasons of this, so we're going to hope that they're seasoned enough to kind of come back strong here on our next 2 tracks.
You gotta hope so for the sake of Eclipse, because as we talked about a lot at the end of that one, it really was a risk versus reward type of play for him. And again, you do see those riskier plays as he starts to get the pressure of Boquet, who could eventually overtake him and take that second place. And I think the risk from him probably was problematic at the end of that race and really did lean to what pushed him into that 3rd place position. But again, as you talked about on Hakone, there's going to be a little bit more opportunity to maybe not make those risky moves because they won't be as risky. With a larger track, you're going to have that opportunity, and it's going to really be about playing, as we said, consistently, racing consistently, knowing your lines and studying, something that I think we have to continue giving flowers to Barcode for. It was very clear he knew the line on Spa. I imagine he's going to know the line here on Hakone as well. It's a racer that's very clearly studied these races, studies these tracks, and knows exactly how to race, what line to take, and really dictated the pace, I would say, for the race of the last one that we just had.
Big key areas as we focus on Hakone as well is really going to be, in my opinion, those final 2 turns before we work our way out into what's a very long straightaway passing through the starting line. If you try to make a move there, which to be fair, you absolutely can, the problem is it's going to have massive issues in regards to the amount of speed you're going to have coming down that straightaway. So what may cost you maybe a 10th or a 100th of a second on the turn is going to turn into maybe a second or 2 as you work your way down the straightaway. So you need to be very careful about how you manage that. Yes, you can make a move if you're 2 to 3 seconds ahead of the player 2 positions behind you, but if it's 2, 3 racers right next to each other, more than likely the one that didn't participate in the action, so to speak, is probably going to be the one that ends up leading because they'll be able to get so much of a speed boost working their way down the straightaway, because it is pretty much just a straight line, this track, if you really kind of zoom out on it a little bit.
I like the term that Frank brought up in the APAC race here, where I think he was talking about, third-partying, if you will. It's something that traditionally would not probably be applied to racing, but I think on a track like Hakone probably can be applied. You do want to be that person that's maybe a little bit behind the pack, but he's playing closely. Again, we saw the benefit of that from Boquet in the last one, where he just really did a good job at staying just far enough behind Eclipse and Barcode that if something did go wrong, he's not going to get caught up in the middle of it, but close enough to where if the opportunity arrives, you can overtake. And I think that's going to be a lot of the advantage of the player or the racers here on Hakone, especially if you are that top 4. We talked about this. The pack obviously was 1, 2, 3, and then there was a little bit of a gap before we get to 4, 5, 6, 7, but they were close enough that they definitely could have overtaken, and had the right opportunity, they would have been able to push themselves a couple places up. And I do kind of feel like, especially here on Hakone, that's going to stay extremely relevant for how close of a track it is, considering it is a lot shorter than what we saw on Spa, plus the wider track itself. There is going to be that opportunity for people to maybe try and stay just a little bit behind players that are going to try and take those inner lines a little bit more riskily, and then maybe try and overtake when they do make a mistake. So again, this could turn into either a very standard race where everybody's just racing their lines, or we could see a couple of racers maybe try to take advantage of those wider turns to see if they can find a move here or there.
Gives you more options in terms of a racing line for sure, in terms of how you can traverse it. You can maybe take that later break coming into one of those 2 bigger barnyard curves and maybe take that later exit, but you'll get the early acceleration because you went a little wider, and that could give you an extra speed boost that maybe is needed to push yourself forward. Let's take a look at the starting grid for race number 2, of course. Important to mention that these racers actually qualified yesterday for this one, so they've known what their starting positions were going to be for a good 24 hours or so now, and have had time to come up with a strategy in retrospect of that. It could be part of the reason why we saw such kind of complex makings of plays towards the end of our first track on Spa. But of course, as we work our way down here in P14, we've got Zordan 1990, who started out in a similar position on our previous track. Thanos Lap will take P13 here on Hakone. Gatillo a little bit further back, actually, compared to where we saw him previously. He's going to be in P12 to start things out here. And then as we work our way up towards P11 and P10, we've got Josie, who I'm sure we'll see push a little bit further than that, and Sean as well, who was hanging out around 5th or 6th place in our last race, now starting P10 this time.
Yeah, Mickey wasn't exactly a racer that we saw necessarily stay at the top of the pack, but they did finish, or they started the race, in a very similar position here from the grid. Again, a lot of these are going to be familiar racers, again, with Bruletter here, as well as Kaiser Miguel. This time, going to start up a little bit further in the pack. I think it's going to give them a huge advantage. This is a racer that finished in 4th in our last race. Ruiz, another racer that did extremely well in the last one as well, was kind of continually in that battle. This is interesting, though. Barcode starting in 5th in our grid, not going to be within that top 3, so might take a second for them to battle back and maybe pass somebody like ZR Villa instead, who's taking that 4th position.
For our final 3, moving on from that one, we'll see what the podium starting is going to be. Boquet, not in P1 this time, but way back in P3, which gives us a little bit of a wild card shakeup for P2 and P1. Who ended up grabbing that? It's Quinton Jett, actually, starting out in P2, who was way back around like P7 or so.
Oh, yeah.
Back in our first race. This will give him a nice starting advantage. The question will be, will he keep it? And now, nicely done here for Eclipse. He may not have had the ending he wanted to race number 1, but race number 2 is going to start out his way all day as he gets the P1 start at this time. Once again, folks, we'll take a quick look at the format before we jump into things here real quick. We're on our 2nd out of 3 races right now. The car will stay the same throughout all 3 races, but after this, we'll be moving over to Maple Valley. And then once again, we'll have our point totals tallied up after race 3 is finished to determine our ultimate winner and who will be taking home the $1,000 first place prize, along with that very much deserved trip to the McLaren Technology Center as well.
And again, we talked about this. Not only do you have to pay attention to the map that is currently in the middle of your screen here, as we talked about, Hakone, the race number 2 is going to be a very different track from Spa, as you can see on the left. I don't really think I need to go into any details about why it's going to be different. You can see it for your own.
Circles,
yeah, look at the circles. You can tell there's going to be a lot less of these sharper turns, a lot more opportunity. There are going to be a couple of places definitely for the opportunity to overtake, but as we take a look over to the right side of your screen, we talk once again about the point totals and the importance of them. As I mentioned before, first place and second place get a 3-point gap between them. After that, it turns into a 2-point gap until you get to 9th or 10th. That is not necessarily true if you can get the fastest lap. And as we talked about last time, Boquet, despite having battled for that second and third for the majority of that race, they finish in second place and they get that fastest lap. So rather than having a 3-point gap between them and first now, they've solidified that down to a 2. Depending on what happens here on Hakone, we could see that gap actually become entirely erased. But it's time for us to find out our second race here for EMEA. We've already seen our front runners. Let's see if they can shake it up.
And this is going to be really a gift that hasn't been given to Eclipse, but he's earned for himself going into the second race now, because these first few laps are really going to be filled with our top 3 fighting to get back into the top 3. This time you see them hanging back here. Barcode, as well as, once again, Boquet now having to work their way forward, which some have already started to do so. But the benefit for Eclipse in this is, as long as he's able to keep his consistency going from the previous map, he's got a good 2-3 laps here where he can establish a lead, maybe set pacing on a good lap time here as well, to really try and lock in a lead and get himself back towards the front of the pack here on the championship standings. But Boquet is not going to waste any time at all. Look at this speed he's gotten on the straightaway, tries to cut off Eclipse pretty much immediately and actually sends him nearly off the track limits there a little bit. Boquet has to go slightly hard, some very minor wheel spin as he works his way around the curve, but still is going to be able to maintain second place after already regaining the ground that was lost from qualifying. And now it's him versus Eclipse probably for quite a long time.
That kind of already answered my question, which was going to be, how do we see Eclipse now race in comparison to the last one, where last we saw him in second place the entire time. He was not the racer at the very front of the pack, dictating the pace, dictating the lines that are being taken, and he's still playing it risky. Again, a lot of lines that I don't think necessarily are going to be as defensive, but are necessarily going to go for the fastest line that he can find, something that we didn't see from Barcode. Barcode at multiple times did try and break a little bit, play a little bit more slowly so that they had the opportunity to just play to race defensively. We're not really seeing that right now. Eclipse just kind of feels like he's just throwing everything to the wall and seeing what sticks, and it's not sticking. At this point, it's all falling down and falling apart here. Boquet, it took him not even 2 laps to overtake and get into first place.
This is what we talked about going over here onto Hakone, that the racers that know their lines and can keep them going consistently, they are going to dominate here. It's not the most aggressive driver that's going to end up taking the pole position, at least in my opinion, on this second race. And in the past, looking to our previous 3 seasons or so of this circuit, it's generally been Boquet that's been our most consistent racer. So it's no surprise to see him already reclaiming P1 away from Eclipse. But now can Eclipse keep up the heat, because he's got Barcode coming up behind him as well. He's already worked his way back up to 3rd place.
I was about to say, Barcode is just such an impressive racer for that fact alone. Again, they start in 5th. They've already gotten to 3rd, and at this point, they were about a second behind 2nd and 1st, or maybe a lap ago. So they've caught up tremendously. But again, we talked about this in comparison, is that this is continually a very close pack amongst all of the racers here in EMEA. There's obviously a little bit of a gap as you look past like 10th, but outside of that, these top racers really are waiting for that opportunity. And we've already seen it almost arrive once. We think about that first turn between Eclipse and Boquet, where Eclipse almost already goes all the way off the track. If you get that opportunity, you know a racer like Quentin J, like Kaiser Miguel, like Villa are going to take advantage of that, considering how close of a pack this is right now. Despite that, though, Boquet still very firmly in the lead here. They have turned not only into the top racer, but they're doing a good job of creating a gap between them and second and really dictating the lines as well as the pace here, something that Eclipse attempted to do, but was not nearly as successful. And even coming out of the first turn here, as we start off lap number 4, you can just see it, Boquet confident and knowing what line they want to take.
A little bit of a tighter line here from Boquet, but we'll see as Eclipse, because he goes wider, is able to start accelerating slightly sooner. That will leave him with an opportunity to close the gap. No trouble maneuvering that slight curve there as they work their way into the nice, big, long straight. And of course, the draft factor comes into play here hugely for Eclipse as well. I don't think he has enough momentum to outright overtake like we saw Boquet do. And a little bit of an earlier break from Eclipse as well. He's going to try to go to the inside of this line, but it'll be an unsuccessful takeover. And that will also increase the pressure coming from Barcode directly behind him as well. Still some great action action also happening in the mid-pack as well. Quite a few shifts happening there in the mid as well as the back markers.
Starting to see a little bit more of a shift here, turning it into our top 4 that are really racing in close contention right now. As Quinton J starting to pull away a little bit from Kaiser Miguel, who is now over a second behind him in 5th place. It's probably the opportunity that Quinton J has been looking for. We talked about this again, a racer that did not start in our first race all that well. They were in 16th. Eventually, they pulled it back to, I believe, top 6 or 7 if I'm standing correctly. But again, it's very difficult, and this is really what we're talking about, though. That initial turn coming off of the race line has just been such an opportunity for everybody, including our mid-pack here. Sean, fantastic move to get around that 8th place and push them into 7th. So it's still close, but honestly, I don't know if we're going to see all too many changes here in the top 3. Eclipse has continually held on to top 2, but it's been so close between him and Barcode.
It's very much like we mentioned with Spa as well, just due to the consistency of those top 3 or 4 races. It's really going to rely on someone making a mistake or having worn out their tires too early or something like that, basically, to where it's going to, over time, degrade their efficiency as we get towards the top 10 laps. And generally speaking, unless they're really hitting the turns hard here, tire wear and things like that aren't going to be a major issue on a 10-lap race. So it really comes back down to, again, like we discussed before, the mistakes, ultimately, at the end of the day. If somebody goes a little too wide, a little too tight, something like that, that's going to be the difference maker and open up an opportunity for one of these guys to pass, in my opinion.
This is an opportunity. Again, we talked a lot about this turn and the availability for anybody to take that inner line a little bit more riskily, but you're just not seeing it right now. The racers recognize, again, with such a wide track here, you don't necessarily want to try and hold that inner line too tightly, or it could cause some problems considering how consistent everyone has raced here, and I really do mean everybody. We've talked about this a lot, how the top 10 here has just been so consistent in keeping close, keeping around one another, and maybe giving an opportunity. Quinn's been going for that, man. He's been waiting for just one slip up from Barcode. I think any other racer, you might have that opportunity, but it's Barcode. He's not making a lot of mistakes.
Boquet and Eclipse also swapping positions, at least for a split second there. Eclipse not giving up his potential for a P1 finish after he started out in pole on this second race, but Boquet, he's going to be able to push his way past and once again regain that first place position, but mind you not, Eclipse is still right behind him, keeping the pressure up.
Boquet is just playing this so well right now. Again, we keep talking about the turns, about the lines that he has taken, and you can just tell that Eclipse has had at multiple moments that thought of, maybe I tried to take the inside here, maybe I tried to play it a little bit risky, but Boquet has just played such a good line the entire time that he just hasn't had the opportunity, and although there have been some opportunities, I think it's just kind of that risk versus reward, something we talked about a lot on Spa, where Eclipse does not want to make that riskier play just out of fear of things going wrong. Things are going right for Eclipse right now, though. That's an incredible overtake, and I think he's going to be able to keep the inside here. Indeed, he will. If he can take this turn well enough, this should give him first going into the next lap, and indeed it will. Well done from Eclipse. That is a confident first for at least the second.
It's like we had talked about, these big straights, you need to come out of them swinging with massive momentum from the turn preceding it, because that's going to be the difference maker here. That's what's going to give you that boost that's needed to pass, especially a perfect opponent like we've been seeing so far out of Boquet as well as Eclipse playing this race out so far. So well done from Eclipse. Now do they keep it as they work their way down one of the longer straights, working our way over here towards the first turn as we pass the race line yet again, and still 3 full laps to go here. So still plenty of opportunities for Boquet to either retake that position or maybe for someone else like Barcode to sneak in here once again as well. That we still have a little bit of separation between our P1, P2 players and P3 and P4 as they fight amongst themselves.
The good thing for Barcode here is he's in almost an identical position to what we saw from Boquet in the last race, and that afforded Boquet eventually the fastest lap of our race as well, so it did give him a point there. So even if he finishes in third, if he can take advantage of the fact that he's had this a little bit of extra space to be able to race with, maybe he can get the fastest lap and maybe close that gap just a little bit. He does also still need to hold on to third. I continue to give the flowers where due to Quinton J here, who has at multiple times been able to almost overtake Barcode, but just hasn't quite. If he makes the right move here, it would be massive, not only for the sake of him being able to further himself up the leaderboard, but also being able to kind of take Barcode out of what could be a championship contention. Again, it really is right now Eclipse, Boquet, and Barcode racing for any position on that podium. Doesn't matter which 3, but unless they can do something here in our 9th and 10th laps, things are going to start to get a little bit intense for Barcode, as he's just been playing second fiddle to first and second, who have just dictated this entire race.
Jill losing a little bit of time there due to a difference in approach that first turn. Should be able to retake it relatively easily, but at least gives Barcode a little bit of breathing room to work with. A lot of action going on in the mid-pack there. Brutalaire Bitmune also still fighting for P8 towards the back line there, constantly switching things up with Josie, actually, but ultimately will end up in the winning position. But meanwhile, back in front, it's Eclipse still fighting with Boquet for P1. Eclipse on the wide line here, but he'll be able to cut off Boquet a little bit. No, Boquet does the opposite instead. We do have a left curve coming up. This could be room for Eclipse to retake yet again, and he will, but it turns very quickly into another right turn. Now will we see it? Yeah, they're going to go bumper to bumper here, or wheel to wheel rather, as Eclipse still manages to take it. Like I said before, the momentum coming out of this turn is so important, and it looks like Boquet may have gotten the better out of it, but another right turn is coming up. However, it seems like it won't matter as Boquet has the momentum, and he's going to be using it to swing far ahead and slam the door shut on Eclipse, allowing Boquet to regain P1 for now.
Boquet is just doing what Eclipse wishes they could do, which is taking those opportunities and taking the risk of it and still full sending. They do not care if it doesn't come out perfectly, as we saw the back and forth trades of the first and second between Boquet and Eclipse here, but it's just created not only a contentious back and forth between them, but an opportunity now for Barcode to maybe catch up. That is the closest he has been in third this entire time, and it's really due to Eclipse and Boquet just refusing to give either one of them the leading line.
All this contact between P1 and P2, Boquet as well as Eclipse is now finally let Barcode get back into the race. Now he's looking for an opportunity to pass these two as well. And it's coming to the final moments. Barcode sneaks ahead, gets in front of both of them now, and we're coming around the final turn. Can he hold on to it? Eclipse trying to work his way past him, but it's Barcode to cross the line first and steal yet another P1 away from his opponents here. Boquet as well, due to penalties, getting bumped all the way down to fourth this time. So while he steals it on track number 1, he loses it on track 2, and it's Barcode that ends up in front this time around.
What storyline do we focus on first here at this point, man? We got 80 to talk about, but the biggest thing to talk about is that man right there, Barcode, going to take the first place. And I don't think we can overstate at this point, that might have just given him the entirety of EMEA here. That's 2 first places back-to-back, and not only does he do that, he does so with, let's see if I was correct on my prediction. Did he get the fastest lap? We'll find out in a moment here. Barcode, though, my God, goodness!
And props to Quentin Jet as well. We were talking about him all throughout the course of this race, but a massive rise from him as well, finishing, I think, towards the middle of the pack back on race number 1, now on the podium for race 2. So massive props to him as well, and an increase to his own performance.
Every part of the end of that race is exactly what we were picturing, though. And again, honestly makes me feel good as like an analyst in this. That we're going to be like, no, this is what we were talking about, man. I promise you. And it's exactly what we were talking about with Barcode here. Again, playing well in that third place and just kind of waiting for his opportunity. And he did eventually find his opportunity here. As you can see, though, Boquet, 4th place. They got knocked down so far, they didn't even finish on the podium, and Barcode stands atop it firmly. He does not finish with the fastest lap. That actually goes to, I think, Quentin Jez. Shout out to them for it. That's going to keep them in contention here. But, man, that 4th place for Boquet, that might have taken them out of contention at this point.
We'll have to see, of course. Boquet, for those who aren't aware, of course, has been our champion in quite a few previous seasons, was recently upset, I believe, in the most recent season, and was looking to reclaim it this time around. But it seems like the competition has heated up quite a bit, and not just an APAC. EMEA as well has some new challengers, and an amazing one in the form of Barcode, who's been able to steal 2 victories away so far. Will he be able to get the 3rd one? It's looking likely indeed, especially with the chaos that will more than likely come out from Maple Valley, but we'll have to bide our time and wait to see the outcome of that one.
I have no idea what to expect at this point here. The only thing I state is that everybody's eyes better be on Barcode. You need to make sure that man does not finish, not even within the podium. You can't have him in the top 5 if you want a chance at overtaking this one here, man. It has been incredibly impressive from him the entire time. My question now, is that actually going to happen? We're going to a quick break, but when we return, our 3rd and final race here for EMEA, do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're live on Forza here today in the midst of our 2nd of 4 regional grand championships. We're focusing on EMEA right now, heading into map number 3, and what a championship this series has been so far. Filled with surprises, filled with upsets. Let's take a look at the current standings and see exactly where we sit as we get ready to head into our 3rd and final race on Maple Valley. And the story here is Barcode, who has had 2 upset victories on our first 2 races.
Again, a racer that we know to be very talented in the past, but in comparison, you look at the previous G Challenge that we just had about 4 months ago, his greatest placement was 3rd. And that was what he got all 3 races in a row. Now he completely flips the script. He has gotten 2 first places in a row, putting him at that 56-point total. But really, 2nd and 3rd is the most contentious battle that we have at the moment here, with a single point separating Eclipse and Boquet. Similar for 4th and 5th here, as Kaiser Miguel and Quentin Jea are also a single point apart. But it really goes to show how far away Barcode has played at this point when you get down to 6th, 7th in the rest of the pack, and he is almost 30 points above most of these people.
So a very impressive run so far. Now, it's a good thing he secured it here going into this 3rd race as well, because this is probably the most, for the car to the track, the most unfitting, I should say, of the 3 we have so far. It's a very narrow, very kind of rugged type of track, which doesn't play well to a delicate type of car like the MP44. So this is always a fun one to end things on as well, especially with that final straightaway going right down the hill past the starting line and pretty much immediately into another curve. This is really going to test our racers and, in my opinion, give them plenty of opportunities to make a move as well. But at their own risk. That's the caveat to it. And Barcode, with the position that he's in, he doesn't really need to take risks now. He can go about this a little bit more casually, just focus on his own line. And as long as he has a podium finish, or maybe even top 5 finishing, he's in great shape to take the whole thing home. It's his opponents behind him now that really need to find a way to finish this race and finish it cleanly, because it's been those penalty points that have been constantly pushing down Eclipse and Boquet's actual final finishing position over these past 2 races.
I was about to say, are we speaking about somebody in particular?
Yes.
You just called them out, man. You didn't even hesitate on that one. And I agree wholeheartedly. The unfortunate truth is that's exactly what has been the problem for both Boquet as well as Eclipse throughout this entire thing. Again, Boquet gets bumped down to 4th place in that one due to, I would say, an overly physical take at the end there that we both saw happen, and it wasn't even successful. It got him into 1st for like a quarter of a second, and then immediately he goes back, and it's really what allowed Barcode to then slip into that 3rd position and then overtake both 1st and 2nd at the end. I do also want to give credit, again, that final move from Barcode was just immaculate. There is not another word to use. It was perfectly set up, it was perfectly executed, and really a well-earned victory. The comparison between the 2 of them, you have to imagine that on one side, it's Eclipse just losing his mind, furious at what just happened, and on the other side, it's literally just Barcode there, like, easy as pie. We'll take a look over at the grid here as we get into our 3rd and final race here for EMEA. Again, all familiar drivers. I'm curious to what the switch-up is going to be for our starting positions here, because we saw that top 5 last time was way different than we anticipated.
Absolutely. So we'll see if that is the case once again, because like we had mentioned, Maple Valley is not your kind of traditional track for this type of vehicle in any way, shape, or form. So it'll be fun to see if anyone was able to excel or potentially have themselves reduced a little bit from where they were previously. Sean, back in 11th starting position here. Brutalera Bitmune, apologies if I'm butchering that, here in 10th place. What else do we have here as we work our way down?
I will say, we got Mickey again, continually at the middle of the pack. I do want to point out Cesar Villa, one of the people we just talked about a little bit, and as well as Quentin Jez, 2 racers that have actually started a bit further behind in the grid than anticipated, but have continually made some impressive runs. Villa, top 5 last time. Josie has done well throughout it, and Kaiser, another racer we have to pay attention to, currently battling for that 4th and 5th position, which is a really prestigious place to be, but unfortunately they have not made it into the top 5 like Ruiz, who we haven't really seen them hold on to that top 5 despite these really good qualifying races.
And then finally, to wind up our top 4 here, it's going to be Cotillo that's able to sneak himself way into the top 4 this time. We'll see if he's able to sneak some points away from that. Barcode, our current point leader in P3 to start things off, which will be a nice, comfortable position for him to maintain. Eclipse in P2, and that means we all know who is in P1 leading the charge, looking to make a comeback here in the final race of the tournament. Boquet will maintain our pole position as we work our way into Maple Valley. And as you can see here in the top right, just another minute to go here, folks. Then we'll be getting into the race to see who will be our ultimate champion. Does Barcode maintain his pace? Does he continue to excel with these upset finishes towards the end? And will he be our point champion after all? Or is something crazy going to happen to knock him all the way back to open up a pathway for either Boquet or Eclipse? We'll have to wait and see.
You have to hope that if you are Boquet or Eclipse, that he is going to try and take this risky, because otherwise there isn't much availability for you to overtake him to try and change the point totals here in a more significant way. It's definitely still possible, but you really do have to kind of rely on Barcode being the one to be like, why not? Let's take this turn a little bit more risky. Let's take this dive a little bit more aggressively. Like, why not? Is got to be the mentality, but I don't think we're going to see that out of Barcode. We talked about this a lot in the very first race when we were watching him on Spa. He's really good at playing defensively. When he races defensively, he not only dictates the pace that everybody else has to kind of follow behind him on, but he does a good job of not allowing passes in those more open areas. And again, as we've talked about it, Spa's a very narrow track. It's a little bit different than Hakone here in Mapley Valley, where it is going to be a little bit of a wider track that they can race on, but I still feel that if he given the opportunity to play defensively, he is going to race that way, and he's going to prevent 4th, 5th, 6th, whoever is behind him from getting close at all. And as long as he doesn't fall that far back, this is basically a guarantee for him. So I look to Eclipse and I look to Bouquet to do something spectacular here, because if they do not, this is basically Barcodes to take home.
Absolutely the case. And again, talking a little bit more about the track, talking a little bit more about what to expect here in Maple Valley, very different from our previous 2 tracks in the fact that, in my opinion, unlike Hakone, there's plenty of opportunities to pass on this track, but everything happens at high speed. There's no sudden slowdown where you're having to maneuver a turn in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd gear anymore. If you are in 3rd gear, it's still going to be while you're moving pretty heftily through one of these curves, and it's oftentimes a battle between, do you keep your momentum going and take the risk to go a little bit wider on some of these turns, or do you play it safe, slow down, and stick to the racing line? That's going to be the constant decision-making factor for these racers. But let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Our final race of the EMEA Championship here is getting off to a hot start with Bouquet in 1st, Eclipse in 2nd, and Barcode, our current point leader, in 3rd. Let's see who will top it off.
I gotta say, this top 3 is probably the positions that they want to start the race off in as well. You and I remarked on about this in between the 2 races here as we're kind of trying to figure out, what's going to be the optimal position for all these guys. And I don't think the optimal position for Eclipse is actually as the front runner. He has done a much better job being that second player, or that second fiddle, who has had to try and make his maneuvers around whatever the first place racer is. So I like to see him in this position. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to stay here the entirety of the race, but I think he's going to be a lot more comfortable chasing Bouquet to start this one off, rather than being the person to lead the pack and kind of dictate how everybody's going to take their lines around Maple Valley. So far, so good. Top 3 has not been shaken up by any stretch of the imagination, but top 5 has Gilo immediately up into 5th, as Miguel is actually pushed all the way back into 6th, and Josie still going to stay in 7th, but not too surprising to see the top 8 where it is at the moment.
Easily the most fun part of the track right here, as our racers get to quite literally rocket their way down the hill past the starting line. This is similar but much longer to the Eau Rouge curve we saw back on Spa, of course, but the main difference being there's no uphill counter to that to slow you down, and you go right into another curve here around the barnyard. So it is going to make for quite a fun time for these players if they really want to put the pedal to the metal, as we're seeing right now from Josie trying to work his way back up behind Miguel to take positioning away from him. It's a rougher track too, so you need to be careful about the way you navigate these turns. You will make it bumped up a little bit more than you would see on a more refined track like Spa or Hakone that we were just on.
And again, these battles are going to be all the more important here in our 3rd and final race here for EMEA. As we've talked about before, there is not only the opportunity to have that travel with McLaren, but also at the same time, it is the money that is on the line here. Again, the difference between 5th place and 8th place is $200. So for every place that you take, it's a couple $100 that could be in your pocket. So we do have to pay attention to that battle, but as well as this top 3, and it's not surprising to see the top 3 where it's at. A second between 3rd and 4th here between Ruiz and Barcode, and then above Barcode is Eclipse and Bouquet, the top 3 that we expected, and they are already proving why. Racing very well here on Maple Valley, doing a great job all around, and honestly, at this point, I don't know what's going to happen for the next couple races, but I can guarantee, or the next couple laps, I can guarantee you, this is going to be the pack we have to pay attention to for the next 7 laps.
Barcode just hanging out nice and casually in 3rd place. Like we'd mentioned towards the top of this one, he does have quite a bit of a lead over both Eclipse and Bouquet due to the somewhat unfortunate race-ending conditions that have affected both of them, where Barcode pretty much always came out on top of him. So he is not really challenged to make this pass at this point. As long as he can stick with this group and keep himself out of trouble, he's in a relatively good spot. With that said here, just because of the kind of multi-tiered choices you have on how to handle a few of these turns, he still may find an opportunity or two to make a move here, Bolt. So we'll have to wait and see if he tries to take anything. But most of the action's actually been happening in the mid to the backpack right now. Otherwise, it's been pretty darn consistent among our top 4, top 5 racers.
It's been kind of crazy to watch that 8th through 11th just continue to bounce back and forth, because 2 of those racers finished in our top 5 in our last race, so it's definitely not expected to see them that far back. That being said, I said that about Quentin, and then he jumped like 5 places up to 7th at this point, so he's proven he's not going to stay there for all too long. Villa may get trapped in this, though, despite having a 5th place finish in our previous race. So overall, the middle of the pack is continuing to bounce back and forth a lot more than anybody else, and that's because the gap has actually increased now for our top 3. A 3-second differential at this point between Barcode and Ruiz. We cannot overstate again how large of a gap that this top 3 has accomplished through every single one of these races and continues to do so here on Maple Valley.
Boquette still maintaining a nice, healthy lead over Eclipse here as well. There is going to be definitely an opportunity for Eclipse to try to wind something up here as we work our way through the amphitheater, over the bridge, nice and bumpy, and takes the inside line. Cuts off Boquette on the way out as well. Another curve still to come up here, but I think he's done the work that he needs to do. I'm pretty certain that Boquette is not going to be able to make a secondary challenge here as we work our way through the main part of the amphitheater. Up the hill we'll go. There'll be a slight moment here as you can see the front of Boquette's car just behind him. Still neck and neck there, but it seems for now Eclipse will steal away P1. But this is where he struggled in the past. He's kind of been maintaining that position and defending it without costing himself too much lap time here. So that's now the challenge for him, is to keep that momentum going.
But did you notice that as soon as that overtake does happen, Boquette had the opportunity to maybe try and like run into him a little bit, and he went, no, I'm not doing this again. I think he's starting to get a little bit trigger shy here. He recognizes the fact that he can try to go for these moves, but if things go wrong, it's going to go real wrong for him. It didn't go wrong for him. It went wrong for Eclipse, maybe not recognizing the fact that Boquette had started taking the inside there, but he just kind of seemed jump scared by the fact that Boquette was next to him, and that's a massive mistake from Eclipse that has just given up first place.
Well, it's not only that, but Eclipse seemed like religious almost to the kind of racing line there. He slammed hard on the brakes, then he could cut back to the inside line, but that effectively just locked him into being behind Boquette there. So a little bit too much play into the kind of known racing line of this one costs him heavily there. As like you had mentioned, maybe he didn't realize that Boquette was going to make a play for the inside line. Now he's got Barcode sitting directly on his behind as well, so no safety in any capacity for Eclipse right now as we're now halfway through this race.
And this is the problem that we've continually stated multiple times with Eclipse, is he really just doesn't know how to race when he's in first. It's not that he's racing poorly when he's in first place, but it's very different to play as a defensive driver rather than an aggressive one. And we've seen Eclipse at his best when he has played aggressively, when he has taken these lines with maybe a little bit more risk, but he knows that he can effectively make those risks happen. And it's been something that has been a problem for him in first, where he is still trying for those risky plays. Again, he takes that turn from the outside, hoping to get as much momentum to then swing in as he can, but all he does is give the opening to Boquette, who then overtakes. So again, it's not about just being optimal. It's about making the most defensive and the best line for the moment that you are in. And the best line for Eclipse when he's in first is not that aggression. It is to play defensively. It is to be very aware of both Barcode and Boquette, who continue to just hover around him, and they still continue to hover around them. Again, that gap that we talk about between first, second, third, and the rest of the pack is now eclipsed, or is now, excuse me, I don't mean to use eclipse, but has now gotten further than the 4 seconds now. This is an insane difference, and really just goes to show why we've continually said the names of Boquette, Eclipse, and Barcode as Boquette takes first.
Eclipse thinking once again that he can steal things away as they work themselves over the bridge, working their way around the amphitheater, but Boquette once again reclaims his P1 in an even quicker fashion than we saw back on lap number 5 as well. Boquette's getting used to these moves from Eclipse. They're no longer surprising him. He's just working his way around him now and playing so strategically as we've seen him do in the past. No moves yet on Barcode's behalf, but we mentioned this before. He doesn't really need to. He's in a pretty safe spot right now, so he's perfectly fine to just hang out back here in P3.
And also, we know that he's got the patience to wait for that opportunity. It's not going to be there. He's actually going to try and stay far away from the other 2 racers just to not get involved. And that's why he keeps doing this, man. He's letting the other 2 racers mess about, and when they make a mistake, he takes advantage. He did that in the final lap of our last race. He didn't even need to wait that long. It's lap 7, and he's already found himself in a second, potentially first, but he will not make the move on Boquette yet.
Big straight coming up here, so we could see the makings of it. Already was able to gain some of the draft and working his way from behind Boquette, but it's going to be a left turn coming up here. Boquette will have the inside line. A little swirly there as well from Barcode as he slides a little bit, trying to catch up to Boquette. Will cost him some time, as well as P2. Like we said before, though, no need to worry on his behalf because of that just yet. He can safely suffer that defeat, quote-unquote, for now, and still put himself on a path to victory here. So we'll see if he finds another opportunity to retake P2 from Eclipse on the next few laps or so. And from the looking of things, it looks like he's very much going to get that. Still very close behind to Eclipse. It's Boquette that's really being the beneficiary of all this action right now.
This is going to sound insane, but I'm going to actually tell Eclipse, don't worry about Barcode. You cannot focus on the battle between you 2 in second and third here and continually just trading back and forth places when you're seeing now the line that Boquette is able to take here. He is pulling away from the 2 of you, and it is due to the fact that, again, Eclipse does not want to give up second. He is playing defensively against Barcode. It's not a great idea, though. You should rather just let him take it for a second and then just keep going, because if you don't, you're going to continually let the lead build here for Boquette, and it's almost a second difference now between Eclipse and Boquette. And it's really, again, due to the battle between second and third refusing to give up those places.
Always good to highlight as well just the raw speed we're seeing out of these top 3 racers right now. Their group is now 5.5 seconds almost ahead of the P4 racer. And props to Miguel, he's keeping up his own pacing as well. He's got a pretty healthy, about 2.5 second lead over P5. Josie playing into that position right there. But still, now as we come into the final, basically 2 laps remaining here at this point, it's going to be very tough for anything outside of that top 3 to now work their way into it, unless we have some massive crash or something like that, which is probably pretty unlikely given the consistency we've seen out of these three racers.
I don't think they want to make that move. I think at the end of the day, the reality is that you may not be able to get the all expenses paid trip, but you can at least gain yourself a couple $100. And if all of a sudden you tank it on your third race, that's not necessarily a guarantee anymore. And I think these racers are going to play a little bit more safely. But maybe for some of the other people that are outside of this top three pack, we do have to pay attention and talk about how they might need to take some risks. We talked about this, the battle between Kaiser, Miguel, and Quentin Jay. I think that battle's over. Kaiser Miguel is in 4th place firmly. Quentin Jay all the way down in 12th. They might have found a way to bounce back early in this race, but as we continue through lap number 9, I think unfortunately that battle for 4th and 5th is about over.
And honestly, looking at the battle for P1 in this race, it's a very healthy lead setup now for Boquet. He's got nearly a second lead over Eclipse, as Eclipse, once again, like we talked about, kind of struggling and defending his own position, costing him some time between P2 and P1 there, as he's focusing on trying to fend off Barcode and really just maintain that P2 to end up in a best possible spot in the overall standings here at the end of the day. Like you said, just kind of focusing on the prize money more than anything. Barcode shouldn't be too worried by this, given the pretty healthy point lead he had coming into this race, but we'll see now as we start to work our way down the rocket. That's going to be the beginning in just a moment here of our final lap of this tournament. Will we see Barcode surprise yet again and steal another position away from Eclipse, cause him yet another heartbreak, or will Eclipse finally get that small victory and at least a P2 finish here? That's the storyline as we cross things and head into our final lap.
You got to be wondering what the mentality of Boquet is right now, as he's probably ecstatic at the fact that he has not only established such a firm lead here on Maple Valley, but on top of that, the fact that he has not been able to get a firm lead like this in any of the other races, and despite the fact that he's probably going to have the cleanest race of any racer here on Maple Valley, he still may not be able to change out the results of him not being able to take yet another one of these G challenges home. We've talked about this. He's a 2-time champion, but unfortunately the last one did not go his way 4 months ago. It's looking like it may not go his way today as well. He does still have the lead, but Barcode is quickly catching up as he's now willing to take that risk and try and overtake Eclipse.
Eclipse does have the inside line and is fighting heavily to maintain it, so even though we are going to see Barcode lead, despite the fact that he took an outside angle, he will eventually lose it as we work our way outside of the turn itself. One final stretch to go here, really, as it looks like Boquet has safety in his P1 finish, but it's down to the wire between Eclipse and Barcode. There's a lot of speed working our way down the rocket, so we could still see things change up, but it looks like for the first time in quite a while, we do have a consistent finisher here in Boquet, who will cross in P1. Eclipse looking like he'll be able to sneak away with P2, but just by a wheel's length or so here, as Barcode sits very close behind in P3.
And as we talked about, though, as much as that must feel great for Eclipse and for Boquet to be able to actually overtake Barcode again, our prior winner of the previous 2 races, it may not make much of a difference here. A fantastic race from Boquet, but unfortunately, again, just Barcode not only being able to stay consistent through the previous 2 races, but we said he basically needed to get knocked out of top 5 for any sort of change, and he did not. He still holds firm in the top 3, and again, just really proves that these top 3 racers are a bit above the rest of the pack, as the final total between them and 4th place is a 7-second difference.
It is great to see, though, once again, that we have even more racers competing inside of that top 3 grid. Generally speaking, as we've gone through season to season of this one, it started out with the story of Boquet. Then we expanded that story outward, now focusing on 2 racers. Now we move into this season, we're focusing on 3 racers. So it's really just great to see that kind of top echelon of competitive racers that we're seeing here in the EMEA region continues to grow on a season-to-season basis. And it's not just the same player kind of crushing things every single time.
I mean, we just talked about this. Again, Mitch, our prior winner, not participating in this one, and he kind of left the door open for anybody else to kind of be like, no, I'm top dog. And you'd imagine, based on the battles we've had prior between Boquet and Mitch in these G challenges, that it would probably be, Boquet come back out on top. All of a sudden, you get 2 new contestants here, not new contestants, but contestants that have risen at this point. Again, I have to continue giving credit to Barcode on this one. His best result in the last G challenge was a top 3. His worst result at this point was a top 3.
And taking a look at things as well, he was very much off on his lonesome, so I was curious to see if he managed to secure best lap to get himself a little bit of a point boost. That's not going to end up being the case. I believe that honor is more than likely going to go to Boquet.
Oh, yeah.
Confirmation on that, of course. Looks like it is indeed going to be the case, though. So Boquet with a nice little boost as well there. Brings him just a little bit closer. More than likely we'll end up seeing him finish in 2nd place, but we'll wait for those results to be tallied for the official declaration on that one. Barcode, once again, though, more than happy to just stick around with his P3 finish, and actually that entire top 3 grid finishing exactly where it started. Pretty much no changes from the starting lineup there, as that was kind of the picture of consistency that we expected to see from those top three.
I do also want to give some credit to our fourth place finisher there in Kaiser Miguel. We talked about this a lot. They were really in the battle for fourth and fifth place throughout the entirety of that one, but as soon as they found themselves a bit further from the pack, they did a good job of being the singular racer in their pack at this point. It was top three, Kaiser Miguel, and everybody else underneath them. And Kaiser did a great job of being able to maintain that position. Again, we talked about it. It's definitely a big gap between them and the top three, but the fact that they hold on to that fourth throughout the entirety of the race and probably are going to now finish fourth overall in the contest because of that, well done to them. An incredibly good race, incredibly well done way to finish off our EMEA. As again, this is what we talked about. That is their third and final race here for EMEA, which is kind of crazy because I feel like with how fast the action was, that flew by for me.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, I mean, these were three very neck-and-neck races the entire time as well. Third race, of course, had kind of some, I wouldn't say predetermined outcomes, but definitely the outcomes that were a little bit more standard versus our first two races. But even so, it was still fun to watch, and we still had some tight action between those top three. So in just a second here, we're going to have those final scores up on the scoreboard. But important to note, guys, this is only our second region of the day. We still have two more three-race runs to come up here. After this one, we're going to be jumping into the action over in Latin America, and then following that, we will also be jumping into the North American circuit to finish up our day. So if you are just joining us or recently tuned in thinking this is the end, stick with us because we still have plenty more action to go. We'll be resetting and working ourselves over towards Spa and working our way through those same three tracks, again, with the same car as well. So we'll get to remix things two more times here throughout the rest of the day. Still plenty of action to come up in that respect. And if Latin America from our previous season is any repeat coming into this season, I think that one's going to be a heck of a lot of fun as well because we saw absolute chaos there looking back at the previous season we casted a few months ago. So very excited to see what ends up happening there as we'll have Frank jumping back in my place for that one in just a few minutes as well here. But what's your review here on EMEA now as we're kind of winding things down, just waiting for the point totals?
I think this is what I want to see out of every single region. I want to see where it's like, I'm not necessarily, I appreciate the underdog story. I've always been a fan of that, but it doesn't necessarily need to have an underdog story.
Absolutely.
Sometimes all you need is a good contest at the very top, and they provided that in spades at this point. Again, a very well done top three where you really never had an idea of who was going to take this one as much as we had a general idea. It continued to go back and forth and battle the entire time, which now leads us to our final leaderboard here with maybe some expected results, but potentially some shakeups from our final race. Comes as no surprise, Barcode does indeed hold on to that first place, and Boquet's win in our third race secures them second. Eclipse in third, Miguel indeed does hold on to fourth, and despite the maybe lackluster finish in the third race, Quentin Jed does hold on to fifth. This is about what we expected, I feel, here, Blue.
Pretty much the case. Barcode's earlier successes that we saw on race 1 and race 2 with those heartbreak finishes very much earned him the victory in some respects before we even got to race number 3 here. So him being able to kind of just mosey along in P3 for race 3 was very much a reward from the previous two races. And then it was just kind of the battle for second past that point amongst our other two racers as well. Greatly played by them, of course, to be able to achieve it, but it is going to be Barcode with 78 points that takes home the grand prize of not only $1,000 in spending cash, but on top of that, that very well-deserved trip to the McLaren Technology Center where he gets to see all the magic that brings the McLaren racing team together.
And again, it's got to feel so good for Barcode here as they not only get the first place, but they get it over a racer that they had previously lost to. Again, Boquet not our winner of the previous G Challenge here, but they were in second place and have won other G Challenges in the past. So Barcode now finally being able to overtake that, being able to find himself atop the mountain here at 78 points definitively. Just really, really well earned. I do want to, again, give credit to Eclipse there. It kind of felt like they were definitely the second or third racer in many of these moments here, but they did a good job at, despite maybe not being as comfortable when they were in that leading position, they still knew what they were doing. They were doing a fantastic job of keeping the pressure on, of staying in that top three and not letting the pressure get to them or buckling underneath it. So again, extremely impressive from all three of our top racers here, and I just gotta hope that, you know, for the next one, they're coming back just as prepared, because you can tell, Barcode studied this time, man. He knew these tracks.
And once again, folks, you'll be able to catch all that action in just a few months more time. I imagine we'll be ramping things up once again soon for the next season of the G Challenge. So stick around for more information on that as it'll come from the official channels, of course. But for now, that's going to wrap things up for us here in EMEA. But stick with us as we have plenty more action still to come. Our next region is going to be Latin America, and then we'll be rounding the day up with some North American action. So stick with us here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the commencement of our Latin American Cup.
and gentlemen, we are back with your Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're getting LATAM ready for you guys. Another 3 amazing races, I'm sure, if today has proven anything, both with the APAC region and the EMEA region. I know in APAC we had Subaru, just really the consistency at the top, not dealing with the rest of the grid, but everything crazy. And that was another one, like a similar story where you see people like, okay, like, doing the red lines connecting. If this player finishes in here and this player finishes there, that means, this person could get first. So when you're doing that, going into that third race, it's been a good series of races. And I'm pretty sure, the EMEA region was pretty similar.
The EMEA region was almost like a flip of it, because you see, Subaru take the final 2 races both in first place, but it was actually a flip of where we actually have Barcode to take those first 2 races, and it kind of sets them up for such a comfortable third race that you kind of know what the expected results are, but then you get to look at the rest of the pack and kind of wonder about the chaos that is going to erupt. And again, the chaos did continue to erupt in EMEA. I have to mention again, that second race is probably my favorite of the 3 that we did. Hakone was not only exciting for the overtake that we did see from Barcode at the very end of it, but as well as the consequences that we saw on Boquet, a racer that we almost know to be perfect to a degree. So incredibly talented when it comes to these races, even if they're not finishing in first, they're doing such a close job that they're going to get to at least top 3. All of a sudden, you see them get bumped down to 4th, whether it's through penalties, also the fault of their own racing. Doesn't really matter. It's just such an unexpected result that it's created such a unique dynamic today where I feel like we're almost expecting now the unexpected racer to win here in Latin America.
Yeah, it's been like both super exciting and, like you mentioned, like such a change up, like a flip of the script, because no knock on previous seasons, but you could kind of go into race 3 and be like, this is probably how it's going to go,
Most
just
likely.
based on how they're doing on the day. But I can only attribute it to like a rising level of competition, because it's not like anyone's getting worse. It's just so many of these drivers are getting better that it really becomes amazing grid to watch. So let's go ahead. We'll start to run through some of our drivers getting ready out on the grid for LATAM. Like we mentioned, RBM, obviously a team that has a lot of representation in the region, but like we've alluded to, not the only people you should be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, definitely also pay attention to anybody that's got Dex at the beginning of their name as well. In our previous G Challenge here for Latin America, every single one of our races had at least one participant from that Dex squad, as well as obviously the RBM crew that we're going to probably see in a little bit while here. That's one of them that I was actually able to make it pretty far up the leaderboard last time. Again, that Dex tag at the beginning of that just gives you an idea that the camaraderie here in Latin America is beyond compare. These guys are all going to be playing together, all going to be playing for pride as well, because again, when RBM just takes every single one of these, you got to be, if you're part of that Dex crew, you're like, no, this is the one. This is where we take it.
Yeah, and, just a side tangent, got to give, again, a huge shout out to Forza Motorsport. The Logitech G and the Logitech McLaren G Challenge driver suit looks so clean. And, I love what they put together for us with that suit. It's just so fire. But as we get into the top 3 in qualifying, you're going to want to keep your eye on RBM Julio in 3rd on that grid. Number 2, a name we're familiar with as well, RBM Wesley, super clean competitor. And then, of course, JSR MGEZIN in 1st on that grid. And like you kind of hinted at, Bass, our qualifying, our grid positions are no guarantee going forward like they might have previously been.
I will say, no guarantees, but I definitely have some ideas of the front runners to pay attention to here, as well as also another revelation that I did not realize until now. It's the 3rd region in a row where one of our front runners is just not participating. We don't have Vinny. Last time, that's who won this.
Yeah.
They're not here, and not only are they not here, but they've also been betrayed by MGEZIN, who used to be a part of RBM and now is JSR. So the rivalries are kind of like building themselves. We don't even have to hype this up.
A lot of spice this year in the G Challenge. You love to see it, but yeah, that has been something interesting. Some of our, first place winners just taking a breather, I guess, so to speak.
They're going to let other people get the spotlight.
Get in the mix a little bit, and some team changes also going on. So I'm super excited to get into this first race. Again, we're going to be starting on Spa in that MP44. And that, again, has led to some crazy intense moments, too. You have to be so much more technical, I think, but also it gives the drivers an opportunity to kind of master the car along the course of our 3 tracks. So super excited to get into this one. We've got some big names, some familiar faces, some missing competitors as well. It's just like every single thing you could throw into the mix is been going on here in this year's G Challenge.
Yeah, it is exactly what we're hoping for, man. We want to get into these races without a clear-cut winner or a definitive, like, sort of pack to pay attention to here. And again, I do still think those top 3 placements or the top 3 grid placements here are definitely going to be the players that you want to watch most closely here. We talked about Wesley. Wesley was able to have 3 top 5 finishes in the previous Latin American G Challenge. We also look at a player like Julio, who did the same thing, 2 out of the 3 races that get top 3. But it is MGEZIN, the racer at the very front of the pack here, that I think you should pay attention to the most. Their worst placement in our last G Challenge for Latin America was 2nd. Otherwise, they took 2 first places. So they are definitely the racer to watch here as we start off on Spa and start off our Latin American region.
Yeah, you can already see some battles going on at the front, trying to get out ahead of MGEZIN, but holding on to that leader position for the time being. And definitely something we've also noticed throughout the course of today is just some of that fatigue even as we near those final laps. You've really got to lock in. We've seen a few, minor mistakes that have led to some big position changes in that grid. But for the time being, outside of a few back and forths, things looking like our qualifying. Of course, 2 members of JSR moving up to 3rd and 4th here in that position. But RBM Wesley is on the hunt for MGEZIN right out of the gates.
Yeah, so far, this has been the standard back and forth here that we saw in every other region on Spa. These early turns are going to make huge differences into both establishing lines as well as establishing gaps. And we've already established a pretty significant gap here between our top 3 and the rest of the competitors, as it's a 2nd difference between 1st and 2nd, and then a almost 2-second difference between 2nd and 3rd. So maybe not all too dissimilar to EMEA, where we are going to have some pretty clear front runners early, and they're going to kind of create their own little play of pack. So I'm excited to see what we see, but so far this is about what was expected. MGEZIN just absolutely dominating out the gates here, despite the fact that it is only lap 1.
Yeah, yep. MGEZIN putting himself in a great spot early on here on Spa. But a couple members, like we mentioned, of JSR, a few seconds back behind Wesley. But Wesley trying to close the gap, find some opportunity through this chicane. But MGEZIN will defend that position. Even near a little bit of a straight going into this next corner. We'll just have to see, like we kind of mentioned during that first region in APAC, even just what gear you're selecting into these corners, your decision making in the heat of the moment can be make or break for a lot of these moves our drivers are trying to make. But hopping on board with another Team RBM driver, it is Angeloni in that mid pack between a whole heap of Dex drivers.
Yeah, a whole heap of Dex drivers, as well as a couple of JSR. I want to give a shout out to Energy, who's kind of popped themselves up this leaderboard quickly, and actually, they do it for me. I was just about to shout out to what is now 4th place. It was 3rd place in Coco Doas, and I think that's a very, very talented driver who actually did well in our last G Challenge as well. They were able to get a top 5 placement, but that was back when they were racing for Dex. So the fact that they are now on JSR kind of makes me think that JSR has had a little bit of a, I'd say, surge within the 4 months in between G Challenges.
Yeah. JSR working their way up there now, sitting in 1st, 3rd, and 4th on our leaderboard. We saw some love taps going through a couple of those turns there as well, as everyone starts to crowd for those positions. And I don't blame them, because what we've seen here today is that, P3, 4, 5, even 6 does not mean you are out of a podium here in this season of G Challenge. So, the drivers kind of picking up on that and really starting to claw their way in, because anything can happen. Like even in our previous region, things like the fastest lap playing a huge component of the final leaderboard.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of time for shakeups here, especially considering we are only in our 2nd lap, but we're definitely starting to really understand why these front runners are the front runners and really which ones those are going to be. Again, that top 3 is very clearly a top 3 right now, as there's a 2-second gap between 1st and 2nd, another 2-second gap between 2nd and 3rd, and then you've got another 3-second gap between 3rd and 4th. So very clear that those are the racers we're going to have to pay attention to, despite the fact that Energy had a really good start here. It kind of feels like as soon as they made one mistake and all of a sudden let another one of their compatriots at JSR overtake them, they haven't really been able to get out of that pack between 4th through like 7th here, which has been a lot closer than anyone in our top 3.
Yeah, you've kind of got that little distance in between. I mean, even our P1, 2, and 3 have a little bit of a cushion, and then there's a little bit of a drop-off behind our third position. But the two members of JSR holding on there and really trying to defend the top of that leaderboard between the other drivers filing in behind, as we've been on board with 6 for a bit, battling it out with Chora and Angeloni, trying to find these positions, maintaining those speeds, trying to drive so technical, so safe in these high pressure moments, really putting these drivers to the test here today. And I really like starting off on Spa 2, really kind of testing your technical limitations as a driver with, the first track on our rotation. Of course, Angeloni here still kind of just hanging on in this position, seeing if they can find something on the Dex team member ahead of them, but 6 as well, still just kind of like letting some action develop, maybe looking for an opportunity to pounce here. But I think, another big lesson as we've seen the races develop here today is just those little mistakes can be so catastrophic. In our first race, of course, of APAC, we saw Dez thankfully being able to maintain a second place position on that leaderboard despite a pretty bad spin out that they went through. But that's not always the case. That was an extremely lucky break, as looking towards a little bit more towards the rear of the pack, we've got a couple other drivers. The Tinho is someone who's entered, I believe, before. Some other members of Dex back there. Dark Racer also, I believe, has competed in the previous season. So still some drivers, some familiar faces, still kind of battling it out. Like you had mentioned previously, even if you're not up in the podium, there's still a nice difference between prize pool payouts. So you never really want to let the foot off the gas, so to speak.
Especially here in our first race. Again, this is kind of setting the tone for what's going to happen through the next two races as well here. We saw that for Spa when it came to EMEA. We saw that in APAC as well. I'm not going to be surprised if the same thing happens here in Latin America. And again, the tone really has been set. I know that we talked about MGEZIN being one of those racers that we expected to do well, but this is, I'm going to be real, this is kind of unprecedented. They are 2.5 seconds away from second place, and second place is then another multiple seconds away from third. Our top three is very clearly, they have not only studied this track and have understood how to race it, but they are doing so flawlessly. The lines they are taking are not just continually keeping them in their position, but actually furthering the lead from the other positions behind them.
Yeah, this is definitely the biggest spread I think we've seen out of those top three positions. And, comparing those previous regions, it's probably a nice, the other regions will be like, I wish my region was like that. Like, I was sweating the whole time. Like, I wish I had 2 seconds, like, even if I were to be in second. So, yeah, just kind of a different development here in our first race in LATAM. But, of course, you've got a lot of action going on just outside of those positions. Take Chora here, just trying to find something with Energy, who you have mentioned before, has been racing really clean, holding on to that fourth spot, but the action heating up between those drivers. And towards the back of the pack, we see a little bit of a spin out, gonna go ghost as to not cause any more incidents. But kind of proving the point there that the action is still hot in the other parts of this track.
And I think that's actually part of the reason why we are seeing this front three pull away as much as they are right now, while the rest of the pack just continues to just kind of bite at each other, snap at each other, bark, whatever it may be. You just see MGEZIN, Wesley, and COD Chaos just not really touch each other, nor even try to attempt passes over each other, nor try to attempt really any battles between them. And I think it's for a reason. They're getting this extra space to be able to not have to deal with battles like this. You can see this, man. It's just a bumper to bumper. Ventino does not want to make the move without having the clear lane, and this is something that our top three just does not have to deal with. And as a result, they're getting to run their own lanes, they're getting to run their own lines, they can do really whatever they want, and it's created this incredibly impressive race from all three of our top drivers. MGEZIN is just, by far away the most impressive one here, as the lead has now furthered beyond that 2 second mark to now 3 seconds of gap between first and second.
Yeah, starting in, P1 through qualifying, having a little bit of contest there early on, but reclaiming that number one spot and being able to extend the lead like this is definitely showing some dominance, making a bit of a statement out there in race number one when everything else was a nail nail-biter through and through. MGEZIN giving us a little bit of an opportunity to have our heart rates go down here on the desk and just be able to focus on some of these other battles occurring out there on the grid. But one thing we have definitely also learned, while our top three here is somewhat solidified for the time being, we saw 4th, 5th, 6th make really serious runs at a podium at the end of 3 races. So that's why you still see that same level of intensity, especially looking at like Chora, Angeloni, Dex Relamps back there, who's also trying to climb his way up. Those, 4th, 5th, 6th positions can make all the difference. Just if something were to go wrong, you never really know what's going to happen with that qualifying straight out of the gates with the shakeups we have been seeing. So while this one is kind of going maybe the most predictably based off of qualifying, these drivers have recognized that I need to really just be fighting for every single spot out there on the grid, because it can come in clutch at the very end, because who knows what might happen.
And it's still very, very possible that somebody also just kind of wrecks out here at this point. Again, we talked about this Spa, very risky track in itself. You inherently have to make those risks if you want to try and overtake what are very difficult turns to find that inner line and find an opportunity to do so. So for a lot of these racers right now, as much as it's very clear that 1st through 3rd does have an idea of how to race this, it doesn't mean that they can't make a mistake. It doesn't mean you can also make them a little bit of a riskier play here. Energy and Angeloni just going bumper, or not even bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel at this point, side by side, and Energy's still not going to give them that line. Despite the physicality from Angeloni, they're going to stay in 6th place, as, again, that battle between 4th and 6th right now is probably the most contentious we have out of anybody of our 17 racers.
Yeah, flirting with disaster a little bit out there between these two. We were just mentioning how pivotal even 5th and 6th position can be, and kind of laying it all out on the line. Angeloni, though, trying to get past Chora. Energy fighting for that spot, is going to sneak his way back in to defend that position, and Angeloni now having to recover just a bit. But yeah, some nice attempts at moves, good defense, but man, really just intense battles in that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot.
I'm impressed that Chorolo has not actually participated in any of those battles either. They've just kind of let Energy and Angeloni continue to just kind of clack against each other, but despite the fact that they have had those fights over and over again, still haven't found a way to pull away and maybe get closer to that 3rd, 2nd, or 1st position right now. P1 through 3 is just pretty solidified here. Every lap, I imagine that it's going to continue to get further solidified, and that's only because of the trend that we've seen. Otherwise, I would have hoped that maybe, we get the catch-up and we start to get a little bit more, but instead, it's just every lap that we get, it's another millisecond further that they pull away from the pack here. Again, that 3-second mark between 1st and 2nd has been beyond solidified, and now it's even 4 seconds between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, it just kind of extends through those top spots, but like we did see in APAC, right? It just takes one little moment, one blink and you'll miss it kind of opportunity, like where we saw Dez, who was just fighting, to get up towards being able to battle for that 1st position, and went off track, spun out for a few seconds, but luckily there was enough of a distance between 2nd and 3rd. However, even here, that few seconds isn't as much of a lead as they had in their position, so you never really know. Being in a good spot to capitalize on any of those mistakes is also super important out here. Again, especially in that 1st race, like you had mentioned, is kind of the tone setter for the rest of the regional competition. You never really know what's going to happen as we go towards Hakone and Maple Valley. So you really want to make sure you're on top of your game as Energy continues to fight his way up here, just looking for every little opportunity. And again, those points can play a huge difference just depending on how the grid shakes out. Looking within that top 5, there's the first couple of spots, 3-point difference, then shaving it down to 2 for those leads in terms of points earned. So really, stays tight. It's not like, oh, I finished here, I've got a nice little cushion that I can kind of ride out. It's fighting tooth and nail for every single position because of the way the points are, of course, spread out there.
On top of that, again, the physicality that we've already seen can also change with the penalties at the very end of these races as well. It has been multiple moments throughout this race where I feel like we've seen physicality be almost a must, if not just something that they are willing to do, and you wonder how much that is going to come back to bite them. Really, depending on who we're talking about here, it could be for better or for worse. If you are in that 4 through 6 pack and you're getting hit with some penalties, it can drop you out of that pack entirely and leave space for somebody else to overtake you. If you're within that top 3, it's going to take some pretty significant penalties to really shake anything up. But for so far so good here as we're coming down to our final laps here on Spa. As, I mean, it's been this way the whole time, man.
Yeah.
We're on lap 8, and I don't think we've seen a change between our top 3 or 4 since maybe lap 2.
Yeah, there's been a couple of drivers in striking distance, but we haven't seen really an overtake and then them being able to solidify that. Relamps, of course, is one of them. Energy, another one in striking distance. Dex, a team member right behind him, also kind of, within striking distance. But as we go into the final handful of laps, it's been a little bit quiet, which makes me a little bit nervous. I'll be honest. It's like, hey, something crazy, just sort of waiting on bated breath for it. But it does sort of seem like the action has petered out. People are kind of just in their positions, and maybe at this point in time, even getting a little risky is not worth the risk, so to speak. And you don't want to have a move go sideways on you and drop back when you're okay with a 4th, 5th, and 6th for the first race.
I mean, the crazy thing is, again, it's because it's Spa in particular that we continue to state this, because if you do make that mistake, it is not only going to cost you, but it could really cost you your entire race. There's so many opportunities on this track to spin out entirely and lose multiple positions within the blink of an eye. We haven't necessarily seen that between our top racers here as they are coming through this turn, and this is one of the last places for them, in my mind, that they're really going to have that pressure to take these turns very accurately and not make a mistake, because if they can get through this, the rest of the turns theoretically should be easier and should give them more opportunity to just kind of keep the lead that they've built so far. And as you can see, that's exactly the case. Wesley barely blinking at these initial turns coming off the straightaway, and do not think twice. This is exactly what we expect of our leaders right now, and they're just continually proving it through every turn and through every line that they continue to race.
Yeah, really just kind of looking a little bit similar to our qualifying, so no crazy shakeups, but it does look like Relamps was able to switch it up on Angeloni, so we'll see if they can maintain that position as we get into our final few laps here. But it is MGEZIN solidifying that lead by multiple seconds. Wesley also multiple seconds ahead of P3, and down the line we go. Energy still in that striking distance, but at this point in the race, do you kind of risk that positioning for one more spot up on the leaderboard and in the point totals? We'll have to see. It certainly looks like they are looking for it, but whether or not they can get that move done will come down to these final few laps.
And the question is whether it's worth it at this point. As we talked about a lot today, that risk versus reward balance is such a hard thing to try and find, especially for a racer in the heat of the moment like this, where you're seeing that position, that ability to maybe get closer to the podium, but is it worth it in the first race out of 3? Again, this is probably the most technical of the 3 races, considering the width of the track combined with also the length of it. Again, our other 2 tracks are 2-point-something miles. This one's 4 and a bit of change. So it's definitely a longer race with a lot more opportunity for punishment off of mistakes. And I think that's one of these things where the racers are just not keen to make that mistake, nor even give themselves the opportunity to make a mistake. And that's why you see Energy at this point has just kind of been on the bumper of Chorolo this entire race. They do not want to make a mistake, and also all of a sudden drop out of a 4th through 8th pack that they have fought so hard for through all 10 laps.
Yeah, we'll see if they start looking for it here, though. Certainly in a position to be able to make a move should the opportunity arise. But like you had mentioned, they're pretty happy with where they're at. And MGEZIN, probably the happiest of all, able to hang out in first. Angeloni, another one in striking distance. Relamps getting a little shaky out there as they go through that turn into a little bit of a straight. So we'll see if Angeloni can also make a move here. Again, like we said, it's this risk reward at this final moment, but Angeloni able to break away from Relamps.
Beautiful line from Angeloni there, just recognizing a couple of wheels get caught by relamps on the dirt, and that's just more than enough for them to seize the moment. Recognize that they have the inside line, recognize they have the speed, and we also have to recognize the writing on the wall. MGEZIN, this is the race that you were hoping for the entire way through. Well ran from the beginning, well ran at the end. They are going to confidently take this first place here with a multi-second lead on second. And second, the same thing can be said for them between second and third, and then continuing on. P1, 2, and 3, a definitive win here in our starting race in Latin America.
Yeah, Relamps, maybe an opportunity to get a spot back. It looks like Energy, who we were watching previously, is also going to potentially, we'll see where the final standings go, but does manage to pick up a spot for the time being over Chora Law. And then we go Angeloni and Relamps and down the grid. But it is MGEZIN in a confident first place finish here on Spa in our first race of the LATAM region.
Yeah, they, again, cannot be surprised. We talked about this is a racer that has done well in previous Logitech McLaren G challenges. In the last one, they were able to get themselves 2 wins out of the 3 races that were taken. I don't believe they won overall. I think due to penalties, things got a little bit switched up on them. But I don't really... You can give as many penalties as you want, man. I don't know if it's going to make a difference here. The domination we just saw out of MGEZIN was just something else.
Yeah, even throughout like P1 through 4. Like they just had their spots. They were hanging on to it. You know, the pace was good, and they really didn't have much else to worry about compared to some of our other regions. The battles were taking place a little bit further back, where you start to have players like Energy, Angeloni fighting for those spots because they can make a difference in the very end. I'll be super interested to see how qualifying went, but for the time being, we'll check out our results here after our first race on Spa. And like you can see, like that 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, we do see a couple of drivers dropping back from their qualifying. So 2 members of JSR able to climb up a few spots over Chora Law and Angeloni, but are 1 and 2 just really solidifying themselves in that position there.
Yeah, this is not an unexpected result. The only maybe somewhat unexpected thing is you do take a look over on the right side. A lot of penalties being distributed across the board here. The only one that seems to have little to no difference on this one is going to be Energy, who finishes with 0 penalties. But this kind of goes to show exactly what we were talking about. Despite the penalties on MGEZIN, they are still far and away in the lead here, not only for the sake of taking that first place, but also on top of that, they do take the best lap as well. So they get themselves 29 points here from their first race.
Yeah, I like that. It's like, hey, if we all get 2-second penalties, then kind of nobody got a penalty. It's kind of, that's how it shook out there. It's like, all right, well, okay, I guess we're all even. Yeah, so, I mean, nice for both MGEZIN, Wesley. They'll be happy to lock in that, you know, armful of points after that first race. And if the rest of these races continue to sort of be in that nature, they'll be like, yay, good stuff. But the other regions, not so, doesn't tell a similar tale. So I'll see how we go into Hakone and then eventually Maple Valley. You know, it might get a little dicey. Waters might get a little choppy out there for them.
I mean, we've already seen that physicality is not something that this Latin American region is going to shy away from. They're more than happy to. And now that they've got extra width on the track to do so, you might see some of those riskier takes on the inside. You can't necessarily do that on spot. Like, you can, but I don't necessarily recommend it. Yeah, it's probably not the right idea, especially with a lot of the tighter turns that you do have on a track like Spa. But as we move over to Hakone, I think there is going to be more availability. Whether or not they're going to successfully make those moves, we'll find out.
That's what's going to be exciting. And yeah, Hakone too, maybe a little bit easier on the technical side, but definitely more exciting races to come. So we are going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with your second race of the LATAM region. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with race number 2 of the LATAM region for your Logitech McLaren G Challenge. First race, maybe calm before the storm. I think that's the sense I'm getting. My knees are hurting a little. You know, my arthritis is acting up. So I'm thinking, you know, we might have a storm brewing. We'll have to see. But like you were mentioning before we went to the break, Hakone, wider track, more room for, let's call it, creativity. So we'll have to see what we get out of our second race here.
I like that word creativity for this one here because, again, it's still into the same sort of thing we've talked about a lot today with racers having to pick their moments, pick and choose when that risk is worth it. But the availability for it here, like you said, is just much more abundant. With wider turns and more available turns to do so, it's definitely going to have that opportunity. But also at the same time, it is a much shorter race. So the difference is that you're going to have that one very distinct straightaway that I think everybody's going to understand here. And then after that is going to be where you really have to make your move. moves, and if you do not, well, the results will speak for themselves.
Yeah, and like we kind of saw, speaking of results, MGEZIN, dominant performance, qualified P1, finished P1. Wesley, though, still, they're in the early moments, about that halfway point, though. We saw everyone kind of spread out and lock in those positions. Couple of little battles between 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, kind of just working through it. But we'll have to see, again, how that shakes out here. Shorter track, kind of always going to be in the action, more room to try to make some moves out there. And maybe we'll see if players are taking a little more risk trying to work up those spots as our, tracks kind of dwindle down as we near towards the end. So it should be interesting. But for the time being, MGEZIN just kind of, another day at the office, so to speak, just really locking it in with the way he's performed in previous G challenges is just like, yep, I'm here, like, come beat me kind of thing.
And it's a difficult thing because I don't think anybody so far of the pack that we do have here has put up accolades like that before. Again, we talk about our second place there in Wesley, a very talented racer, but the best they did last time was top 3. And they did that 2 races in a row and then finished in 5th on the 3rd and final race. So it's going to get a little bit interesting here, but as we take a look over at the grid for our second race, maybe it'll give us a little bit of spice if maybe we see somebody not expected a bit further down in the pack.
Yeah, kind of curious to see how this one is going to start off. Again, I think, looking at the final standings from our previous race, a couple drivers jumping up pretty significantly in those standings, but still kind of only placing towards the mid-pack. So nothing really kind of firing at those top 3 positions just yet. But Wesley going to be starting back a little bit on this race. So that could throw a little bit of a wrench into things. Now, we know they're an amazing driver, but really just having to work your way up to be in kind of striking distance might be interesting. Low, we also saw, finish pretty high on the standings, but starting back around 10th. 6, again, was another driver who we saw kind of battling through that upper mid-pack. Relamps as well, a driver who we saw battling with Angeloni a bit. So they're going to be continuing that on here, going into Hakone, at least at the start. Cartana, a new one here that kind of like slipped us mentioning, but is going to be starting in P5. Chiero going to be in 5th. So those two kind of, again, little battles here back and forth. RBM Julio going to be in P4. Energy is kind of one you called out as someone we were keeping our eye on. So starting in position 3 for this race. And MGEZIN going to be starting in P2. So a little bit of pace to maybe make up on, but we'll have to see who is starting in P1 for us. There's kind of like a big reveal moment here. I like that. Okay, and JSR COD. Let's just call him. Do we want to call him COD? Chaos?
It's either Chaos or Kaus, and I'm not really sure, so I'll go with COD. As a fellow fish name, I'm cool with calling them COD at this point here.
And I think I'll go with Chaos because qualifying P1 not really on the radar.
What?
So, like, there's a little bit of both. We can go both directions with it, but when the action undoubtedly heats up here, we can shorten it just to COD to be able to, like, get those points in there. But, P1 for COD in qualifying is going to be fun.
It's interesting. It's definitely not what we anticipated here, especially because COD is one of the few racers that was able to finish top 5 in our first race and is now still here in top 5 for the grid in our second. It is crazy to me to think that our second place in Wesley is starting, I think, in, what was it, like 10th or something like that?
Was it back towards the, something around, like the middle of the pack. Really,
and they're not the only person.
Drop off. No.
It's also Chora as well, who finished in 5th, is now also, I think, in like 8th as well. So, like, it's 2 racers that very clearly could finish top 5 and have the capabilities, but now we're going to have to kind of race from behind, a position that hasn't been all that advantageous to really anybody throughout the day. Yeah,
and really the defining quality of that first race was that they started at the top, were able to lock in those positions and just kind of be there. So now, we'll have to see how it plays out. If they can't, they have to fight for those positions. I would anticipate the grid is going to stay tighter for most of the race here. So we might get a lot more action going into Hakone.
Let's find out here as we start off, Hakone, our second race here for Latin America, our second of 3. I will remind everybody again, and I also do want people to pay attention to our racer in 4th here. We didn't get to talk a lot about Julio in the first one. There might have been a difficulty for them not being able to participate, but regardless of whatever happened, they now have to try and battle back from that position, and this is a player that I do expect that definitely could do that here. Again, Wesley, another name that could also very easily battle back, but man, it has got to feel bad to start in 11th. They were even further back than we thought.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at the daunting challenge in front of them as you see all the cars they are going to be battling against and trying to pass. So love kind of watching here as they approach some of these turns. Doesn't want to get too involved, in the action, because we did see, a couple of bumps, some physicality, so to speak, going on early on in our previous race. So they're going to have to play this one near perfect to really find these positions, but already climbing up from 11th into 9th now. And as 6 is now on their right, we'll have to see how they approach this corner. A lot of drivers trying to dive into that inside angle. Wesley just kind of playing it slow now, fighting for another spot over 6th, but it's going to be tough to hold on to that one.
I got a feel for Wesley a little bit here. In my opinion, they're taking by far the best line out of any of the racers in this pack right now, but they just keep getting stopped by the bumpers of anybody who's in front of them. They have been able to climb already 5 places within about a lap's time, so credit where it is due, but we also do want to pay a bit of attention to that top 3, which this time is not as much of a gap from the rest of the pack as we maybe anticipated. There is, however, a top 2 that's pretty clear here. MGEZIN and COD, definitely the 2 at the front right now, kind of dictating how everybody else runs around them. And again, this is a track where you kind of do have that availability with very few turns throughout it and a pretty short overall length. It's going to be a lot of these straightaways where you get that opportunity. So if anybody can catch up to either one of them, it would be tremendous. But so far, so unsuccessful here. Even MGEZIN not able to get around COD quite yet.
Yeah, and I want to point out another heartbreak moment for Julio, who was involved in another little incident, little scuffle went down, so they've dropped all the way down into 17th. So despite another really strong qualifying, and I actually, the previous season, had a chance to kind of talk to Boquet a little bit about his approach when he qualified in store versus going through the time trials online. And I think it's a perfect time to bring it up, as he said, I wanted more practice in live racing environments. And I think you can see why he wanted to focus on that for that previous season, because there's a big difference between being fast and being good in a race. When you've got to worry about going off of your perfect line, you've got to know how to give that up and then get back on it. And that's kind of what we're seeing with a couple of these drivers, just struggling with, I know where I want to be, but someone else is already there. So now what do I do? How much do I give? How much do I get? And so we're seeing, these drivers be tested by that a little bit, I think, here.
Yeah, I definitely would agree on that one. And I think that if you want an example of how to kind of avoid the pitfalls of that, I think that Wesley is probably the greatest example. They have now climbed almost 10 places into 5th place. And although they maybe have not solidified their position in the top 5, it is going to be a battle for the next 6 laps. The fact that they have climbed that far, and you could see it from the moments that we were watching them, they were doing exactly as you talked about. They had a line that they wanted to run, but as soon as they did see some problems due to cars in front of them maybe not taking the proper line, they went, okay, cool, I'm not going to try and just force this. I'm going to make the adjustments necessary and keep myself in this. It's rewarded them with a 5th place so far, and maybe even an availability to climb even further, because in comparison to our last race on Spa, this is a much tighter top 5.
Yeah, and we even see MGEZIN dropping into 2nd for the time being. Now he is gaining on COD there, trying to potentially make a move, but 6 coming in hot into this pack between Cartana and Energy, as they will kind of battle it out as well. Getting a little dicey there as we see a little bit of that car catch Cartana onto Energy, but 6 again performing well in the previous race, but similar to Wesley, having to climb their way back up into these spots, and a big exchange between a handful of drivers in that mid-pack, but it is MGEZIN still trying to work their way back into the lead on COD. And really, this is a great opportunity for everyone else after that previous race where everything was so locked in, so solidified, but plenty of opportunity to basically make up some points from that previous race where P1, 2, and 3 were all kind of so solidified.
Yeah, it's not solidified quite yet, but I am starting to notice that MGEZIN is trying to get around COD very obviously. I don't think I need to state that at any moment, but you can see the real reason they're struggling right now is COD is taking an extremely defensive approach. I think they may have had the availability to try and pull further away if they go for a more aggressive approach here, but I think they recognize the fact that this is a short race, that this is going to be a bit wider of a track. They need to cut off these angles from MGEZIN, and if they do not do that, they're not going to be able to not only hold on to first, but they probably won't even be able to hold on to second all too firmly, as again, we've seen what happens when MGEZIN has that opportunity to just kind of pull away from the pack. They know these lines, they know these tracks, they know how to race well enough to just create that gap between them and the rest of the racers that are participating. So I like what we're seeing so far from COD here. Been doing a good job of playing defensively and cutting out those angles. You can see they're not holding too tight to the inside here. They want to make sure that they can't be cut off on the inside, cannot be cut off on the outside, just not give an opportunity for MGEZIN to try and find any room to work with.
Yeah, Wesley also closing the gap on Angeloni, going from last we picked up on it around P11, now fighting for P4. So Wesley really doing exactly what they need to do here in this race, and doing a quick glance at our leaderboard. I think the biggest gap we have in the top 10 is under 2 seconds, maybe just over now. So definitely a much tighter race here on Hakone, and we are only on lap 7 as Angeloni actually going to be going back and forth. Could lose a bit of pace there, which might open the door for Wesley, but cannot find that to hold on to. So we see him wanting to make that move, almost had a nice little opportunity to jump up 2 spots, but both drivers ahead of him able to recover.
He's, again, recognizing the fact that he has the ideal line and then the most practical line, which are 2 very different things, and that problem has been, well, a problem so far throughout this race here for Wesley. Similarly, the problems only continue here from MGEZIN, who just does not have that availability to pass COD at any point here. I don't know if maybe they're waiting for the perfect moment, but your perfect moment's going to pass, man. You've got 2, maybe technically 3 laps left here as we are on our 8th, but you just see it. There's such a close proximity. It's just going to take one mistake, and that'll be the move. This could be a move for 3rd place here, as Angeloni might have the opportunity to get past.
We're gonna have to see. This is intense going into this turn. We've got a couple of drivers. Wesley, though, is the surprise victor of that little battle as he sneaks in between Angeloni and Chiero. And I want to mention, too, because you were talking about MGEZIN trying to make a move on COD, but I'm looking at 3 letters in front of both of their names, which tells me they might be a little more respectful than you would think. Similarly in 3rd and 4th, right? Worst case scenario is MGEZIN takes out his teammate, and now they're both at the back of the grid. So while MGEZIN, I'm sure, will make a move if the opportunity presents itself, might be a little bit risk averse there, but we'll have to see how that plays out going into our final few laps.
And the other thing about it as well is that MGEZIN can actually afford to take the 2nd place right now, because COD got 3rd in our first race here, meaning that even if COD is able to take this one here, because MGEZIN had both the 1st place and the fastest lap when we were racing through Spa, they're going to have more than enough lead to be able to hold on to. Wesley, my goodness, man. Yeah, I'm going to give my credit to COD and to MGEZIN for what they've done, but the most impressive race by far is Wesley, from 11th to now 3rd, and seemingly pulling away from the rest of the people who were in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, Wesley also just respectfully closing that door on that corner, able to solidify that position for the time being. Now, I'm sure Angeloni going to be battling as we see that position going to go back and forth for a bit, but we are now in our final lap, and I think this is like best case scenario for all of these drivers, right? You've got COD in 1st, MGEZIN in 2nd, Wesley in 3rd, I think, which means it might come down to, depending on how this race finishes, the fastest lap times might be distinguishing 1, 2, and 3 here, because it's kind of a musical chair scenario, but MGEZIN has the lead for the time being, and COD going to give up that position going into our final lap.
This is only a couple of turns left here. There could not have been a worse moment for COD to have given up that position. And again, we talked about it. It's definitely friendly competition considering they're on the quote-unquote same team here, but you know that they want to win, and especially considering you've been the leader for 9 laps. COD's probably not going to take this one sitting down, but they may have to take it either way. MGEZIN coming through the final corner here, and it looks like that overtake has been more than successful. They will secure their 2nd first place in a row. you gotta feel for COD is, wait a minute, maybe the penalties will shake some stuff up.
Ooh, we're going to have to see how this one closes out. Might have been a little contact that jostled up our first and second place finish there. So yeah, while it was an amazing move and the final moments of our second race, it could just be just enough of a penalty to bump him into second. And really, I think the winner of that is Wesley. Is like, hey, I'm now like right there, all three of those drivers. But again, huge shout out to Wesley. Not the best qualifying, but what a finish.
That's probably the best race that we've seen so far there, which would also make me imagine that they probably had the fastest lap time too, which would give them a really good way to catch up a little bit here, considering they finished in second in our first race. So the top three continues to just kind of spin over and over again at this point. There's no real definitive winner at this point, or at least I'd say front runner going into our third and final race here for Latin America. So, I mean, we got what we hoped for.
You know who the winner is? You at home, the audience going into, us too, we're watching, we're technically viewers. We just have the mic. So yeah, going into that third and final race on Maple Valley, it continues to provide. So yeah, here we see COD, due to that half a second penalty, kind of bumps MGEZIN down. Wesley moving up 9 positions to finish in P3. Angeloni also a nice little climb there as well to finish in P4. And, you know, the rest of the grid kind of shaking out. Lots of back and forth. But, Julio, again, not being able to catch a break. But, his teammate Wesley kind of on the redemption run for him as well. So when it comes to our P1, 2, and 3, it's really just a revolving door of points. And I think, like you mentioned, it's just going to come down to maybe that fastest lap and definitely how they perform in race number 3.
Yeah, this is definitely all going to come down to race 3, which is it's what we hoped. It's what we wanted to by far, beyond anything else that we've seen so far. It does kind of feel a little bit bad for maybe some of the racers that started off in pretty good positions in our first race and now haven't necessarily given themselves that opportunity going into our third. But again, anything could happen.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of all of this.
Yeah, it's kind of like, Wesley's, he's coming.
Yeah,
even if he qualified in, P12, he's back there. So you've got to, play it right. So, shout outs to Wesley, but also, those drivers as well trying to hold on to that position led to an exciting race number 3. So we definitely want to get into that one. So we're going to throw it to another brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with your final race in our LATAM region. So stay tuned. Ladies and have been spoiled by performances here today. Another neck and neck race between, I think it's P1, 2, and 3, but we'll take a look at the official standings and point totals once they're ready. But just from the finishes alone, we've seen kind of that rotation between these drivers. So yeah, MGEZIN ahead by 5, COD finishing in second, but Wesley with that amazing 9 position climb in the previous race, locking in 47, and then rest of the grid a little bit farther behind, but definitely still in striking distance. Even P1 through P5 still kind of in it, and some of these drivers too, like 6 Relamps, Cartana, Chorolo, we've seen them perform well, just really just kind of getting iced out by this top 3 that have just finished back-to-back in those positions. So really excited to get into Maple Valley. We've seen how fast you are out on that track. So I wouldn't really even count many drivers out. We'll have to see, again, that final turn going into it has been make or break for a lot of drivers. And with how tight this is through P1, 2, and 3, man, I just think we could be in for some serious action.
I would agree with you on that. I also do think that for the rest of the racers that are maybe paying attention to this and getting ready for that, do not take the fact that, we've got a 4 and 5 that are maybe a little bit ahead of the pack as like, oh yeah, they're going to take 4 and 5. The chaos we have seen outside of the top 3 has led me to believe that those spots are completely up to grab for literally anybody who wants them. Again, we look at our first race here on Spa. Our top 3 stays the same between Spa and Hakone. Our 4th and 5th do not. We have Energy and Chora Low in the first of our races. Then you look at the second one, and it's Angeloni and Chiero that end up taking 4th and 5th. 2 racers that weren't even close to that 4th and 5th position in the first one. So it's genuinely up for grabs for literally any of the racers at this point. And considering the differences in prize between like 4th place and like 10th, you want to fight for that 4th place finish.
Yeah, which is why I love the format too, is that even if you're in that middle of the pack, like you're still fighting for hundreds of dollars, which just always leads to some great action out there on the grid. But what I'm super excited to see and super curious about, again, is the qualifying. Did Wesley cut themselves a break? If they're starting a little bit ahead, is there another big shakeup like we saw previously? So we're going to be kind of walking you through our grid positions with our drivers here as we kind of get ready for the LATAM final race on Maple Valley. Going through Julio again, just struggling a little bit. We saw some great qualifying times previously. Also just, kind of being out there on the track. But like we also kind of mentioned, there can be a difference between just setting a fastest time and actually being out there on the grid with 18 other drivers. It can be a totally different environment, and sometimes, the dice just doesn't roll in your favor. But Vitinho, another driver we've seen, in the G Challenge, just a little bit back this time from maybe that mid-pack where we've seen them previously. Dark Racer, another driver who I know we've seen before, in these competitions. It's just like everyone out there is putting in so many hours, so much work, the competition getting so fierce that, every spot is a battle out there on the grid. So as we near that top half, going to be super curious to see where everyone ends up. So we've got Cartana love the name, by the way, in P9. And next up, Relamps, again, that P8. So kind of starting to mirror a little bit the finish we saw in the previous race on Hakone. Going up to our next position, again, Angeloni still has been in that battle, just kind of outside, sometimes flirting with, sometimes inside that top 5. Energy, another one who we've seen in some really intense battles. I would consider these 3 drivers, they are kind of like the gatekeepers of to the top 3. They have been putting up such a tough time. They are kind of like the proving ground to be like, all right, are you hanging with the big dogs up in the top? But Chora Low, again, another driver we mentioned, in the point standings, maybe a little bit lower than expected, but in terms of qualifying and performing, has been out there putting in work. Wesley locking in for the final race, going to be starting in P2. And who is P1? It's going to be Cod up there in the top spot. So gonna have to see what this means for this race. Regardless, it means we're in for a fun time.
It also means that we're going to be in for COD, probably leading the pack for another various amount of laps. Something we saw in our last race that I'm going to say didn't necessarily benefit them, if there's a better word to use, as they end up giving it up in the final lap, and they never really are able to actually establish much of a lead in first. They're constantly being just patronized by MGEZIN the entire time. So I do worry a little bit for COD here coming into yet again the similar position, but also at the same time, I worry for Chora Low, a racer that has done well so far, but the fact that they are starting in 3rd and now kind of have to maintain that for the entirety of the race is something they could not do on Hakone.
Yeah, well, again, the threats have been dispersed across all of the grid, so no matter who's behind you, you have to worry about who's in front, who's behind, and going into Maple Valley, it's make or break for really how things are going to go. Wesley, again, in there in points, but just outside of those finishes, we'll have to see. I think finishes P2 in the first race, P3 in the second, but going into this one, starting in P2, gonna have to overtake COD, who we saw doing some great defense against MGEZIN. So and MGEZIN starting out in P4, so kind of in the thick of it there. But MGEZIN gonna make a little move early on. 6 and Energy jockeying as well. Wesley out ahead. MGEZIN and COD now kind of battling for their own spots, and maybe Wesley can get a little bit of a breakaway here. We'll have to see, but of course MGEZIN wants to make up some of that distance. Chora just falling back quite a bit, as you know. I mean, you had a lot of great drivers behind them as well. So while it was a great qualifying time, being able to defend that position with everyone fighting for these top spots, obviously a tough task. But if their pace is right on this track on Maple Valley, they might start climbing up as well. We'll have to see. But for the time being, Wesley is out in front. We've seen our, like 4 horsemen here in Relamps, Angeloni, Energy, those kind of just gatekeeping that top 3, 6 as well. But MGEZIN and COD going toe-to-toe. Wesley now falling back to P3. 6 has found themselves in P4, and it has just been a toss-up here on our first laps on Maple Valley.
What in the heck just happened to and more racers, I was going to say, are like not necessarily front runners, but the middle of the pack is suffering right now. Energy starts off in, I think, 4th or 5th place. All of a sudden, they drop from P5 all the way to 15. It's just a quick descent. Same for Chora. Chora starts in 3rd. All of a sudden, they're now in P18. Multiple of our front runners having possibly the worst lap imaginable to start off Maple Valley. You have to feel for them, as I think that's basically the end of the run for Relamps, Chora Low, and Energy at a chance to keep those top 5 positions that they have been battling for throughout the day.
Now it's going to be Wesley getting sandwiched here by teammates MGEZIN and COD. We saw him battling back and forth with COD. Wesley trying to get just, staying enough to where he doesn't have to feel threatened by COD from behind, but also keeping enough pace to catch up to MGEZIN and make a move on first. I do think it is kind of a necessity for Wesley at this point to claim a P1. And of course, MGEZIN wants to hold on to that spot, and COD going to do his best to keep challenging Wesley from the opposite side of the car. So Wesley, this is going to be exciting to watch for them and what they do here.
This has been a fun start to Maple Valley so far. I think this is everything we were hoping for out of this one. But one thing that has not appeared, which has appeared in multiple races prior, is the sort of separation of the top of the pack here. That is not happening for our top 3 right now. Any one of the 3 of them makes a mistake on some of these more aggressive turns, and they are going to feel the consequences, as they will be quickly passed up by many of the Sharks just snapping at their heels behind them, man. I'm ready for this. I want to both see a good race, but I'm also anticipating that, especially if you are COD or Wesley, recognizing that MGEZIN has a decent lead here in this 3rd race coming out of the 2nd, you might have to make that risky move, whether you want to or not. It'll be available for others around you to take advantage of, but if it pays off, it'll pay off in dividends.
Yeah, it's especially nerve-wracking here, both for Wesley and COD, because COD wants to keep pressuring Wesley. He wants to get into P2. Wesley kind of getting it from both sides, has to try to both catch up to MGEZIN, but also defend against COD. And I just wonder if, it's like that tension at certain point. Is it going to snap? Is Wesley essentially in like a 2v1 here, like between these 2 drivers, desperately wants to catch up to that leader, trying to find pace to do so, but has to defend against all of these dives from COD. Gets a little bit of separation there, as COD is going to now start feeling some pressure from 6 and Angeloni as well. So he's got some defending of themselves to do. Wesley will fall a little bit behind on pace from MGEZIN, but we all know why. It's because there is a stampede coming from behind him.
Yeah, this is an issue, though, that we've already seen before. On Spa, this exact same thing happened, and it actually led to MGEZIN not only being able to take first comfortably, but further increasing their lead for every lap that was raced. And that has already happened here. On lap 3, the gap between Wesley and MGEZIN was about 0.7 seconds. We are up to 1.3 at the highest I just saw a moment ago. So the problem now becomes is that battle between Wesley and COD, Angeloni, who has now moved up a little bit, is more of a battle than they can probably afford to take, while also actively trying to move on up. 6, I'm going to remind you again, we have already seen races determined off of penalty points. Maybe not yet for the bumper cars.
I felt that one. I felt it. I recoiled in my chair, that it's just like you're pulling moves like that in moments like this.
Lap 5!
Also, blink and you miss it. is lap 5. So we're halfway through this race here on Maple Valley. So the door slowly closing here on Wesley as well. 5 points behind the leader and a 3-point difference between first and second in finish. So it might come down to a fastest lap. MGEZIN might have to really give up more than just that first place. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. But again, Wesley just doing everything right for the time being, has managed to stave off the attacks from COD while also just doing his best to make some gains on MGEZIN. But COD just giving him no breathing room through any parts of this track. Wesley just doing a great job. Some great highlights again, battling back in that race on Hakone. But here, even in the mid-pack, back a little bit as COD is going to make the move onto Wesley. Can he hold on to it? This could potentially ice out Wesley from the finish, but he's going to start to work his way back in. We see some tires facing the wrong direction from COD. Gets them back, all four going in the right direction now. But essentially what this has done is created a 3-second gap between first and second, and the task for Wesley to complete has just gotten even more challenging.
I think, unfortunately, that singular move might have just secured the entire race, heck, the entire championship here for MGEZIN. Just an unbelievable run as what just happened to Wesley?
Wesley went a little sideways, I think bumped off of maybe Angeloni, who then, it was very much kind of a Rube Goldberg style chain of events that had happened there. But now we have another timeout. Elite 6 now taking a position over COD, and Wesley dropping back to 4th. A little bit of a breather between them and Z Energy as COD now tries to get back into second place, but in P2 through 4, it is like a bloodbath.
It is just incredibly close right now, but as we mentioned before, that has afforded just the largest of gaps here for MGEZIN, who has now found themselves almost 4 seconds in front of COD, or whoever holds the second position for the time being. I do want to give some credit, though, to our 5th place racer right now. Energy has found a way to go all the way from starting position to all the way to 15th, and now they have found themselves back to P3. This has been an P5. They've had an incredibly impressive run here, and again, as we talked about, they're really more battling for that top 5 position. I would say they're going to guarantee themselves that 4th or 5th position, but I'll be real, if 6 ends where they're standing right now, very easily they could take it, but that might be a problem. 6, in order to get there, it did take a couple of penalties. I mean, we saw the one bump. It's definitely going to cost them.
Yeah, and we see Wesley now getting back into second, but again, like we had mentioned, there's a pretty big gap now between second and third, but taking a look, just at those penalties, 6 with some of those risks has been awarded those penalties in accordance with some of those maneuvers. So the gap for MGEZIN has grown, but Wesley has done nothing short of impressive here, defending against COD, battling his way back and forth to at least hold on to that P2 spot. 6, again, like we mentioned, is going to suffer a couple penalties in the final standing, so drivers like Energy, Kiero in a good spot here as well.
Yeah, at this point, it's just about keeping in close proximity with the racers that you're most likely to go up against in the leaderboard here. For Wesley, it's not necessarily about being able to guarantee a spot in front of COD, but necessarily keeping close enough that the penalties that COD has accrued will make a tremendous difference. Similarly, Energy needs to stay right behind 6 here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're actually going to pass them, find a way into 4th, and as long as they can hold on to this position, especially with the penalties accrued by 6, this should give them that availability to stay in that top 4 position.
Yeah, and depending on where Kiero ends up, 6 might even, drop down into like a P7.
Yeah.
Depending on, the end of the race here, but already on lap 9. COD continuing to fight through there, trying to continue to put some pressure onto Wesley. Again, with these top 3 drivers, it could be any person's game between where they end up on the podium. MGEZIN feels like it's pretty locked in, but, 2 through 6 at this point could be a big shakeup. Wesley, though, continuing to show some of that poise, being pressured by COD. Energy as well, being able to defend against 6, who is making maybe a little bit of a move, trying to find something going into our final couple of laps. The rest of the field as well starting to settle in, but still some points of contention, especially through drivers like Cartana, still like a name we've seen kind of crop up every now and then. Even Dark Racer, who we've mentioned, has been moving up and down the leaderboard, but COD is continuing to find these little gaps, shaving it down to under milliseconds, looking for a move to make. We are again in our final lap, and COD wants to find that P2 finish against Wesley, and Wesley really just having to defend the entire time, locking this one in.
It's somewhere Wesley seemingly is comfortable. They are fine to be the one just kind of dictating what lines both him and COD are going to take. But the problem for COD here is that they don't only need to overtake Wesley, but considering the penalties they have accrued, and potentially even more as they go for a bit of a risky inside line, they're going to need to pass them and then take a couple of milliseconds on top of them in order to make up for the penalties that they've accrued so far. But let's take a second and celebrate. MGEZIN taking first place in our third race here, and probably first place overall as well. That is their second win here out of the 3 races we have gone through, and has created some chaos. But as they come through the final race line, it does look like Wesley holds on, but it is COD.
I was like, they passed the finish line, right? Like, they're good, we're good.
They're done. Well, COD had a full send it, man. He didn't have another option.
I was like, man, okay, we're good. We crossed the finish line. Everyone's cool. Everyone's chill. Yeah, like, that would be awful. Yeah. But MGEZIN, again, something
victory lap, there it is.
Yeah, hit it up, because the action was so intense that he started P4, worked his way up to first, like in the blink of an eye, was right back in that P1 position. Man, I was like, they didn't spin out before the end of the track, right? Like, we're good. They went through. Like, I saw that, right? Like, the camera angle switch. I'm like, they crossed the finish line, right? We're good. All right, good. But yeah, man, shout outs to MGEZIN, a great race. Shout outs to Wesley. Just, I mean, throwing it all out there, putting himself in the best position to potentially claim victory. But man, just having to battle against so much pressure from COD throughout that final race, it's tough. It's tough to both, try to make up time and defend against all that pressure. But really what sold me on that performance on Hakone, going from like P11 all the way up to be able to finish in that top 3. So yeah, like we had mentioned, MGEZIN jumping up 3, Wesley just holding on to that P2. COD, a great, fast qualifying times, but drops back into P3. Chiero, Energy, 6, Cartana, Angeloni, Nico, all these drivers, like, just also such solid racing and great action in the middle of that pack, was kind of entertaining throughout. So another intense, kind of crazy map 3, race 3, where we got to see a little bit of everything. But shout outs again, MGEZIN, the consistency there, even being able to claw their way back in through, a P4 qualifying position, really just kind of showing us the best of the best out there on the day.
Yeah, and again, it's also kind of showing us something we talked about, I think, in race 1 here for Latin America, and it still is very prevalent here in race number 3, which is that the physicality and the penalties are going to make a significant difference in the outcomes overall. Again, you saw it. 6 ends up getting bumped not only from that 5th position all the way into 6th, actually, as a matter of fact, with Chiero taking their second 5th place finish in a row. It's probably also going to cost 6 a decent amount of points on the overall leaderboard and the placement there. As we've talked about, again, it's not just about being able to take these lines and take these risks when required, but to take the risk cleanly, not bump into other racers and really cause yourself problems. Because as much as like, taking a place is great, if you all of a sudden have a 1-second penalty, that full place doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and it can even be more than that when the races are so tight. Like, we didn't even see much more on Maple Valley than like over 2 seconds. So if you're at a 2.5-second penalty, you're dropping multiple spots. So just really emphasizing that out there. So we will have to see how that shakes up. I know there was like 5 points in between first and second, maybe a little bit less in between that, and then even the rest of the grid was all within kind of striking distance of each other. So depending on how this one finishes up, might see a big shakeup even in outside of that podium finish. And like you had mentioned, it's not just podiums, it's not just VIP trips, it's the dollar amount too. So we'll see kind of what everyone is walking away with here today. But again, like we had mentioned, everyone walks away with something. I like stat about this too, that even if you finished in last, but you made it all the way to the grand final, like there is some prize money there, which is just, I think, an awesome thing. And then, if you guys are tuned in too, I think we mentioned it a little bit before our LATAM region, but if you got a minute, you just hop on Forza Motorsport, you enter in our rivals playlist. You're also entered in a giveaway for the VIP trip, so you can also win just by watching here at home and racing in that playlist. But I think we're ready to look at some of the standings, see where everything ended up. So here is the big reveal. So MGEZIN locking it in. Nice. I don't think I've seen that yet. Today has been an incredible day of firsts for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We've got a second and third with 72. I will get clarification on if that is like third is third here or if they are tied. So COD Chaos, we have got confirmation, won the tiebreaker, so that is an accurate representation. The tie in points, but the placings are correct. JSR, kind of littering the leaderboard right now, so big day for them, big day for MGEZIN. COD Chaos, Wesley, though, Energy, Chiero, Angeloni, Six, Cartana, all those drivers led to some extremely entertaining races out there. And you can really see how close it was. Lots of these little pockets of points, all within like 5, 6, 7. And when you take a look at how the placings were kind of jostling back and forth, man, there was a lot that could have happened, but MGEZIN really locking it in at the end. Wesley putting up a crazy fight, and COD coming in and making it interesting on Maple Valley led to an awesome LATAM regional grand final.
Yeah, I gotta say again, massive congratulations, MGEZIN, for just the performance that they put out here, as well as also I think our highest point total on the day from any of the racers that we've seen, if I'm not mistaken. Again, not only being able to get multiple wins on this one, 2 out of the 3 on the day, but also getting a fastest lap, I think, in the first map, as well as I also think here on our third track as well. So just really impressive stuff from them. It's just very clear that across the board they were not only prepared on the day, but really trying to prove that they wanted redemption after their last one. Because for those that did not get to see our last Latin American G Challenge here a handful of months ago, that actually was a pretty intense day for MGEZIN, as they were able to get technically 2 wins, but I think one of them got revoked due to the fact that they had penalties on that, and then they end up losing the overall event to Vinny instead. Now they come back, Vinny's not in the competition, they go, trust me, I'm still ahead of the pack, and they prove it entirely here with a not only definitive win, but again 2 wins out of the 3 races we had in the day.
Yeah, you can really see that performance shine through on like our tracks 1 and 2 as well, just kind of setting the pace and letting everyone else kind of fall in line. Hakone, again, was a fun little battle. We had, Wesley battling his way up. But again, like you had mentioned, shout outs to our LATAM region. Congratulations to all of our winners. And that means we've got 1 region left here for this G Challenge broadcast. We'll be going to NA to close out the day. And I believe there we have a chance for a 4-peat, if possible. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our final region. So stay tuned.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals. We've had 3 amazing regions throughout the course of today, but we still have 1 final region left to work our way through and crown a season champion here. It's going to be a pleasure to walk us through 3 more maps or 3 more tracks of action here. Now heading to the North American side of things, and we've got a bit of a shakeup here in the North American side that we'll be talking about in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the broadcast once again. It's going to be our pleasure to be taking you through the action. And let's go ahead and take a look at exactly how our players managed to work their way to today's event. Once again, we'll just quickly run through this. For those of you that have been with us, you've seen this before, but for those who didn't, there were 2 ways that you could make it into our Logitech McLaren G Challenge Championship here today. Either through our in-store race days competition that's been going on since April. If you managed to place among the top scores in our in-store competitions, you would have also qualified for our semifinals that would have went on about a week or 2 ago, and that's how you would have qualified for today's action here. With that said, there was also a way to qualify through the in-game kind of metrics there on Forza through our rivals qualifiers that took place over the past couple of months as well. So it's going to be a combination of both of those that make up our grid for today's action. And now we'll be focusing on North America. Let's take a look one final time at the tracks as well as the car that we'll be racing on. Bit of a change up if you've been with us for previous seasons. We've normally switch up the car between different tracks, but that's not going to be the case. We're going to be sticking with the 1988 McLaren MP4/4 the entire time. Starting things out on Spa, moving over to Hakone and Mapley Valley to wound things up. And of course, it'll be 10 laps along the way. Players would have qualified yesterday, so they know where they're starting out and can plan around that. And of course, points are determined by your finishing placement, as well as a bonus point going to the fastest lap. And then aside from that, we are also going to take a quick little peek at the prizing. That is once again up for grabs as we move ourselves towards that as well. It's going to be some cash on the line, of course. $1,000 for first place, $800 for second, $600 for third, and plenty more cash will be given away below that as well. Everybody's making at least $50 just for making it here today. But the real prize, of course, alongside the cash is our first place winner. We'll be taking a trip to the McLaren Technology Center as well and get to see all the magic that brings the McLaren racing team together. I think it's going to be quite a spectacle to see who ends up taking it.
Yeah, it is an awesome trip, an awesome opportunity for everybody that is participating in these races. And a reminder again, for those of you at home that maybe want to win that trip, you still have that opportunity. Race days are not over yet. We still got until the 3rd for you guys to hop on Forza and take a look over at that challenge. Just participating in it enters you in for that 5th and final spot here. As like we said, everybody else is going to guarantee themselves a spot at the McLaren Technology Center. But for you guys at home, if you would still like a shot, the bonus stage is still available. You can race now through September 3rd, like we said. So only a few days left here, about a week and some change. But that's plenty of time for you to hop on, get a lap in, and get yourself entered into that contest. We, however, do not have a ton of time left. It is our final region here for the G Challenge. Like we said, we've gone through 3 prior, and now we wrap it up in North America. And man, I gotta say, maybe it's just a little bit of pride, as you can tell from the accent, that we are North American, but I'm a little bit excited for this one, maybe a little bit more than even the others.
Absolutely the case. It's our home region for the two of us after all, so we're very excited to cover the action inside of there. But we did hear word just before getting started with things here today that once again, there will be a new champion here in the North American side of things. The former champion from our previous season did not make it to this year's qualification run. So because of that, that means that one of these races we work our way onto the grid is going to be able to take that, get a championship away from it and steal the crown for at least this season. And that's always exciting to watch, of course, because it's an open grid in terms of who will actually be able to take things. We go into it not knowing what to expect, and it means we don't know what the outcome will be either. And that's always a fun time for us here on the commentary desk.
I love it when you go into a series like this and you just kind of don't know what to anticipate. There's obviously some other frontrunners who have done well in the past, especially when we talk about, our previous frontrunner not being here, Force One not being able to participate. But SDW, the group that he's a part of, has had multiple top finishers here through multiple G challenges. So it wouldn't be surprised if somebody else from his team is able to take home this first place prize. But again, we got to see what the pack is looking like here today. Understand what the first map is going to, or the first race is going to look like, because that's kind of been the trend here today. Has the first race on Spa has kind of set the tone for what we're going to see through the next 2. Hakone and Maple Valley have definitely given us different results and different winners, but it's very clear who kind of the front runners are after we get through our first race.
And that's certainly the case as well, just because of how technical a track like Spa can be. It's very much a skill check for a lot of our players, starting off this tournament right at the beginning of it as well, hitting them with some of the most technical turns that they could possibly have in that specific type of vehicle as well. So very much right there. And the fact that by far our most skilled players are going to work their way to the top of the leaderboard on that track specifically and continue to build on that momentum throughout our second and third tracks. So take a look at the grid here today, starting out in 10th place. We've got what appears to be a robot of some kind, RA6280, joining us right there as he has that nice username. Mr. Marvel 66 will be in 9th place, and then we'll move into the top 8 where we have Beetle Snake 6, And continuing to go down from there, Zach the One representing the VNX tag in 7th, Stamina B28 and P6, and then finally for our top 5, I'll let you take that away, sir.
Keep it rolling, and finally we get some names that got that abbreviation at the beginning you should recognize. SDW popping is going to be another player we got to pay attention to. The SDW continues with Legacy up next in our 4th position. If I were to be a bit of a betting... Never mind, I was going to say betting man. I'd say it's another SDW. It's not. It's FRA, Deer Plot. Another fantastic racer who had multiple top 5 finishes in our last Gene Challenge. And Lightning, well, I think the results speak for themselves. Part of the RBM crew that we saw a lot in Latin America, now here in North America, but the results may stay the same. But you got to take down Vettel first. SDW Vettel, a racer that we've seen here in the G Challenges before, and a very prominent and talented racer at that. Multiple top 3 finishes in our last G Challenge. Would not be surprised if they appear themselves as the front runner coming out of our first race.
Reputationally, is going to have that kind of reputation behind him, so to speak. So we'll have to see if he holds it through. Just failed on coming up with another word there, but
We're 4 hours in, man.
Yeah. So it's going to be getting started in just a second here, as you saw from my timer. Just waiting for our players to finish warming things up, and then we'll get started with map number 1, and we'll see indeed if Vettel will be able to take the crown away as previous season's champion, not able to make it this time around. That will open up the pathway for him, or maybe someone else to potentially surprise here and take it away, take the trip to the McLaren Technology Center along with it, of course, and $1,000 spending cash. Not too bad to walk away with either. We'll get ourselves into Spa in just a second here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, it's the first of 3 races still to come here from the North American region. We're moving on to the Hakone Circuit as well as Maple Valley to finish things off, and Maple Valley's been a fun one today, so you're definitely going to want to stick around to see what ends up coming out from that one. But let's focus on race number 1 right now on Spa to begin things here for our North American circuit.
I'm ready to get this one started. Like we said, this is our final Gene Challenge for the day, but not the final Gene Challenge. I implore all of you to make sure you keep up to date with everything that is going on with the Gene Challenge and continue to keep up to date with the results that come through. Like we said, there's still opportunities for even you guys at home to get some participation in this Gene Challenge, as there are still spots up to grab in case you want a trip out to the McLaren Technology Centers like we talked about before. I got to do is do at least 1 race, and that'll enter you into it. But for our competitors here and now, the goal, the way they get to that technology center is through winning the event. Race number 1 out of 3 here as we get it started on Spa.
It'll be Vettel leading the charge, but Lightning close behind. Another strong contender that we've seen show up in previous cups as well, so we'll be seeing those two stay neck and neck, likely throughout the large majority of this race here and potentially throughout the circuit as well. But Lightning looking like he already wants to try and make a move for Vettel's position. Not able to take it just yet, but Deer Plot and Popping are going to exchange P3 and P4 there. A few other mixes going on amongst the middle of the pack as well here, so already some action just on the first run-through on Spa, and we'll continue to see that set the standard for what's to come on the rest of this track. Vettel, though, maintaining his P1 despite the pressure from Lightning. We'll see if he's able to keep that going throughout the mid portion of this track where things get real technical here, having to manage a lot of turns very quickly and still keep yourself at that championship speed. Legacy, in the meanwhile, back down in P5. Now steals P4 away from Popping as those two continue to exchange out, where Deer Plot was able to move away from his starting position in front of Popping and now is racing for 3rd himself. But Legacy close behind will try to close that gap quickly.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of overtakes on that turn in particular. It's been a constant throughout the other 3 regions we have watched on the day. But similarly, this is another big opportunity. This little bit of back and forth is definitely going to give opportunity to get past, and really for players to kind of figure out their line going into this one. As we've mentioned before, Spa is the longest of the 3 races that we currently have on our docket. So it's definitely one of these things where you want to make sure you get through that first lap and really understand the line you're going to take going forward into the next couple. And I think that's something that maybe our best racers in the day haven't necessarily had to do. They've come in with a game plan, they've come with an understanding, and it's afforded them these gaps that they've been able to build early. And already you're seeing the same thing here in North America, as it is a 2-second gap between 2nd and 3rd and less than a second between 1st and 2nd.
Nice close lines being drawn here between our 1st and 2nd place position. Vettel still maintains the cleanest of them all, though, so he'll be able to surge forward into 1st place. No opportunity for Lightning to cross him just yet. A little bit of action from the back markers there as Zach the One fights against A6280 for 9th and 10th positioning. Zach still maintaining P9 for now, however, but once again up towards the front. A little bit of a rush down. Rouge, we'll see if it's going to leave enough room potentially for Lightning to overtake Vettel, but it looks like once again clean racing from both drivers. No no real opportunity opened up just yet, although Lightning is closing the gap. We'll have to see on this next turn if it's enough room to overtake. Certainly going to make the move for it. Vettel trying to box him out and over to the side so that he takes the unsuperior angle on the turn, but it's Lightning that strikes right back on the hard left curve to knock out Vettel instead and steal P1 away. But this race not over just yet here as Vettel once again surges forward with the superior exit angle there, and he'll carry that forward into the next turn, locking back in P1 for himself.
A lot of physicality between the two of them, though. You have to wonder if anybody accrued a penalty during that exchange, but on top of that, they've also allowed the third place, racer to get a little bit closer now, underneath 2 seconds in that gap there, as it's only 1.5, and it's kind of one of these things where that's the problem we've seen a lot here today, is those front runners who have continually battled up against each other, whether it's in second and third, first or second or whatever. Once that battle ensues, it slows them down a little bit, and all of a sudden a larger gap that they could have created is no longer available to them here. So you got to wonder for Vettel and Lightning if they're aware of the fact that they are letting Deerplot slowly catch up to them. They've done better now after that initial little bit of buffoonery. They have found themselves back to over a second and a half of gap here. However, Legacy going to sneak into third. A bit of a mistake out of Deerplot.
Legacy just scoots on by due to a wide swing from Deerplot there on one of our critical turns, so that's going to cost him hugely. Now he's going to have to fight for that positioning back, and it opens up the way forward here. But we will see Vanquish also get the better of Deerplot as well. Something's going on in the Deerplot camp over there as he is dropping off left and right. Not sure if the angles he's taking on some of these turns are just not working out for him or if he's being bullied out from superior positioning, but something is clearly going wrong there.
Yeah, that's the only bullying that we can see so far here within our top 5, though. Otherwise, it's been a pretty respectful back and forth between Vettel and Lightning. Yes, there's been bumping. There's been a little bit of, a jab here or there, but no solid right hooks. Nothing that's a knockout blow. Both of them just kind of going back and forth, giving the due respect. Let's see. Does Vettel give the due respect to allow this outside turn? Potentially. Lightning going to get almost a full car length in front, but it's not going to be enough to fully secure first. They're going to come into this turn, and we've talked about this. A lot of games of chicken when it comes to this second turn of the race.
Vettel with the nice cutoff there stops the shenanigans for now as he cuts off Lightning on the second turn of that smaller chicane right there. As they work their way up around the corner towards Bruxelles, it's going to be continuing to see Vettel maintain the charge and likely will stay the case now up until we get towards that final chicane on the final 2 turns of the track here right now. So once again, safe positioning. We need to rely on a mistake from Vettel to really get ahead and take P1 away. And thankfully still a safe positioning against the other players here that are near them. P3, P4, still a couple seconds back. So no immediate risk to Lightning losing his P2 there after he gets bumped back by Vettel on that recent cutoff.
It's kind of interesting. Again, every single race has obviously shown us the, anticipated packs that we have to pay attention to. But here for North America, you can see the 2 primary packs are going to be first and second, and then it's going to be third through fifth. After that, there's a bit of decent gaps as you see a 1 second gap between fifth and sixth, and then sixth and seventh, the same idea, almost 2 seconds actually now. But that's going to be what you have to pay attention to here. We said that this Spa is going to set the tone. It's going to be the people that you have to pay attention to as the front runners here for North America, and Vettel and Lightning are very clearly that right now. Less than a single millisecond between the two of them. This is about as close as physically possible.
Lightning here trying to use the whole track to look for an opportunity to get the better out of Vettel. Coming up on the final chicane, tries to push him out of a few of these close corners, but still can't find the way forward. A little bit of a bump as well, I think, in the process. Might inflict some penalty points there, but for the time being, still keeping up the heat against Vettel as he just looks for any way whatsoever to steal this P1 away. And thankfully, with a healthy 2.5 second lead, a couple, quarter second or so of penalties, not going to manage to make a huge difference at this point, as long as that gap stays as wide as it currently is.
And the question is whether or not they're going to be able to keep that gap there. And also, again, we still don't know which one of the two of them has accrued a little bit more penalties between Lightning and Vettel. So it could be that they come within basically a millisecond of each other, and it just comes down to that. Lightning will, once again, regain the lead, but he has done this every time on this straightaway and never been able to maintain it. Maybe this is the one where it changes up. Indeed, it will be. Vettel is going to fully get cut off, and for the first time what feels like all race, Lightning has a comfortable lead.
A little bit of wheel shake there on the exit from Lightning. Thankfully, Vettel respects it, sixths himself back, and no, Vettel again still hunting, looking for an inside track to pass him once more. Vettel knows he's got the better speed coming out of some of these corners, and he's trying to use it to quickly regain positioning. But like you said, our more recent maneuver we saw from Lightning was enough to finally cut off Vettel, so it is going to be Lightning that takes the consistent lead, at least for this next half lap or so.
That's the crazy thing, though, is that we're like getting all hyped about this, and I'm realizing it's lap 4. We still have over half the race left at this point. So this battle between Lightning and Vettel is going to continue to ensue, and at a certain point, we again have to come back to the fact that penalties are going to be accrued by the two of them if they continue to bump and play as physical as they have throughout this race. And if they do that enough, it could cause both of them some problems. Granted, again, as we've talked about, Legacy is over a second behind them, so it's going to take a lot of penalties for them to have any sort of shakeup between that top two. But as it currently stands, it is really both of them just kind of taking whatever risk necessary, whether it's an aggressive cut on the inside or physicality from the racer behind. It really doesn't matter, and it's been impressive to see how both of them have kind of shook that off as well. We've seen bumps against either one of them, and they just kind of go, all right, whatever, keep it rolling.
We do see a little bit of shakeup on P4 and P5. Vanquish and Deerplot going at it once again. Deerplot had lost 2 positions earlier in this race against both Legacy and Vanquish, so seeing him finally fight back for at least P4 there, but Vanquish still ends up with the better positioning. Legacy, meanwhile, long gone, nearly 3 seconds ahead of those previous 2, so he's the real winner of that trio, so to speak. Really trying now to just see if he can catch up to Vettel and Lightning, but that lead's been pretty consistent between P2 and P3 throughout most of this race so far.
Getting into the middle laps now at this point, and it's going to definitely take a little bit of a lull here. Any of the passes between Lightning and Vettel are probably not going to be as significant as we've seen, but it doesn't mean they're not going to stop attempting them. Again, over and over, you can just see it specifically here on what is basically the second turn, if you will, and then again into this very aggressive turn, the full 180 that they basically have to pull off. Has been an opportunity for multiple passes, but it kind of feels like neither one of them, again, want to take too much of a risk. They recognize that they've had other opportunities throughout this race, and although that they have had passes back and forth so far, it hasn't made a significant difference. No matter which one of them is able to then pass one over another, the largest we've really seen the gap between the two of them is about 0.2 seconds, maybe 0.3 at the most.
And Vettel can still play this patiently. He knows that there's going to be opportunities, long straights and whatnot. Very much like right now, there is a little bit of squirrely action from Lightning. Goes a bit too far off the track. Not sure if we had some contact involved in that, but it could have affected it too. And just like that, the gap is closed once more. No real action on seeing 3rd and 4th place able to move up as a result of that little bump between the two, but still closes the gap even further. Lightning still maintains that respectful lead over Vettel for the time being, though. We're back in here now with Deerplot trying to catch up to Vanquish, but it seems like once again the Vanquish and in turn Legacy, who we saw get into some scruffle with him earlier too, are really getting the better of this as Deerplot continues to fall a little bit further back at the grid.
Just back and forth and back and forth. It's over and over again as we get close to our 6th lap as Lightning and Vettel just refuse to have one or the other just find any sort of lead. Again, you talk about it, though, it really is pretty clear. One of these two is going to be the front-running racer here overall, as with a 1.5 second separation between 2nd and 3rd. Again, barring an insane amount of penalties, one of the two of them is going to take this here, and 3rd and 4th are more or less locked in. Again, as much as we talk about the large gap that's being established between 1st, 2nd, and then 3rd, it's the 3rd to 4th gap that is really impressing me. Over a 3-second difference between Legacy and Vanquish at the moment.
There's a good possibility because Legacy's kind of just been off on his own world that he might be able to encapsulate the fastest lap challenge. I would say more than likely Lightning or Vettel is sure to get it just because they're 1st and 2nd and they're benefiting from the draft off each other a little bit there too. They've been kind of scrappy, so I don't think lap times have been the prime concern for either one of these players at this point versus Legacy, who's really just on a cruise at this point. Lightning quite slow around the corner here. I'm surprised Vettel didn't try to take more advantage of that one, but he knows he's got the edge now as he continues to work forward. Stays respectful though and is just going to maintain his positioning right behind Lightning.
The only issue for the both of them is that has given a significant catch-up to Legacy, who was at about 2+ seconds there. Now it's out to 1.4, 0.6 that they've caught up, and you can really see it now as they're actually starting to see them through their windshield here. A big difference considering they were far and away from them earlier, and as we talked about before, that's the benefit of having a map like Spa here where it's a long race. So while it's taken a while for Legacy to get within, striking distance, he absolutely is now underneath the second between 2nd and 3rd.
Just not really ready to take that opportunity away from Lightning, nor was he really in a position to do so, in all honesty. Still would have cost him way more to try to swerve around and take the edge from that scenario, especially considering they were mid-turn, so just has to deal with Lightning's slight slip up there and the consequences that'll now come from Legacy in 3rd place running the gauntlet so closely. Is he going to make a move right here as he starts to close the gap? Probably not on this lap. Things are still a little bit too distant. He has to slow himself down on that same chicane as we saw Vettel and Lightning do just a moment ago, but regardless, he is continuing to close the gap, and that's what we focus focus on right now, as this may very quickly become, rather than just a 2-person story, more of a 3 to 4-person story as we work our way into those final few laps.
Vanquish still got a lot of work left to be done, but if they can find a way to get close to this pack with how many laps are remaining, not only can they give them a better chance to find themselves onto the podium, but really also start to maybe cause some problems for these 3 racers who have so far, like we've talked about, played physically and definitely taken the advantage where available, but they've been relatively respectful. Nobody taking these more aggressive cuts in the unnecessary moments. If we can see Vanquish get involved, maybe things can change up, but right now we got to see if Legacy can even get involved. As much as he has been in this 3rd place position and has definitely closed the gap, and many a times P1 and 2 just seems unobtainable to him, as every moment he does have a chance to maybe even get close to Vettel. Soon as he gets within reaching of his bumper, he pulls away instantaneously.
Legacy really testing some track limits here from time to time too. Not on this turn, but we go back a major turn or so, and he was right on the edge. It might have triggered a penalty or two in the process. So we'll have to see what he ends up suffering from at the end of this race. But given where he's at, I mean, he's got to do what he can do. He's got a 2.3 second lead over Vanquish. There's no worry about him losing a position of penalties. He's really just trying to fight with everything he can throw at this year to try to claim at least one more spot against Vettel in these final races. So I got to respect the hustle to an extent.
I respect the hustle. I'd be even more respectful if they were able to actually close this gap. We're finally getting a look at those penalties.
He's clean,
Oh, okay, so top 3 is definitely confirmed, considering the penalties that we have currently on 4th and 5th. Those are actually aggressive enough penalties that maybe Popping actually comes out the beneficiary of the mass amount of penalties that are being thrown 4th and beyond. But it does make this kind of interesting now, where we see Lightning, yes, definitely within 1st, but if Vettel can get close enough to them, that 0.2 seconds of penalty could make a significant difference.
We'll pay very close attention to that differential as we get towards the final 2 laps or so here, working our way around the corner. Legacy, I'll take back what I said earlier. He hasn't inflicted any penalties whatsoever. He's been very clean, all things considered, so very, very well done. Those intervals will end up telling the true story, and at the moment, Lightning clearly has enough of a gap to still end up beating Vettel, even with the 0.2 second penalty. It's going to end up affecting him here. Just needs to keep it that way as we continue to go down in what's been a very clean race so far amongst these racers.
Unfortunately, we're now taking a look over at Deer Plot and Popping, that battle between the two of them, with a 2-second difference right now. It's not necessarily going to go to the advantage of Popping had Deer Plot finished in 5th. Again, we still do have multiple laps to go, so there's no guarantees across the board here, but it's going to make a really interesting end to this race as those penalties are dished out, and multiple racers are probably going to unfortunately suffer because of it. Don't know if the same can be said for our top 2, though. Again, we mentioned this. The only one of the top 2 that does have a penalty right now is Lightning, and Lightning is still over a half a second in front of Vettel. The gap between 2nd and 3rd, though, has been reestablished. A 1.5-second difference is probably the largest we've seen in multiple laps.
Continue to keep an eye on that interval between 1st and 2nd as well. Vettel's starting to shrink it a little bit here, but needs to make a bigger move and running out of time to do so. Vettel, in the meanwhile, now trying to cut his own corners in order to close the gap versus Lightning here and get it within that 0.2 second margin. It'll be certainly the race to move for here, and unfortunately, we've only seen these gaps just widen more and more as we've gotten deeper into the track here. It's a testament to the clean racing that we've been seeing amongst these drivers so far, but it might just turn into a little bit too much for Vettel to best, and the very well-deserved pass that Lightning was able to get back on lap 5 or 6 may have ultimately won him this race unless something crazy happens here in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Well, that's the concern I keep seeing, though. If you look over at the intervals again here, it's getting close to where that penalty might actually make a difference. We've seen 0.4, we've seen 0.3. We haven't gotten to that 0.2 yet, which is at the actual penalty that Lightning has acquired. But, like, you can see it. If this race ends at the right moment in the right instance, Vettel easily could take 1st while finishing technically in 2nd. So we're going to have to pay attention very closely as we continue through on lap 9 and close to our final laps here, as well as also this straightaway. This straightaway has felt more contentious than any other point on Spa, and that's a really weird feeling considering the turns.
This is not good, too. We see a lot of momentum for Vettel coming out and onto the big straight on the back end of the track right here. That is not only going to lead to Lightning struggling to maintain his P1 positioning, but potentially lose it outright. Vettel holds back, though. He may be aware of the situation that's unfolding at the moment. Doesn't want to throw himself too heavily at that turn either, to where he spins himself out. So pulls back just a slight amount, lets Lightning retake P1, but he's on his tail here, looking for an inside curve. A little bit of a bump from Vettel, though, as he works his way forward. Lightning just playing defense at this point in order to maintain P1, but it could cost him in the long run. Look at that differential. Look at that interval at the moment. Just a 0.1 advantage advantage for Lightning, and that may not be enough when those penalties hit.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that Lightning's trying to play defensively. They do not want to try and just focus too much on running their own line as much as disturbing the line of Vettel right now, but I don't think they realize that they have that 0.2-second penalty, so if they continue to play this bumper-to-bumper action where they're just fully playing defensively, that little gap that's between the two of them is going to cost them first place. And currently, it's about as little as you can get. We were under a millisecond there, and at this point, it feels like that's how we're going to end this race. Vettel right on the bumper, and honestly, it's going one of two ways. Either we finish first, second like this, and Vettel overtakes and gets first place due to penalties, or Vettel finds that opening, because they are scarily close to having just one move and overtaking first.
This is going to be so close here coming to the final chicane as well. We have a big slowdown between both these racers. Lightning, a little bit of a slip up. That may close the gap well enough here. Vettel's rocketing outwards from it. Is he going to be able to have slow enough of a gap? 0.19, 0.17. It may very well do it. Lightning is first across the finish line here, and we'll see if Vettel's lead ends up maintaining it. I'm not sure if those end up taking it, but no, Vettel ends up taking it due to the penalty that hits Lightning just a second ago, and it is indeed Vettel that is our victor for race 1.
Still got a little bit more to go here, so I think we got to get through this final lap on this one. But I got to say, that is one of the most unexpected of turns. We talked about that. That straightaway has been a problem. Coming through that first turn has been a problem, but they've survived it. Up until now, all of a sudden, Lightning, things go from bad to worse. As I don't really know what happened. We're watching them. It looks like a fine line, and then now you see it. It's a second gap.
Massive lead being opened up for Vettel here now as he retakes the lead, just plays it nice and slow, and Lightning, unfortunately, unable to deal with the pressure that had been coming up against him for Vettel for some time. We saw that lead just shrinking more and more and more. Lightning at the same time, still trying to wrap himself around back into this one, but the gap is opening even wider here now. Legacy also trying to close the gap between him and Lightning, a possibility that we could actually see him drop one place further as well, but it's still Vettel leading the charge and now maintaining a healthy lead as we come back around this final half lap or so before the race truly comes to a close here.
And this was the concern we had, Lightning playing so defensively that they're not recognizing that they need to make sure they're still running a tight line, that they're still taking every advantage possible. And the moment that they don't, you see Vettel had been waiting the entire race for that single mistake. Oh, goodness, and Lightning might be flying, and even more mistakes. Fully off the track on that turn. I think they're starting to get a little bit desperate as they've realized that their probably best opportunity to have closed this race out has come and gone.
Fortunately the case here, and now Vettel stands as pretty much a lone soldier at this point, working his way over towards the finish line, can very straight cruise his way through here the final chicane and push his way over the finishing line, meaning that he indeed is going to be able to claim P1 and roll this race out in his favor. Now for real this time, taking control of the final lap. He takes P1 for this one. Legacy close behind in second, but much further away than we had started this race off at. Lightning tries his best to close the gap and steal second away, but he will fall just a tiny bit short. And then following that, we'll have Vanquish, Deerplot, Popping, and the rest of the grid to finish up here in just a moment.
What on earth happened to Lightning, man? He was in second almost the entire race. Heck, he was in first for almost the entire race, and then things just go from bad to worse in the final lap. The initial turn, not taken well. The final turns, clearly not taken well as well, as they are past there. And I don't really know what to say. I'm kind of astonished at what's just been witnessed, and I'm really having some trouble processing it. I don't know if it's, definitely the penalties will be part of it, but oh boy. Yeah, no, it's the penalty entirely. You can see it, a 0.1 second difference, and then a second of penalties onto Lightning.
We're worried about that bumping about a first. Little did we know it would end up bumping about a second entirely as well. So definitely not the outcome we wanted. Some signs of what we were kind of seeing from Eclipse back at the EMEA finals a few hours ago as well. Just a heartbreak finish, unfortunately, as they are racing their heart out, trying their best to maintain P1, but in the process, they get a little bumpy, a little bit abrasive of the rules, and as a result, we see an extra position taken away from that player. Now we're going to go take a look at the results here, where we actually ended up with, ultimately at the end of race number 1, Vettel once again, nice, consistent race, no penalties at the end of it as well. And I had mentioned a risk of it for Legacy, but really props to him on really riding the danger line when it came to those track limits. We saw him quite a few times being maybe an inch or two for running the wheels aground and inflicting those track limit penalties, but never ended up doing it. And that clean racing that we saw from him ended up allowing him to take second place due to the penalties that Lightning incurred. Basically ended up doing the opposite of that. effectively.
Entirely. And I think, honestly, it might have actually popped them up a couple more places than that. Really just well done for Legacy overall. And this is kind of the concern that we had when we were looking at Lightning throughout that is, again, you look at the final lap of that one, and it's just multiple mistakes that I think we all noticed as they were happening, whether it's them going fully off the track in a moment, trying to get too aggressive in another moment. Because going into that final lap, unless we had missed something in lap 8 or 9, they still only had a 0.2-second penalty, and it finished at 1.2. They got an entire second of penalties in that final lap, and you just can't afford to do that in a race like this.
He did have a pretty aggressive off-run from the track that we managed to catch as well, I think on lap 9 or lap 10 specifically, so that's probably what sealed the deal and gave him those extra penalties as well. Just an unfortunate turn of events, but the good news is that was definitely by far one of our tougher tracks, so stick with us, folks, as we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's race number 2 of the North American circuit, heading to Hakone. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to head into race number 2 of the North American Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals here for this season. Race number 1 gave us a bit of a heartbreaking result, just like we were seeing a little bit of back in EMEA earlier today, but there is a clear front-runner, it seems like, in this championship. Vettel, just the picture of consistency here in race number 1, and, well, what's the key theme for our second race on Hakone? It's, well, consistency, so that's going to leave a tough challenge for the rest of our grid to try and catch up as we move into our second race of the series here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a surprising battle between Lightning and Vettel. This is something we've seen in G Challenges in the past, but I think the big difference on that one is that we kind of saw the, I'd say, fortitude, if you will, of a racer like Vettel. Just the ability to stay consistently good throughout all 10 laps, and not only that, but watches everybody else around them kind of falls apart. I think we'd be remiss if we did not mention the fact that Lightning really did have that one within their grasp, and then very quickly just kind of threw it away on the final 2 laps. I think it might have just been desperation, recognizing that Vettel has played a little bit of a better race throughout the entire thing, so they don't necessarily want to just give it to them cleanly. But again, we've talked about risk a lot here today, and unfortunately that risk was not worth it for Lightning. It ended up costing him not only first place, but I think all the way down to 3rd is where they finished.
Yeah, as we were talking about there, that final lap after he had already lost his P1 positioning, managed to go off the track at least one more time, if not multiple times, just due to us missing it or whatever, but ended up incurring an extra second or so of penalties over the course of that last lap or 2, which ended up bumping him out from his actual finishing place of 2nd into 3rd as well. So definitely going to be looking to clean things up, but let's head to the grid and see where everybody's starting out at here for our second race. Like we said before, it's Hakone, so it is going to be that nice high-speed pursuit out of those long, wide turns. Will give our players a little bit more room to maneuver, maybe try their own strategies here as they work their way down the track. But taking a look here at our top 10 now and moving down from it, popping way back in P9 here, started a little bit further up last time. No real worries at all about him being able to potentially sneak up a few more positions. Zach the One will take P8 down to P7, where we're going to have the rest of our racers as well. Deerplot, who was all over the grid in the last race there, managed to surge up 1 or 2 positions, but then I think ended up losing quite a few of them by the end. Stamina, B28, is going to take up P6 as he moved down to top 5. Why don't you take us through the rest of these?
Take a look over at Beetle Stake 6 in our 5th position. Not a racer that we talked all too much about in our first, but they also started a bit further back in the pack. Let's see how they're able to hold on in that 5th position. Mr. Marble, similar idea, not a racer we got to talk to frequently about in our first race on Spa, but maybe with a better position, it'll help them. Vettel does not need any extra help. They may not be starting at the pole position here, but top 3 is definitely a great position to start off. If not, maybe a little bit better from somebody like Legacy. They'll start in our 2nd position here in the grid, and our number 1, I think you can guess it, RBM Lightning, who I think many of us might think, well, that was their race on Spa. Let's see if they can maybe prove they can do it on multiple tracks and maybe get it done here on Hakone.
And again, this is a track where, in my opinion, as long as you're allowed to race on your line in the way that you want to and you keep it consistent, especially coming out of those big turns, the final 2 turns specifically launching your momentum forward past the starting line and around towards the first turn again, that's where you can really turn that little millisecond or 2 of improvement into a whole second or 2 of actual lap time ultimately at the end of the day. So that's the key for him, is just kind of tightening things up based on what we were seeing on Spa and really just wasting that first lap or 2 that Vettel's going to have to use to catch up to him to really set the precedent for for a stronger lead this time around.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity to start off strong here. Again, we talked about this. It's a much shorter track than what we've seen out of Spa. Spa is 4+ miles. This is 2, and I want to say you about a half or so, 2.2, something like that.
There, yeah.
Somewhere in that range. But regardless of the length, it is significantly shorter than what we've seen on Spa. So again, establishing yourself early is going to be huge here, as well as also taking advantage of one of the longest straightaways we have of the 3 races on the day. It has been an incredibly influential spot throughout every race that we have had here on Hakone on the day, because again, this is our 4th region of 4, and we have seen it through APAC, EMEA, Latin America. It is an extremely important position for both overtaking, as well as also making sure you come out of that turn very efficiently. We have seen many people try and just kind of gun it on the straightaway, get into that turn, and they just kind of mess up the rest of their lap. And I have to imagine, again, for our front runners who have raced so cleanly on the day, like you said, if you get your line, you can race it. They need to focus on that. They need to be careful here, because this is our 2nd of 3, and if you don't finish well here on the 2nd, you're basically screwing yourself out of an opportunity on the 3rd.
All right, well, let's get into it. Our racers are lined up on the grid, so let's get started and see if Lightning can maintain his P1 positioning. As you'll notice, though, Vettel sits literally right behind him here back at P3, so we'll quickly look to try and retake positioning, as Legacy already losing his P2 start here to him, so we'll see if he's able to reclaim that for himself. But it's Vettel once again right up against Lightning. I said that Lightning was maybe going to have a lap or so to give himself a bit of breathing room, but Vettel's not even going to give him that. Already challenging as they work their way around into the big, long straight on the back end of the track here.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see a lot of really intense action, not only for the sake of the straight, obviously being the straight, but this turn that comes up has caught many by surprise and has caused some problems before, especially for such a close pack here. Lightning going to actually be able to maintain first through an outside line. Not exactly what I was anticipating on that one, but again, that turn does sneak up on many of our racers today. It has happened here in North America, and it has happened in other regions as well. I do want to take a look quickly over at 7th, though. JSR Vanquish, our 4th place racer in our previous race, started in the very final position. They've climbed from 11th to 6th already, so I'm going to keep some notes as I watch them continue to ascend.
Plot now sitting in 7th, trying to take back that position. He was just lost to Vanquish, but there's quite a few other racers involved in that pile up as well, so no certainty of anything there at this point. Popping going to be able to work his way past not only him, but Stamina as well. Deerplot loses P8 to now Zach, who's actually moved up not just 1, but 2 positions into P7. We're currently looking at Vanquish as well, who carved out a little bit of his own pack in the previous race there, trying to catch up to the top 3. This time a little bit further back with a bit more work to do, needing to pass players like Beetlesteak. But we are also going to see that fight between Lightning and Vettel kick off now. They're going to exchange positions once or twice as well, and it'll be Lightning that now retakes the lead he started out with.
Lightning has raced a lot better already here through the first 2 laps. It kind of just feels like they're playing very carefully, understanding the fact that they do need to continue to lead that pole position, but not also only play defensively. It's a big issue we saw between them and Vettel last time, was the fact that they did play so defensively that never really gave them a good line, never gave them an opportunity to really increase the lead that they had initially built. Initially, I was going to say the otherwise, but it's starting to look like that might be a problem yet again there, as that lead that was over a second has completely been erased so far, so that Vettel is actually now taken first. However, they both might lose first due to that inside racer. Not sure who that is. It's Legacy. They're not going to be able to overtake, but an interesting maneuver and attempt to try and sneak from 3rd all the way to 1st.
It's like Frank said earlier, this third-party factor has been a little bit of a thing here today, as Legacy nearly sneaks his way past both of them in an uncontested push. Good possibility if Legacy wants to go for it. We could go triple wide sometime soon here. This is certainly the track for it in terms of the width that will be available to our racers here, but hasn't found his opportunity just yet. And it's important to note, as we just got a sneak peek of there, he's fighting his own battle with Vanquish only sitting about a 1/10 of a second or so behind him. So still some racing to be done, but Legacy sees his opportunity, cuts Lightning off from an opportunity to try and resume his race versus Vettel. All that's really going to do is give Vettel the green light to just soar away with his P1 positioning now, and it puts Vanquish into a better spot to actually potentially take P2 away, as Lightning as well as Legacy are still caught up in the midst of it.
It's been so interesting watching everybody come out of this first turn and really see where they end up. A lot of people taking a very wide swing on that, and it's actually allowed now for Vettel to take a decent lead here, over 1/2 a second beyond anybody from that 2nd through 4th pack, and that 2nd through 4th pack is mere milliseconds between every single one of them, and honestly, it's going all the way out to even 5th as Legacy is getting involved as well here, so this could be to the advantage of Vettel, honestly. We've seen this a lot here today. The chaos of every position outside of first just kind of battling against each other has allowed our first place runner to just kind of take it and run with it, if you will.
Vettel has to love this, just laughing as he sees a pack jumbling up behind him here. Already has managed to open up what a second ago at least was nearly a half-second lead. We're mid-turn right now, so it's a little hard to tell what the true lead's going to look like. But here we go onto a long straight where we're going to get a much better picture of it. Vanquish has actually come out as kind of the victor from that 2nd through 5th place pack at the moment, and now is very quickly racing up behind Vettel to challenge his own positioning as well. We'll take a look at Beetlesteak here, who is also trying to push his way forward into the top 4 by trying to push his way past Legacy. But Legacy doing a good job at defending his own positioning right now. Not going to let another contender sneak into this battle so easily, at least.
Just continually back and forth here, as it just kind of feels like Legacy recognizes the opportunity they missed in our first race. They do not want to let it happen again here in the second. We are already halfway through it at this point, a much quicker race than what we saw in Spa, and
whoa,
Legacy may be biting off more than they can chew. I recognize the idea there, but again, you're on the full outside line. As much as you might want to take advantage of that, if it's not the optimal line, all you're doing is causing contact, and as we've talked about before, those penalties have made a significant difference throughout the day. That will as well. Poor line from Beetle there is going to cause problems, but same for whoever that was. Vanquish, after climbing all the way up the board, a spin out in the worst of moments.
Vanquish fighting a little bit too hard to stay in the race against Vettel and Lightning for top 3 positioning. Loses himself in the process, but very quickly gets back into the pack here and is back once again fighting from that 3rd through 5th positioning. We're going to see him continue to square up against both Legacy and Vanquish to try and take one of these 2 positions away. At the moment, hanging back a little bit, seeming like he might be wanting to wait for one of these 2 in front of him to make a move and seeing if, the theme can continue with the third partying here. But now he's going to have a challenger in a second as Popping sits right behind him.
Oh?
All the meanwhile, Vettel's been leading the charge way up front here, but no, Beetlesteak, a little bit of an early break. Gets tapped in the back there by Popping, somewhat of his own fault due to the early break there. So he's going to lose himself out of the previous battle he was involved in and really pull himself into the duel versus Popping now, who will be able to pass him on that most recent turn.
I'm so curious to see what happens here in this pack between 3rd to 6th, because I'm honestly anticipating it's going to be Beetle that causes a problem. He's had a lot of aggressive moves for the better or for worse, but if one of them does go wrong enough, it's going to cause problems for everybody that is currently in that pack, and it'll be hugely advantage to Lightning and Vettel, who are currently well atop everybody else. So curious to see how that battle commences. The one thing that does stay true here throughout all of this, though, is this is a very tight-knit pack. If you make a mistake, there are easily people who can slip up and take it from you. So curious to see how this one continues as we're down to the only few laps remaining. This is our 7th, what feels like maybe a moment ago we were just starting.
Zach taking the inside line there on the swing out towards the long back straight, but unable to maintain it, unfortunately. Lost the tiniest amount of speed on his way out towards the straight. That allowed Stamina to retake P7 away from him, so he's going to be stuck back in P8. Back over to our front runners, who actually haven't checked in a hot minute with, so let's take a peek at them, as Lightning now sits roughly about a second behind Vettel, and it's been that way for nearly a lap or 2 now. It's hovering between 0.5 and 1 second, depending on the portion of the track we're on, and about a similar distance between Lightning and Vanish as well. So those are pretty consistent times that are more than likely going to stick their way true throughout the rest of this track, but we'll hold on, we'll wait and see. There's been plenty of surprising moments throughout the course of this Hakone run, so that's certainly not to say that we can't see something else happen here in the next 3 laps.
And it's going to be that turn that we just went through. I feel like if anywhere is going to be that chaos, we've seen that first turn be a problem for a number of reasons. A, for the fact that it is going to be obviously one of the largest and most difficult turns on this track, but on top of that, it's one of those straightaways immediately into a turn. This other turn is also where we've seen some issues. A lot of people trying to take an outside lane for an advantage here, something I wouldn't necessarily anticipate, but with the length of this turn, how long it takes, it's very easy to find those moments, including one like this. Vanquish saw that poor run there from Lightning, and he knew as soon as he got the opening, he could overtake. He could maybe do it twice. Oh, I think he saw the opportunity, but Vettel getting a little bit squirrely on that one was enough for him to go, I don't need to crash into this dude.
Like I said, that last turn or so that we just watched a second ago, it's so important you carry your momentum out from that, because now Vanquish, he manages it just a little bit better, doesn't have that same wheel spin that we see from Vettel, so now he's right on Vettel's tail as a direct result of that one here. If we see something similar like that happen again on the next run, we could be looking at a Vanquish finisher here if he's able to keep up his own pace.
And a reminder to everybody, again, this would be 0 to hero for Vanquish. They started in last position in the grid. Now they have found themselves up to potentially a number 1, at minimum top 2 if they can hold on to the lead now. And they've actually found a full-on lead, but only momentarily. Vettel not going to give it to him all that easily, but you can tell Vanquish wants that legacy. They want to prove, yeah, I might not have qualified all too well, but I can race a heck of a lot better.
Vanquish and Vettel continuing to go at it here as they work their way around towards those final few turns before we end up in lap number 10 in just a second. Vanquish goes wide, but it's way too wide due to the immediate other turn coming up here. Still is going to be able to carry good momentum forward, but Vettel's going to carry the crown for at least the immediate moment as we cross our line heading into the final lap. No other challengers for this top 2, top 3 positioning just yet, but let's keep our eyes close onto this one here as Vettel's looking to take yet another crown here on our second track.
The big issue we're seeing right now is that Vanquish has definitely been running better laps, at least as of recent, but the problem being is that Vettel is technically in the way of what would be the optimal line, and every time that he does try to take that optimal line for the pass, it does not work. Vettel is in the way, does not give them that opening, so despite the fact that they've definitely been racing better throughout the last couple of laps, they just haven't had that opportunity, and those opportunities are going to diminish the longer we go into this lap because we've only got a couple of turns left. This could be one of the biggest moments, and they're going to try for it through the outside, but I think they're going to have to back off. They're refusing to. They're going to stay on the outside, eventually the inside, and that's a huge move from Vanquish.
Nicely done from Vanquish. Finally sees his moment of opportunity coming up here and seizes it. Battles Vettel off the track, and it'll be Vanquish to carry himself forward. Should have a healthy enough lead as well, but oh no, it's actually going to be Vettel that retakes it. Vanquish had some penalties hiding in the closet, it seems, as he gets bumped down 2 positions all the way to 3rd place ultimately at the end of the day. It's Vettel that takes the crown yet again, and Lightning that once more takes 2nd place, finally besting things out from the previous track as well. A 2-second penalty, unfortunately, for Vanquish is what cuts him off there. But given the fact that he had to go up 8 places just to finish where he did, it's not ultimately that surprising that we saw him build up some penalties along the way. But still, what a race from him to try and ultimately get to where he ended up at.
Part of me is sitting here that, man, I can't believe you've done this to yourself. You earned this so hard. How could you? And then the other half of me is exactly what you said. You started in 11th, man. You're in P11. You have to get dirty. You have to get a little bit grimy in order to get up there. But at the same time, I kind of look at it and go, you kind of did this to yourself. There's no one else to blame at this point here, and unfortunately, he's going to probably blame himself a little bit for this one. Again, it's 8 places up. It's a massive improvement, but 2 seconds of penalty, by far the most penalties of anyone here.
Heck of a race from Vanquish. Unfortunately, just couldn't take the lead a little bit earlier in the track where he could have established a bit more of an advantage where maybe those penalties wouldn't have bit him in the butt at the end. But aside from that, he wasn't the only one to go up a few positions. Vettel, of course, starting back in P3, had to race his way back up to P1. And even for popping as well, starting way back in 9th, managed to push past quite a few players. No penalties for him, and still ended up in P6 as well. So beautiful racing all across the board from so many different positions. Vanquish, definitely the highlight there in terms of storyline, just an unfortunate end to things, given that, it would make sense that he bumped a few players out of the way, taking 8 positions from his starting grid spot.
The unfortunate thing is that it's very much a race of highs and lows. Again, we talk about Vanquish being able to accomplish the most of highs and then unfortunately feeling the most of lows. I think the lowest lows here, though, unfortunately, is going to probably go to Legacy. We talked about this a lot. A really good race initially, and then just kind of started to see some problems as the laps continued on. This was similar to what we saw in the first race where they did really well. They were closing it out well, and all of a sudden things caused problems due to the penalties. Here they finished in 4th. It's going to take them out of that contention for a podium position going into our 3rd and final race, but maybe we'll get some spiciness that happens here. Do not go anywhere. When we return, our 3rd and final race here for North America for the G Challenge, you will not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We have finished up 3 full regions of races, and we're nearly just about done with our 4th here in North America. 2 races are done. Spa and Hakone have finished, and now it's time to move on to our 3rd and final race inside of Mapley Valley, which has been an incredibly fun track to witness in our other 3 regions today. 10 more laps on the board. Players have already qualified through their qualification laps yesterday. 28 points goes to first, and kind of collapsing points past that with 1 additional point on the line for our fastest lap. Up until this point, it has been Vettel dominating the first two tracks here. Certainly had to fight his way to victory in a few of those, but in all these close contended P1 versus P2 races, it's always been Vettel in contention for those, and it's always been Vettel that ultimately has ended up coming out on top, whether through penalty markers or something else. We saw quite the storyline build up in our second race as we really had a whole pack of 3 to 5 different racers really vying for that first through third positioning going into the middle portion of it. But as we saw once again, once that had thinned out, we were able to see our players kind of slowly take control more and more, and once again ended up in the hands of Vettel. Let's take a look at what our players are racing for in this third and final map coming up in just a moment. First of all, $1,000 cash, nothing to laugh at the end of the day. Second place will take 800, third place will take 600, and once again collapsing pricing past that point as well. But the real prize will come in the form of the McLaren Technology Center trip to our first place victor. He's going to be able to take a +1, or she of course, take a +1 with them as well, and get to see what brings all the magic together at the MTC. Always a fun time, and of course that's been a prize that we've seen many of our racers awarded with in the past as well. So happy to be continuing that tradition as we work our way forward. It is time though, ladies and gentlemen, to prep ourselves and see what is on the line on Maple Valley. Like we had discussed previously, all 3 of our tracks coming into the race today are 3 very, very different tracks in terms of what they actually offer our racers in terms of challenges. Our first one over on Spa, a true gauntlet of skill in regards to how you need to handle some very, very unique curves, such as, of course, the first curve in that track. Moving on to our second one, we saw a test of consistency. Who can maintain their line the longest and the strongest throughout all 10 of those laps? And now that we go on to our third and final lap, who can maintain that pace at high speeds at all times? That is going to be the true test here for our drivers moving into this one. Can they keep up the pace? Can they pass their opponents, all without having those massive moments of slowdown where you traditionally would be able to see a player able to eclipse, or a racer I should say, eclipse the one in front of them?
Yeah, so far this has been an incredibly exciting event, but the only question now is who's taking this entire thing home. I gotta say, man, I know that we went through the day and we were like, save the best for last is always the theoretical at this point, but it is starting to get to the point where it's feeling exactly like that. This really is a third race that could come down to any of our competitors, and although we've seen Vettel very clearly be the front runner so far, he's never really taken a race by storm. It has been extremely contentious every time.
Every single time he's had to fight for at least 1 or 2 big battles that he's had to work himself towards, and oftentimes has found himself losing P1 for at least like half a lap or so throughout the course of this one. But the real tale of it has been he's always been there to fight back, he's always been there to retake it, and usually pretty darn quickly as well. No one's been able to challenge that consistency yet, and now they're going to have to do it at incredible high speeds throughout pretty much the entirety of this track. Also on a track we're going to have a little bit more rattling going on if there actually isn't a wheel to race on this one too. It's a much more rural track, doesn't fit the standards you would normally find for this type of vehicle previously, which can be quite a delicate car. So this is one that's really going to test our drivers here for the final race of the circuit.
This has definitely felt the most like the just kind of go track of everything that we have had here. These speeds on this have just been incredibly impressive to watch, and there's been multiple moments that I don't think you would traditionally look at it as a moment to overtake an opportunity, if you will, and they've still been able to do that. They've had those opportunities to overtake in some moments that are less traditional on some of the more timid turns that have been available on Maple so far. So I'm curious to see how this one looks. I'm also curious to see if we do see a similar trend to what we've seen so far, which is Vettel very clearly taking the lead early and then just kind of trying to pull away with it as much as physically possible.
Well, we'll have to see, of course, who ends up taking the top. But let's see where everyone ended up at, as well as we've had a couple of small shakeups so far in the overall initial qualifying positioning for some of these players, and we're going to continue to see that way back in P11 for this time around. It's going to be Vanquish, who previously had been starting at least towards the middle of our pack previously. Moving down from that, we've got Mr. Marble 66, who's been hanging out generally around this position throughout the circuit so far. No expectation that we'd see him jump forward, but we can always be surprised, of course. Deerplot back here towards 9th. We've seen him actually have some great qualifyings a little bit further up than this, but he's tended to fall off a little more, so we'll see if he makes an improvement there. Zach the One, once again, one of our kind of quintessential mid-pack players throughout the course of this one. Beetlesteak really got into the action on our last course here, was vying for like P3 at one point, but was unable to keep up with the heat, and we saw him get quite a bit squirrely when challenged so heavily. Let's take a look at the rest of this pass.
Only a couple players left in this one, and these are the familiar faces. STW Popping has not been able to hold on to their position, but they've definitely started at the front of the grid in multiple of these races. A6280, though, is a racer that we've actually seen across the board in their placements, but haven't necessarily been able to continue when it comes to their initial grid position. Vettel starting off in third this time. It probably isn't going to take them long to get out of said third position, but they at least get a little bit of a buffer room if you are Lightning or are what is going to be first position for the grid and what I believe is Legacy there. Yes, indeed. So for Legacy and Lightning, hold on to that grid position. It is going to be your greatest advantage, and it's going to be difficult to even do that.
Find some way to cut Vettel off here because he's been too fast,
whatever you need to
furious off the starting line, especially in our previous track. I gave him a lap or two to actually catch up and get back into P1. I think by the first turn, he was already challenging for P1. So we'll need to see if anyone can stand in his way and prevent him from taking a third and final P1 finish, which would obviously lock him in as this season's champion ultimately.
I got to imagine that's the outcome that we're most anticipating here right now, based on the way that he has raced throughout the day, based on the fact that also in previous events here, he's finished in second multiple times. So he is more than a capable racer, and he's proved that throughout the day. I really do wonder if we're going to see a switch up in strategy from Legacy and Lightning, though, because they've tried everything. They've tried physicality. They've tried playing with a more risky driving style. They've tried a lot of different variations of things, but so far have been unsuccessful in all of them. So if you are Lightning or you are Legacy, it's kind of time, man. If you got an ace up your sleeve, you better show it.
And that's going to be the problem for these players going into this third and final races. Unfortunately, there is no kind of obvious solution. Everything that at least I could think of for them to have tried, they've tried it. And unfortunately, it's failed against the consistency that we've been seeing from Vettel. So like you were saying, ace up the sleeve is what's ultimately going to win it. If not, Vettel has set himself up incredibly well to continue being that picture of consistency. If anything's going to do it, I would say the variety of choice players have and how to really take on, especially some of the wider curves on this map, are what's really going to make up the difference. You have that freedom to work your way down through the rocket past the starting line and then really keep the pedal to the metal for the most part due to the fact that it's a very wide turn approaching the farmhouse once you pass the starting line, but you need to ride that fine line. You go a little too hard, you'll find yourself swinging off the track. You find yourself braking too early to cut in a little bit more aggressively. You're going to lose way too much momentum going into that middle portion of the track, working your way over to the amphitheater.
I'm curious to see, again, like we said, there's a lot of availability for overtaking on this track. There's a lot of opportunity throughout it, whether it's in the straightaways or in the turns. There really is a myriad of them. I'm curious to see what ends up being those more common places that there are going to see those risks happen, because it is now or never, our third and final race here for North America, as well as for this G Challenge as a whole. If you want to join our other three winners in going to that McLaren Technology Center, you got to prove it here and now. Let's get it started here on Maple Valley.
Vettel, so far actually being forced to stay in P3 for the beginning of this one. Legacy and Lightning able to maintain their P1 and P2 positions. Lightning has had some experience kind of hiding out here in P1. We'll have to see if he's able to keep himself here, as he has struggled a little bit when getting challenged with kind of fighting that game of, all right, I got to focus on my own lap time, while at the same time focus on blocking out my opponents. A gap will be left open on the inside lane, and Legacy just sneaks right in for it, steals away P1. That was that same issue we were just talking about. Lightning focusing a little bit too much on his own line, loses the pace on his opponent, and allows Legacy to sneak through. Vettel, in the meanwhile, no much closer to actually taking a position away from either of these racers just yet. So far, just content to hang back at P3.
Yeah, he's going to let the chaos unfold itself at this point. Probably the right idea, considering it's lap one of many at this point. But impressive to see Legacy make that move as early as they do and as cleanly as they did. We talked about this. Legacy, not exactly the cleanest of racers. They've had some physicality through many of the moves they have made. It actually cost them the last race that we just witnessed, but so far, they're playing this one cleanly. The only problem is they've got Lightning very hot on their tail, and I think Lightning's going to try to make a move here. Going to look to see if they've got an opportunity on the inside, and I thought they might. They do not indeed. Legacy's going to barely hold on there, but you can tell both of them are very hesitant to see any contact right now. They do not want to get marked for those penalties because they have both felt the pain of it before.
A smart play from Lightning. We saw him go wide a little bit early so that he could brake early and cut in a little bit more aggressively on that farmhouse curve. Didn't end up paying off, although he got very, very close, within wheels distance, really, of being able to pass his opponent, and now seems to have made up for it as we enter the long curve towards the amphitheater. He's got the inside line. Doesn't really have the strength on his engine built up just yet, however, so we're still going to see Legacy continue to challenge for that P1 positioning. Vettel slowly closing the gap as well, but no real moves to be made for him just yet. He's maybe got another lap or so of momentum to build up before before he can really get involved in this fight. And like you were mentioning, he may not honestly want to get involved in this fight due to the fact that we've seen Legacy and Lightning get involved in these before and ultimately end up psyching themselves out, causing penalties or something else to go wrong, where then Vettel can take over.
I really do think it's exactly that. I think he's literally just kind of standing there, like, looking and just like, all right, I'm going to let the kids fight. Like, just do what you need to get your aggression out of between the two of you, and as soon as one of you makes a mistake, I will be there to capitalize instantaneously. And I think that that's probably the right approach, considering, like, I know I was complimentary of Legacy for not having physicality early. That died after, like, lap 1. Like, immediately you can just see the two of them are very willing to just, if they have to collide wheels, just continue to stay as close in proximity as possible. Similar, though, for our middle of the pack here. We've talked about this a lot. Beetle and Deer have fought in a multitude of the races we've seen, and that stays consistent here on Maple Valley, as that 6th, 7th, and 8th position is hotly contested.
Deerplot able to take another position away from Beetlestake as well. He'll be bumped back down into P7. So the action among our mid-pack continues to evolve right there. And that's actually a nice improvement from Deerplot as well. We had seen him actually lose quite a few of his positions in the previous track, so good to see him getting back into fighting shape there, able to take a good battle and ultimately get the better of Deerplot there. But back to the front of the pack where Lightning is fighting for his life, or at least his position right now, and getting a little bumpy in the process. Rolls off the track. Thankfully, it's just for a split second or two, and it's while we're moving down the rocket as well, so it is going to lead to that. But excuse us here for just a moment, folks. We'll be back over onto our other observer there real quickly and get back into the race as we watch Lightning from the front camera here really start to dominate things as he wraps back around, still maintaining P1 here as we work our way into lap 4.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this race as well. We're not going to say that Lightning is confirmed this year, but that battle between Lightning and Legacy has definitely been the most apparent out of any of the ones that we've seen throughout our top 10. Oh boy, Vettel looking like they might actually be able to sneak in a second here, though, for maybe only a second. It doesn't feel like Legacy is going to be giving up that position all too easily, but maybe they are. I thought that was going to be a pretty passive pass and would have gone right back to him, but it seems like Vettel has just nestled himself there in second pretty firmly.
It's important to note as well with regards to Vettel too, because the fact that he's already got those safe, points coming in from P1s on both previous maps. If he doesn't want to play this hyper aggressively, doesn't really need to. He's in a perfect spot right now to continue to gain still a respectable amount of points on this track and more than likely end up as our championship winner. So he's not taking any risks here. He's not going to get involved in any scraps that could end up causing him to wipe out and blow much further back, where the consequences would obviously be more dire in that situation.
I mean, this is an identical situation to what we saw in EMEA earlier on the day. Barcode won the first 2 races and got into the 3rd one, and you could tell he was just playing a lot more passively, did not want to take those riskier moves, just knowing that as long as they get a podium finish, they're guaranteeing themselves a trip and as well as that first place prizing. So it's a huge thing here for Vettel to take this very carefully. It's a very similar position. In that position, you did see Barcode finish in 3rd, and that still ended up giving them that number 1 spot. So if Vettel can just kind of keep this number 2 where they have been so far, I think they've got a phenomenal chance at closing this one out in style. But again, a lot easier said than done considering the physicality we have seen. One wrong move and Vettel could swerve out, and all of a sudden that just goes out the window.
He still wants to steal something away here. He's fighting for every point he can get, so keeps the pressure onto Vettel directly behind him as well. Vettel trying to stay a little bit sort of amorphous on the track, not trying to commit to one side or the other, just racing really onto his own line. It's throwing Legacy for a slight loop, so he doesn't know where to strike next due to how constantly Vettel seems to be changing things up to stay on the optimal path here. It's not making it easy for himself to make a choice, and not to mention the fact that even if he gets past Vettel, Lightning's pretty much right there, so he's got to very carefully plan any aggressive moves, tries to go for one, but once again is cut off pretty much instantaneously, so we'll still be locked back in P3. Vettel goes wide, though, and that nearly costs him a little bit there. We almost see Legacy able to sneak in on the inside lane to take away P2, but no, Vettel's been a champion of kind of defending his own position so far throughout this series, and that continues to be the case as of the most recent turn.
This is just the battle of the one-ups right now. Legacy tries to make a move, Vettel doesn't let it. Vettel then tries to make a move, Lightning doesn't let them. Lightning tries to gain some lead, and Vettel's right on their tail, not allowing them to build any extra. This top 3 has been about as heavily contested as we could have anticipated. It's got to feel a little bit bad for, I think, Lightning and Legacy, who, had they maybe played a little bit more consistently through our prior matches, probably would have had an opportunity here to steal first and steal overall this series, but unless they can find a way to knock Vettel out of second all the way down to probably like 8th, I don't know if this is going to make much of a difference, especially considering we are halfway through this race now. Maple Valley only about 5 laps to go with the 6th one included here, so I'm getting a bit nervous right now. Legacy and Lightning got to do something drastic if they want a chance at shaking up this top 3.
You have to give props to Lightning, of course, for being able to maintain his P1 positioning. This is something we saw back on track number 1 as well. And actually, whoa, a big slip up from Vanquish. He goes flying off the track, I believe, to drop that far and that quickly. He's going to be all the way back in P9 now as a result of that scratch, that P10, as even A6280 just passes him a moment ago. That is going to knock him out of this race pretty much for the rest of it entirely here, unless he's really able to surge his way back into it now.
I mean, it's Vanquish. If there was ever a racer that I had at least a little bit of faith to be able to climb their way back up, it would be them. If there were more laps left in this race. At the 7th lap, it's going to be a little bit difficult to try and make that climb, but regardless, I do think that they're probably going to finish somewhere up on our leaderboard and hopefully give themselves a decent amount of change to take home in their pocket. A lot of change to be played for here at the very top of our board, though. Again, within a second of each other is our first, second, and third. They have exchanged spots at multiple moments, but it does kind of feel like this is probably the largest gap we've seen. I don't think we've seen a 0.4 or 0.2, 0.6, whatever it may be, in gap between any of them.
Certainly not the case. Checking in with the mid-pack right now as we do have Zach trying to race and catch up with Beetlesteak here. By far the two closest contenders outside of the main group up towards the front here at the moment. So Zach going to see if he can make a move as he works his way down through the rocket, but likely just a little bit too much distance still to go in between those. So we'll check back in with our front markers once more here. Lightning still in charge, but Vettel commanding a continued amount of respect out of Lightning here as he continues to challenge for his P1 positioning. This strategy has worked out beautifully for Vettel in the past, as oftentimes we've seen Lightning kind of crumble a little bit under the pressure and open up an opportunity for Vettel to pass eventually, but we're quickly running out of time now with just about 2.5 laps left to go. Vettel, if he really wants to go for the perfect event here, he's going to need to make a move sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but what's more worth it? Is it going 3 for 3, or is it guaranteeing yourself that spot atop the podium? It's something that they're going to have to decide momentarily because the laps are dwindling away. Similarly, though, you got to wonder if Legacy's going to have to make a move here. They're falling further behind this front 2 pack, and I don't really know how they're going to be able to climb that back if they're not careful. It's a lot of what-if scenarios here as we close out our G Challenge, but it also is one of these things where you look at Lightning and go, man, if you'd only raced a little bit more consistently, man, this could have been the just change of everything.
We saw this back on Spa, just a little bit better. You may have been able to lock things in over there, but now it has ended up not being the case. And although Vettel is challenging, it's looking like he's lost a little bit of the advantage here in terms of what could have closed the gap between him and Lightning. Lightning's still in a much safer position now, and it's actually going to be, once again, Legacy having pretty much the same exact storyline, one position back. He's been trying to catch up with Vettel ever since lap 2 or 3 when we saw Vettel able to take that positioning away from him.
Back and forth and back and forth. It feels like we saw the exchange go at the beginning of this race, and now here it's just so locked in. It kind of makes me feel as if there's not going to be a change here, and honestly, I'm wondering if that's just kind of reality setting in for Legacy and Lightning here, recognizing that no matter the circumstances, this is going to end one way or another. Actually, no, it's going to end only one way. There is no other here. Maybe we can see some shakeups in the middle, though, as we talked about it again, Vanquish having fallen far enough back that's given an opportunity probably to somebody like Beetle to sneak in to 4th or 5th. Popping is still there in the 4th place, and Zach the One has actually found themselves what looks to be their best finish ever if they can keep this going through the final laps.
Coming down towards it now as our front runners are going to be passing the starting line for the last time here as they work their way past it. Lightning still with a confident lead, over a second ahead of Vettel at this point. We've seen Vettel unfortunately take some of these turns just a tad too aggressively. It's led to some wheel slip on his part, and that's taken some speed away from him. That's why we've seen that lead really between P1 and P2 only continue to grow. Some similar situations happening for Legacy here as well. He's been consistently about a half second behind Vettel, but just has not been able to shrink that gap for some reason. So he's going to stay pretty consistently in 3rd place, and then it's a massive fall off, 5 seconds down until we even hit popping here. Legacy gets a slight moment where he might have been able to make a move on Vettel, but unfortunately not nearly enough to actually close the gap against him just yet. The slippage of his own here for Legacy as he works his way around the amphitheater, up the hill for the final rundown of Rocket to end this race.
Yeah, it really does kind of feel like Legacy knows that they have a moment here if they're willing to get risky, but they just don't want to do it. They've seen these improper lines from Vettel at multiple moments where they have either slipped their wheels or maybe tried to take it just a little bit too wide, but that inner track just is not available for them to make that move. And I think part of the problem is also that Vettel's trying to race off of what Lightning's doing, and Legacy is watching Lightning as they just climb away with this one. Was not close. A definitive win here for Lightning to close out our North American G Challenge. The only question is, does does this actually do enough to shake up our top 3?
Celebratory little run into the dirt there for Lightning as he finally is able to take pole position at the end of one of these circuits here. Was on par to do it back on Spa, but had fallen off towards the very end of the track. Unfortunately, not able to claim it there, but finally he gets his well-deserved victory here on the third and final race. But as you were mentioning just a second ago, is that now enough for him to be able to take the actual crown here? And actually, quite a few penalties for Lightning too. Vettel, if he had kept himself just a little bit closer to Lightning, might have been able to steal that P1 away one final time. But like we said before, some slight mistakes there coming in from Vettel in those final few laps did open up the gap a little bit more. So it's still a safe finish for Lightning at the end of the day.
And again, that was the goal for all 3 of these racers here. It was not about guaranteeing themselves first place, but about playing or about racing consistently enough here in our third and final race to continue to stay in that top 3 position. Something that they've been trying to fight for the entire time. Again, coming into this third race, I think in multiple of the instances that we have seen here today, whether it is here in North America or in any of the other regions, that first place has just been so apparent that you really want to play for safe, guaranteeing yourself second place prize, third place prize, whatever it might be. We guarantee at least one winner here that will not be Vettel, though, for North America. Lightning is going to guarantee themselves that win, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, I think fastest lap, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Manages to get that one by about 0.2 seconds, it looks like, over Vettel right there, as Vettel was very much chasing Lightning's tail all throughout this one anyway. The sad story is Legacy, who had pole positioning to start this race out, but was just unable to keep up with the heat. Still a very respectable finish, don't get me wrong, in the podium at third place, which is bumped out of what could have gotten him a heck of a lot more points. And then, of course, the horror story there for Vanquish, who had started way in the back in 11th place, managed to push himself forward, but then got knocked off the track once again as well, ending up way back down to 9th. Still an improvement from where he started out at, but definitely a little bit lower than where I think he wanted to be at the end of the day. And that'll have some implications onto his total points and likely his total prizing, which we're in the process of tallying up now, folks. So stick with us over the next few minutes here as we get that all together for you, and then we can really let you know who's taking home the gold, so to speak, here for our North American region and our final region of today's broadcast.
Kind of crazy to think about that. The fact that we have gone through 4 regions now in the day. We started off in APAC, moved over to EMEA, and then finished it off in Latin America, and now we find ourselves here in North America with, again, our 4th new winner in a row. Again, we come into this one thinking, it's going to be the usual faces. The usual faces decided, we'll take a step back, see if we can leave some spotlight from some other people. And the spotlight that was taken over, my goodness, I don't even know if there was enough. These guys showed out when given the opportunity.
Absolutely the case. And once again, that's just showing us the competition that continues to increase here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge on a global scale. Let's take a look, though, folks, as we do have our winners ready to declare. It's going to be Vettel taking our pole position in the first 2 races in P2 on the third race that manages to shut it down with 82 points going his way. A nice surge from Lightning, especially on our third and final race, finishing P1, puts him in second, taking home $800. And then Legacy sits just a little bit further behind that one with 67 points. Vanquish, who was looking to contend for third potentially, bumped down quite a bit in the third race. Still manages to take home 4th, but with a massive point spread difference between himself and Legacy, 53 to 67, followed by Popping, Beetlesteak, Savannah B26, as well as Deer Plot in 8th.
Yeah, if you are vanquished right now, you are thanking your lucky stars that you were able to perform as well as you did through the first two races. Again, a 4th place and then a 3rd place was just enough to guarantee them 4th overall. And although SCW Popping definitely had a much better back half of these races, the first one was unfortunately unremarkable, and the second really was not enough of a result to swing them far enough away that they could start to overtake somebody like Vanquish here. So impressive stuff from our top 5 as well as all of our racers here today. Here are our final winners, the podiums for all 4 of our regions here. Once again, APAC taken home by LS Subaru, EMEA taken home by ESV Barcode, Latin America JSR MGEZIN, and finally North America SDW Vettel. Our 4 winners, and as well as our 4 winners that will not only take home a good chunk of prizing, but will get their trip to the McLaren Technology Center. Man, oh man, they must be excited.
Very excited indeed. We'll be seeing them all there over at the MTC in just a little bit of time. Big congratulations to them on winning it. And we want to say congratulations to all of you guys as we've made it to the end of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here today for all of the racing action. We look forward to joining you for another season, hopefully soon. Stay tuned to the official channels for more word on that. But from all of us here at the studio, we hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us here once again at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.